You get the NBA playoffs going on as well.
Isn't that what we're looking for, man?
This is amazing.
We just need to add our Wizards to the playoffs. But you want to have all those sports events because let's be real now. It's about to get to a point where it's going to be a sports desert. And the fact that we got a lot of them, let's enjoy it. Let's see what's going to happen.
Yeah, this is the good stuff right here where there's no lack of things to talk to. In about a month and a half, 2 months, we're going to be at a spot where you're going to hear the sports radio desert. Like
it's going to be a problem.
You're going to be talking about stuff that you're like, what the heck is going on?
Totally.
But not right now. There's plenty of stuff to discuss. Capitals getting underway tonight. We'll get to them in just a second. We're talking a little bit about the NBA playoffs. Which of the games were you checking out? We were talking a little bit about that OKC beatdown of Memphis.
That right there.
Insane.
Listen, man, as much as people want playoffs expanded in sports, that right there tells you don't need to expand playoffs. Okay? When you start getting down to the play-in game and you get beat by 51 points, you should not be in the damn playoffs. Okay? And if you cheer for the team that lost by 51, I don't give a damn. If you lose by that many points in a professional league, why are you in the next level? Why are you in the playoffs? Okay? So the thing about it is this, though. We have a lot of people, and that trade from Dallas with Luka, yes, a lot of people want to just take sides and blame Dallas for a lot. Luka is an unbelievable offensive talent. He is a hell of a liability defensively. And the dude, so I've been hearing everybody from the Lakers say, oh, he's in great shape. He has his routine. There's no way that dude is in shape the way he runs up and down the court. He skates. Jeff, you're beating by 50 yards. In a 40-yard dash, you might beat him by 50. I know it sounds ridiculous. He is the slowest person I have ever seen on a basketball court. I watched this dude play basketball, and I don't think he jumped 4 times. His shot is a set shot. When you move so slow in time in sports, they call it the old man game when you move real slow.
Oh, he's got the old man game.
And the other guy's so fast, they're just out of position a lot of times. But if he scores 40, I guarantee you he's not a plus 20. He's probably a -1 if he scored 40. Because he ain't stopping no damn body.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, he scored 37 in game 1, was a -12 on the floor.
That's what I'm saying.
The second best among starters. He was Jackson Hayes only scored 1 point. He was a -11. But they got nothing out of their bench, D-Mitch. They've got to get some more production. And I think,
and that's at home.
Yeah. I think when you look at it, though, they've got to get more out of some of the other guys because Luka's going to score, but like you said, he's going to be a liability on the defensive end. LeBron is going to also be a little bit of a liability defensively, and he didn't get going for quite some time.
He didn't. He had that unbelievable block, and everybody likes to brag about that. But the dude can't play a whole game no more.
And
as great as he's been,
to, by the way.
He if you're going to be on the team, you got to be able to play it. Their 2 superstars cannot give you a whole game if they needed to. If Luka played a whole game, I guarantee he'll crawl up the court. That's good. Listen, bro, I watched that game because that dude offensively, he could shoot the ball from anywhere in the damn gym. He could take it to the hole. He got the little drops. But I'm looking at defense in the playoffs. He is pathetic on defense.
One thing I love about Magic Johnson is whenever he tweets the most obvious things ever. And it's stuff that you can, that's not really the best analysis for one of the all-time greats, but he does get right to the point. He said, tonight was one of the Lakers' worst performances this season. They were flat, had no energy, and they played like it was a regular season game. He said, Coach J.J. Redick did a great job all season, but he didn't do a good job for game 1. The Lakers stood around on offense, played too much one-on-one basketball, and he didn't make any necessary adjustments. And a little bit later on, he tweeted, this was yesterday, said the Lakers failed in 2 big categories in their loss against the T-Wolves. On the defensive end, they allowed the Timberwolves to shoot over 51% from the field and didn't respond to the physical play of the Timberwolves. Last but not least, it was too much standing around on the Lakers offense and players watching the Lakers' big 3, Reeves, Doncic, and James go one-on-one. We need far more productivity from the bench. He doesn't mince words, right?
I think analysis needs to be to the point sometimes. All that fluff, hell, you don't know that. Like, I've listened to some guys talk about games, and I'm like, are they watching the game I'm watching? Because I'm watching the game, and I can see no defense, standing around. I don't want to hear you tell me how great he was in his first year in the league. I don't want to hear about what Reeves was supposed to do. He ain't doing it right now because I know the Timberwolves shot over 50% from three-point range.
The player that Luka reminds me a little bit of, they're different styles, but similar in the way that the offense kind of is slow. It's all centered around them, and there's not ball movement, is James Harden, right? Like, can you see what I'm saying? Where
yeah. It's at least James Harden still has a little bit more speed than that.
He definitely does.
But Harden has his whole game is about making a referee think somebody gonna foul him. Dude, he just throws his hands in the air all day.
Well, can we talk about how the NBA is blackballing James Harden from fouls? Because I watched the same play happen 6 times. Harden goes into his little awkward shooting where it should have been a foul. But when I watched Donovan Mitchell do it, it was called every time. Bro, they got a target on James Harden back just for that rule.
I think it's a target on his back because for years they gave him fouls when nobody touched him.
Yeah.
See, this is what I can't stand about the league. If you are the defensive player, okay, and I go for a fake, you jump straight up and you come straight down, but I jump towards you, hit you. Why is that foul on you?
You impede in the lane.
You're
not moving your feet.
No, they're doing a fake jump shot. They are outside the 3-point line, okay? You're inside the 3-point line. How the hell did you get to me? If you're now you made contact with me. That is not impeding the line.
If you are up in the air,
I know Jeff's not defending this, by the way. What are we doing?
No, because they're drawing the foul. They're making the defense is uncontrolled at that point.
So I understand.
So if you're up in the air and I take a step in and shoot,
if I jump at you, yes, and I'm in there, I understand that. But when a guy goes straight up, he comes down and you jump towards him.
Yeah.
That foul should be on the offense. You initiate contact.
Hey, that's why they tell you don't go flying in on defense. Chop your feet, get your hand up. They professionals, man. But all I'm saying is they targeted my boy James. Like they're targeting James.
I forgot that Jeff is training to be in a celebrity basketball game, so he can break this down probably better than all. Should we just take off B. Mitch and let him break it all down?
No. I was saying they just targeted.
When is your game anyway?
Saturday.
Are you going to be there heckling?
I promise you,
if I can make it, I would be the heckling.
I promise you, I didn't study the rules, so I know how many steps I could take. I could take like 3 steps would have been legal now.
No, you can take 4.
Yeah, like 4.
I saw 4
step, all that
Listen,
stuff.
bro, I just think that the NBA referee is too much of a part of the story of the game instead of just being there to make sure the game rules go. Because they sit there, they got attitudes, they want to fuss with people. Dude, if a guy goes 1-2, check, 1-2, that's a damn travel. But they don't call it.
No.
You know, they done made up rules, the Euro step, the crab dribble, all that is rules that steps that are against the rules of basketball.
Yeah.
But the foul stuff, I watched Luka the other night, and when Luke go to shoot, the foul is called before he must go up. Nobody touches him, but they call a foul. They anticipate fouls. And it's pathetic to me. That's why the NBA product to me is not as good as a lot of other products.
The final game of the first round of games, game 1s in the NBA playoffs so far, was last night. The Warriors beat the Rockets 95-85. Did you get to see this one last night, B. Mitch? Steph Curry.
I watched as much as I can before my eyelids got heavy.
Steph Curry still makes
game
the most.
Game started 10:30, didn't it?
It's something super late. I watched it. I also get no sleep at night. So Steph Curry still makes some of the most ridiculous threes I've ever seen.
Oh, the man can play.
He's like falling out of bounds, heaving it up. I don't even understand. Like these look like prayers for anyone else, and for Steph Curry, it's like okay, well, this is maybe a little bit more difficult than his regular one, but you're still counting on him making it. It's insane the amount of threes that he makes that no one else would even hit the backboard.
Yeah,
right. Like he's incredible. So
he practices it though.
Yeah, it's been
like
been a
Jelly
good...
Roll. They say if you only talk to God when you need a favor, if you only talk to God when you need a prayer, well, you better talk to him all the time. Steph talk to him all the time because he go work for it. Like, God, I'm working on this prayer. I'm gonna ask you. Other people just go into the game, never take a 3-pointer ever at practice, but they try to take a 3-pointer with somebody on them going to the left in a game and think it's gonna work.
Did you see the video as well yesterday? The Celtics, the Magic got back into the game with a good second quarter. After that, the Celtics kind of rolled. They won 103-86. There was a moment late in that ball game where Jason Tatum went up, got fouled, landed a little hard on his wrist, and was laying on the baseline. Did you see the clip of Joe Mazzulla, coach of the Celtics? The trainer was about to run out there. He grabbed him and said, "Stay here," and then yelled, "Get up!" to Jason Tatum.
They need it sometimes, man. This softness is taking over. It's killing me, man. Then he comes out and he said, "Oh, I'm fine. Everything, no problem." Well, everything was negative, fool. It's supposed to be no problem, right?
That guy is hilarious. Have you heard some of the quotes from Joe Mazzulla? Some of the stuff he was asked about winning Coach of the Year or Coach of the Month earlier this year. They said, "What'd you think?" He said, "Stupidest thing I've ever heard."
I don't blame him though, because you're not coaching for a month. You're coaching for the whole damn year.
I think they were playing. I can't remember if they were playing in London or something, but for whatever reason, the royal family from England was in attendance, and they asked, "Did you see the royal family?" He said, "Mary, Joseph, and Jesus." I can't stand him because he coaches in Boston and some of the stuff, but he is hilarious. Some of the stuff that he says.
That was a little crazy right there. He took it all the way to the holy. He didn't go royal family. He went holy.
He
hilarious. Jumped it up there.
He is hilarious. Capitals get their playoffs underway tonight. What do you think about netminder tonight? You going with Charlie Lindgren, who's been in the net? Are you going with Logan Thompson?
You know what? I think this team is far better when Logan is in the net. Yes, Charlie Lindgren took him to some things last year. He hadn't played that way this year, like Thompson has. I would love to see him in net because I think that gives him better opportunities, better chances. But if he's not healthy, you got to go with it. And then that's when their penalty kill and power play, all that needs to step up. And their 5-on-5 hockey needs to get a lot better.
I know it's different, obviously, football to hockey, but how long does it take you as a pro to get back into the game form? Like, you're obviously working out. He's doing some stuff at practice, but there's nothing like the real thing.
It comes down to the individual. There are individuals who say, "I've been working out," but they never ever test themselves to see if they can go full speed. And there are individuals who basically go out there and they push themselves to know that I'm ready to go. And when they go, they go. They don't sit out there and try to ease their way back into it. If you have a guy that's been, and I would think that the way Thompson had been playing, he wanted to get back out there. I would think he's been going and he's ready to go if they play him. But if they don't, maybe he's not. You always look at it like if the guy gonna be rusty coming back. Most people, if you miss a game or 2 weeks, miss weeks like that, you are going to be a little rusty. But it's how fast you can get back to it, and that comes down to what's inside the ears right there. Many people have to be mentally ready to go more than they're physically ready to go.
Yeah, and I think for looking at Charlie Lindgren, and this Caps team has not been playing the best going into the playoffs, but he's been in net. He had a good night the other night, the second to last game, the kind of a tune-up matchup, only giving up the 1 goal. So it seems like if they have to roll with him, which listening to Joe B at the end there of the Junks, sounds like he thinks they're going to roll with Lindgren for game 1. It's just so tough, B. Mitch, because you want to get the guy that's your best goaltender, which is Logan Thompson, back in net.
Yeah.
And so, people are going to say, well, you don't want to throw him out there into the fire. At some point in the playoffs, he's getting thrown into the fire.
Hey, man, he's a pro.
So
the pro, he lives in the fire. But the thing I'm saying, every time I hear people like Alan May and Al Koken and Joe Beninati and all those guys, Locker, they don't just say the goalie had to be great. The people in front of the goalie got to help out. So they can help out Lindgren or Thompson, whoever's out there, by doing more instead of just sometimes they stand around. Sometimes they have like bonehead mistake. Like we had one guy calling in here. I didn't agree totally with him, but I understand what he's saying. Sometimes when we lose the puck and you get somebody dribbling sometimes and they just have one of those games where, damn, do they know how to dribble?
Yeah.
We do that thing sometimes with the puck, and then we put the goalie in a bad predicament. But if we could stop him, put it in a bad predicament, crowd around the net and block some things, then we'll be okay.
Game 1 tonight, game 2 coming up on Wednesday, and right now be caller number 9 to 800-636-1067 to win a pair of tickets to game 2 for the 2025 playoffs with the Washington Capitals Wednesday, April 23rd against Montreal at Capital One Arena. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com. Keep listening all day. We're giving away tickets 20 minutes past the hour. Your next chance after this one is 11:20. Chris Miles from NBA TV joins us next.
Listen, if Barbara Cochran is out there going around and promoting you, then you have to be some guy that's doing a great thing. And that's John Leahy, our friend from John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Just like Marilyn, she needed to sell her Greenbelt property because she was relocating for a job. Unfortunately, her condo didn't qualify for FHA, which ruled out several potential buyers who absolutely loved the unit. But she had no reason to fear, as John Leahy and the Fine Living Group contacted a past client who was looking for an investment property. Even better, that buyer paid cash for the property, and it was over $2,000, over the $2,000 over the asking price. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of John Leahy and the Fine Living Group's guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. Talking about our friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he'll let you out of your contract at any time. And that's why I would trust my buddy John Leahy to sell my house. Better than anybody out here, he gets it so and he can get that promise before, a lot of times, before he must have to send the guy to the bank to go get him a loan. So call John today at 301-900-3052 or hit him online at johnsellsdmv.com. Or even easier, just Google the John Leahy Group and start packing.
This update brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp. CoachWooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. The moment we've been waiting for the Washington Capitals is here. They take on the Montreal Canadiens tonight in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Live play-by-play here on the Fan at 6:45. Winning teams last night, Carolina, Toronto, and Vegas. In the NBA, Golden State shocks Houston 95-85. OKC rolls Memphis 131-80. Boston over Orlando 103-86. And Cleveland easily over Miami 121-100. The Nationals split a doubleheader in Denver, win the series. Game 1 win 3-2 with Jake Irvin striking out 9. Fall of the nightcap 3-1, Nathaniel Lowe with an RBI single. Coach Wooten's basketball camp. They instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps. Coach Wooten. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today, giving away Caps tickets all day today to Game 2. Every hour, 20 minutes past the hour until 5:20. Your next chance to win is going to come up at 11:20. But our first winner on B. Mitch and Finley today is Tim in Falls Church. Tim, congrats on getting some tickets, man.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited.
Enjoy it, man.
What do you expect for tonight? You think they're going to win?
I'm cautiously optimistic.
Who would you?
As long as you're optimistic, that's all that matters, Tim.
Who would you start in net? Lindgren or Thompson?
Oh, I want our best goalie ultimately playing, but maybe not tonight. They kind of need to work him into the lineup again.
Yeah, I agree. How about Lindgren tonight and then Thompson so you can see him in Game 2? Tim, congratulations, man. Enjoy the tickets.
Definitely, man.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right, take care.
Your next chance to win those tickets comes up at 11:20. And joining us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline, Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, is Chris Miles from NBA TV, Chris Miles TV on Twitter. Chris, what's going on?
Oh, man, the start of the playoffs, I guess defense is sexy again. That's what it feels like.
Defense is sexy, Chris, but I need to know if you're okay because your boy and his crew didn't look that good the other day.
What are you talking about, Giannis?
Yeah, you know I'm talking about Giannis. That's true. You're the leader of his fan club, right?
So here's the thing, man. You look at Giannis, first of all, this is my first year with an official NBA vote, and Giannis was the obvious choice for third for MVP, right? And if you didn't have two guys having historic seasons, Giannis would have had an MVP season, okay? So let's understand, B-Mitch, he's still playing at that level. It's everybody else. I mean, you know Chris Middleton is in D.C. now because he doesn't have any help anymore. What you want him to do? Dame's supposed to come back for, either Game 2 or 3 from the blood clot situation. So hopefully that helped Giannis a little bit.
Well, I will say, Chris, the guy that Washington traded to Milwaukee had a heck of a game. Kyle Kuzma really played well.
Yeah, he does that when teams get blown out, right?
Boy, you're a fool. Chris, what is, like you said, defense is sexy again. And we don't see a lot of defense in regular season. We try to see it. But there are some people that don't play defense whatsoever. What's going to happen looking at the Lakers? Their two stars can't play a full game.
Oh, I mean, I thought the Lakers were fool's gold as soon as the Luka Doncic trade happened. And people were like, Chris, you're crazy. Everybody says, and I'm like, I'm trying to tell you that Luka in the finals last year, as great as his numbers are, they lost because he was a sieve on defense and turned the ball over and is kind of for NBA standards, right? Yeah. Not in peak shape. So you put him on a team with 40-year-old LeBron. Don't forget, remember Kevin Huerter and the Chicago Bulls and Josh Giddey, that comeback they had about a month and a half ago? Like, they kept speaking out LeBron. Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic on the floor, they're like, no, where's LeBron? Let's pick on him. So they're at that stage. I've looked at them as fool's gold even when they were winning. I was like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's something I'm not seeing. But what happens is in the regular season, you get a guy like Austin Reeves just going off in a game where teams feel overmatched or it's a long season. In the playoffs, everybody's dialed in. So all this, he's the best, third option in the NBA. I'm like, I don't know if he would be the third option on the Timberwolves, the team that's beating them right now.
It's so much fun to watch the Western Conference. These playoffs are incredible in the West. Looking at the 2-7 matchup, Houston and Golden State. Golden State ends up winning. It's crazy because it's a 2-7 matchup, but in terms of the standings, they only finished 4 games apart from each other. Is this one where maybe we overlook, because Houston had a really, really good season, but do you overlook the fact that there's so much experience on Golden State's side, or do you see Houston kind of rebounding as they go throughout the series?
That's a great question that I asked John Wall last night because we had him in studio, right? And I'm going to tell you this. In that first game, guys who have looked good all season for Houston looked awful. Jalen Green, my guy, Amen Thompson. I'm like, hey, what's going on here? And, some of the veterans around, they were like, this is their first playoff game, right? Like, they seem like the moment might be a little big for them. And meanwhile, Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry out there playing like it's just an exhibition game. So I do wonder, though, like we talk about age and we talk about experience, but also age. Mm-hmm. So Steph Curry played 40 minutes last night, right? And looked incredible. Well, he looked that way on Wednesday. Well, he looked that way in game 3. So I think as the season progresses, and one thing Ime Udoka found in the second half, they only scored 13 points in the second quarter. Then in the third quarter, they went on this huge run. They just went big, B. Mitch. They were like, all right, Steven Adams, you 7-1, get out there. Alperen Şengün, 6'10", get out there. Who else is 6'10"? Oh, get out there. And they just hit them on the glass. It was like, we're going to miss a bunch of shots. We're going to rebound. And that's how they got back in the game. And that's when they found their rhythm. I wonder if he goes to that a little bit earlier in the games coming up this season. Because Ime Udoka, don't forget, he was the guy that really got Boston onto this championship track. And now he's got Houston on that same track.
Chris, this is the NBA playoffs. And no team should be losing by 51 points. Why?
Oh.
And I mean, damn. Or that just means that Oklahoma City is probably going to win it this year.
Well, there's that, right? If you stop thinking about who you're looking at on the court and, OKC's unproven, right? Just take that and put that to the side. All of the stats show us it's OKC. Yeah. Like any stat you want to look up, including winning their first playoff game by 50 points, right? It's like, defensively, who they have, and net rating, how much they won every game by, and most games by double digits. You're like, okay, it's them. But I think the prove it in the playoffs factor is the only reason we're second guessing that, and the fact that the Boston Celtics are the defending champs. But that first game against Memphis, I mean, you forget Memphis was the 2 seed out west, I want to say 6 weeks ago. So it's not like this is an 8 seed that hasn't been good.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a team that just lost 6 of 10 games and fell all the way down in the West. So kudos to OKC. Let's see if they can do it again or if Memphis has some sort of fight in them.
Talking to Chris Miles on the Rude Guest Hotline. You want to follow him on Twitter at Chris Miles TV. Taking a look at the game on Saturday, game 1 between the Knicks and the Pistons. Pistons went on a nice run to go into the fourth quarter with a nice lead, and then the Knicks 21-0 run. Incredible to start that fourth quarter. Is it just something that the Knicks are that good? Or, I think Detroit looks solid in that, but can they keep that sort of play up?
Well, it's the same thing we just said with the experience with the Golden State Warriors, right? Like, if you look at the Knicks roster, you go, okay, playoff battles, playoff battle-tested coach. You look at the Pistons, you're like, J.B. Bickerstaff, not really playoff tested as a coach. His first real go at it as a head coach. And then these are all guys that are figuring this out outside of Tobias Harris. So if you looked at the game, the veterans for the Pistons played well and the young players did not, right? So I think this is Detroit's like, we're here year, where the Knicks are like, we can't lose to them. And I think that's what you saw in that run. From the Knicks is like, okay, we got this figured out. Let's get this together because we're going to have big fish to try to fry the next couple of rounds.
Who are you anticipating seeing in the finals, man?
That is a great question, and I sat there the last couple of nights watching it, trying to think about that. Now that I've seen the first couple of games, I'm going to have to be smart and just go Oklahoma City Thunder, right? Mm-hmm. I still thought it was the Denver Nuggets, but I'm like, all right. Oklahoma City Thunder. They've earned that right. And then the East, I'm starting to lean Cleveland Cavaliers. Now, here's the deal with that. The Celtics and the Cavs, it's all about health. Like, I think they're on a collision course. When they meet up in the Eastern Conference Finals, it's like, which team is healthier? And that's really all I got there, right? Like, if Jaylen Brown has a bad knee, I'm going with the Cavs. If Evan Mobley is out, I'm going with the Celtics. It's really that simple for me. Who's healthiest of those two teams that come out of these?
Clippers Nuggets. Who do you like in that? Because it seems evenly matched. It was a great game one. Both of these teams wouldn't be surprising if maybe they could get on a little bit of a run and make some noise in these playoffs. Which of those teams, or which of those two teams do you think makes it out?
Well, my friend, I had those as the two teams to compete for in the Western Conference Finals. So seeing the matchup in the first round is absolutely nuts. And I'm like, oh, these are the two teams that I'm like, well, OKC doesn't want that problem. OKC doesn't want that problem. Oh, they're going to eliminate each other in the first round. Great. I have it. You know what? That's what I can't even try and predict because I look at Nikola Jokic, the best player in the game, recent Finals MVP, and I'm like, oh, Kawhi Leonard is back being the Kawhi, a two-time Finals MVP. And, there's a difference. Let me make sure I say this, right? When you talk to guys who were teammates of players like Joel Embiid as opposed to Kawhi Leonard, and they talk about the work ethic difference, right? Or Nikola Jokic, like, let's stop getting players confused from what we see as the production on the court. And when we get to the playoffs in their mindset, Kawhi Leonard is that worker. You're like, oh, he misses this many games because he's trying to get his body right to win a championship. His brain is programmed championship, championship, championship. What do I got to do to get there? My knee's not working. I need to fix this thing so I can get out there. That's what he did all season. So when it comes to Denver and the Clippers, man, I kind of feel like the Clippers have the edge because they have a more well-rounded team. But Nikola Jokic, he's already, top 5 to 8 center of all time in his prime. It's tough, man. It's tough.
Yep.
Chris, you mentioned having John Wall with you last night. Any good stories or anything good pop up last night hanging out with John Wall?
That might be a call with B. Mitch after, as far as the best story. Oh, man, you almost got me with that one. I'm like, nope, not going to tell that one. But yeah, first of all, so here's what you have to understand, and I'll say it this way. When you walk into that basketball Disneyland, right, it's like the early shift is ending. So it's like Isaiah Thomas and Jalen Rose talking to Shaq as he's getting a haircut. And then it's like I walk in and I'm like, oh, there's Danny Green and John Wall, and then Shaq is talking to John. And I'm like, so many things are happening. But as you ask that question, I'm like, I'm just going to describe the scene so you understand that the real stories are coming out. It's basically like being in a locker room. So, but I can tell B. Mitch off air. I can't tell you.
It sounds like a lot of fun.
Makes
Chris,
sense. Makes sense.
Always great to have you on, man. Appreciate the time.
All right, thanks.
All right, brother. Take care, man.
Chris Miles from NBA TV. Make sure you check out his work on NBA TV or on Twitter at Chris Miles TV. Going to take a break. When we come back, it is NFL Draft Week. Want to take a look at who we have as the top players in the NFL Draft. We'll talk about it next. You're on me, Mitch and Finley. Welcome back, B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today. Appreciate Chris Miles for joining us in the last segment. Reminder, we got Capitals tickets all day today. We're giving away Caps Game 2 tickets every hour at 20 minutes past the hour until 5:20 today. Your next chance comes up at 11:20. Also want to remind you that the Caps are back in the playoffs, and Grant and Danny are going to be live from City Tap House Penn Quarter on today before Game 1. And if you come out, you can win 2 free tickets to Game 1, 901 9th Street Northwest in Washington, D.C. So make sure you're listening all day to the Fan for your chance to win some Caps tickets, or go check out Grant and Danny at City Tap House in Penn Quarter today. B-Mitch, we might have an answer as to who is starting in Game 1 in the Nets. First goalie off the ice in morning skate today was Logan Thompson. Looks like he could get the Game 1 call.
All right.
Think that makes some sense, right?
If he's healthy, yes. And I felt if he is healthy, they're going to go with him.
Yeah, I mean, you want to go with your best. You don't want to try to give away a game. That's something that, when you get into these playoff series, Game 1 is so important. And even though he might be a little bit rusty compared to Charlie Lindgren, I think it's worth going with your best option to try to win tonight. So it'll be huge. We'll see if that actually plays out, but I would assume first one off the ice today, Logan Thompson going to get the start in Nets tonight. Want to talk about NFL Draft, as NFL Draft Week is here. NFL Draft Round 1 coming up on Thursday. Top players in this class, I think Abdul Carter is right up there, but I'm curious. I want to ask you about Travis Hunter.
I think Travis Hunter is one of the top guys, but I think what he's going to have to understand, I understand that in college, he was able to play both sides of the ball. In the pros, you're not playing some of the colleges that have some peons. You're playing the top notch every week.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you're no longer just a guy in college. Yeah, they pay NIL money now. But this is a major investment at the pro level. They have issues with people playing a whole game on one side of the ball. You think they're going to pick a guy in the first round, then let him play both sides of the ball? They may let you play a few plays here and there, but it's not going to be a every game thing like it was in college. Because I go back to this. As people used to ask me all about, man, when I ask about how much weight I lift, I say, well, tell me I lift in college and tell me I lift in the pros. And they're like, well, damn, you lift more in college. I say, in college, you're trying your best in 4 years to get recognized by the next level. In the pros, you're trying to maintain that for as long as you possibly can. So if you go out there and you just go heavy, heavy, heavy all the time, you're going to mess yourself up. If in college, when he was there with Deion, he was able to do it for 2 years. Boom, boom, go do his thing. Get out. You won't do that for 15 years, 10 years, 12 years. It won't happen. So I think he's a great talent, but I believe he'll be a better DB than he would be a receiver.
Yeah, I feel like if you're going to draft him to be a DB, he'll still play some wide receiver. I don't think, like you said, I don't think he can play the full complement.
No,
but if you need him to play 15 snaps, because that's the other thing about this, B. Mitch, is we focus so much on the present. Even if he decides that I'm going to go pro, I know you heard his comments last week saying, if I can't play both ways, I don't even know if I want to play football. Like that's a little bit wild.
That was a dumb statement. So if you can't do what you want to do, you're going to not make any money? Chop, please.
Yeah. So I think that's a little bit foolish, but we always focus on just now. So even as a rookie, maybe even a second-year guy, if he wants to say he can play 90% of the snaps both ways, that's fine. That ain't lasting 15 years, to your point.
But he can say what he wants. And I think that's the ultimate thing you have to understand. In this day and age in football, they're wearing those little vests that tell them where your health is, mm-hmm. or your conditioning, your dehydration level, all that stuff. You think if he goes out there wearing that, they won't be pulling him off the field all the time? These people are going to make a lot of decisions for him. And like John Thompson would always say, it's best to calm a fool. I'd rather calm a fool than resurrect a corpse. Well, he's being a fool right now. You have to calm him down a little bit. He's not a corpse. He wants to play. But you got that level. Go out there and do it, bro. But Deion didn't do it. Bo Jackson, probably the best athlete of all time, to go out there at 230 running 4.2 something. He didn't do it. Most guys don't do it. When you get to this level, it's different then. College, you can go there without studying. you can and have success. In the pros, it's going to take so much of your time. I don't think if you were to be able to play both positions, you have enough time in the day.
Well, and that's the thing. How mentally can you prepare for both sides? Because we see all the time how much of a transition it is from college to the pros for whatever position you want to take, much less if he's got to try to learn the entire playbook on the offensive side of the ball as a receiver and learn the defensive calls as a corner on the other side. I mean, that's hard stuff to do. Not saying that he couldn't do it, but I think you got to figure out. Honestly, I think it's just going to depend upon where he lands, whether they want to use him as a corner or a wide receiver. I think he's going to get used at both from time to time, but I just don't think there's a way he goes full time.
I think he's going to get a chance, and I think what he needs to do, stop making such outlandish statements, because what happens wherever you go, if they can utilize him in some games here and there at certain positions, they're going to do it. But no team in the NFL is going to allow him to play 100% on both sides of the ball. That's not happening.
Ashton Genty, probably the top running back in this class. Where do you see him going? Because to me, the Bears sitting there at 10, I don't think he gets past 10. If he's still there at 10 and you're Ben Johnson, you're looking and thinking, I could get a Jahmyr Gibbs type to add to the offense.
Well, Ben Johnson didn't run Jahmyr Gibbs. He stopped using him against Washington.
I appreciate that.
So I'm just saying, but Genty, he has proven he could do it both. He's not just a runner. He's a runner and a pass catcher. Unbelievable speed and balance. I think if he gets past 10, the NFL's stupid. Listen, man, I understand what they try to do, what they want to do with the running back position. But when you find one, Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, when you find one of that caliber, and the possibility, Genty has that capability right there. You want to get one of them on your roster and see what they can do.
Yeah, I think when you look at it, the way that the NFL has kind of changed back, it's a cyclical league, right? It goes in a cycle. Right now, the running back position is back in vogue with what you saw last year with Saquon, Derrick Henry, those guys. And when you can get a guy, because I think the point that a lot of people make is paying running backs, drafting running backs, all these different things. But think about this, B. Mitch. If I can get a stud that is on that level, but I'm only paying him as a rookie for 5 years, and then I can make a decision in 5 years whether I want to pay him a second contract. I get 5 years of elite running back play, but it just means I have to use more premium draft pick.
Do the Eagles win the Super Bowl without Saquon Barkley last year?
No, absolutely
not.
Tell
what you want about your receivers and your quarterback. They don't win it without him. So if you can get one, and I hope most GMs think this way. I don't care what the other teams are doing. I'm not going to walk past a damn Formula One car because everybody else don't want to get one. If we're in a speed game and I got a running back that can run as fast as my receivers and he's durable and he can do it balance like a Genty, I'm picking him.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing for this draft is there are players at positions of quote-unquote not as big-time value that are much better players than guys at more valuable positions. So it's about, this is where the GMs earn their bucks, right? This is where they earn their money, is you got to figure out, do I take the better football player or do I take the more impactful, more premium position?
If you're a guy with a quarterback, offensive line, some receivers on your team, and you come up and Genty is there and you don't take him and you go say, well, I'm going to go pick me this other receiver. And then you can't run the ball at all later on. I guarantee you have somebody looking down and telling you, you better get this thing right. Because I bet you if you have a receiver and a quarterback with an old line and you get you a running back, you'll be a lot better than not getting one.
Yeah, 100%. You want to get playmakers on your team. You want to get blue chip talent any way you can get it. Got some good news for potential number 1 overall pick for the Wizards if they can get that in the NBA draft lottery. We'll tell you what that is next. Also, your next chance to win some Caps Game 2 tickets coming up at 11:20. Keep it tuned right here to B. Mitch and Finley.
This update is driven by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for Life. Duke men's basketball posted on their X account, League Next, Duke Forever. Thank you, Cooper Flagg, an acknowledgement that their star player, Cooper Flagg, is headed to the NBA and the upcoming NBA draft. And of course, the Washington Wizards have a good chance of getting the #1 overall selection. NFL news during draft week, Pro Bowl center Cam Jurgens and the Eagles have reached agreement on a 4-year, $68 million extension. The New York Jets are picking up the 5th-year options on their first-rounders from 2022, Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, and Jermaine Johnson. Per John Keim, the Commanders have met with Ohio State running back Travion Henderson multiple times through the draft cycle. Capitals open the Stanley Cup playoffs tonight versus the Montreal Canadiens at Capital One Arena. Pregame 6:45 live here on The Fan. Caps in the playoffs for the 10th time in the last 11 seasons. NBA winners Oklahoma City, Boston, Cleveland, and Golden State. Nationals split a doubleheader in Denver, but get the win in the series. Winning game 1 3-2, Jake Irvin with 9 strikeouts, but they fall in the nightcap 3-1. Nathaniel Lowe did have an RBI single. They're back at it for over 65 years now. Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life, lifetime vehicle coverage. All just a click away at tedbritt.com. I'm Byron Curb on The Fan.
Hour number 2 of B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell. Reminder, we're giving away Caps Game 2 tickets today every hour at 20 minutes past the hour until 5:20 p.m. Your next chance to win coming up in about 17 minutes at 11:20. B. Mitch, we got some good news for the Wizards, assuming they can win the NBA draft lottery coming up next month. Cooper Flagg has officially declared for the NBA draft. I don't think there's much of a shocker there, though.
No. When he got hurt, and before it was the ACC championship and all that, when he got hurt, his mind was made up then. Because I know a lot of people talk about how much money people make in college. It is not the money that they're making in the pros. Cooper Flagg might have made $2-3 million last year in college. But if he make it to the NBA, get drafted first round, he's going to make not 8 figures, okay? He'll make 8 figures, and he will get massive endorsement things and all that. He'll make way more.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's one of those.
And I don't think any of these athletes that are playing in college right now, they grew up just hoping to play in college. They want to go to the next level. They want to be tested against the best of the best. They want to travel the world and the country every week doing that. That's their job. That's what they want to do. So he's not making what the hell he made. Caitlin Clark was making more money, and we thought she going to make more money. She made more money in college than she was as pro because the pros wasn't paying them.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, all the endorsements she got, she probably making way more than she made in college. You know?
Yeah.
So you got to understand, man, it ain't the same, especially men's basketball. It's not the same.
So if you look at On3 is a site that kind of tracks college sports. They're given an NIL valuation. The guy that kind of opened my eyes to this a little bit more, and not that I didn't understand this before, but it was refreshing to hear this sort of evaluation of the way that you're going to go about things, is Jaden Daniels. There was a documentary on, I think, Prime, where they were following around some of these athletes from LSU. Him, Livy Dunn.
They had a lot of people make money.
They do. There. And basically, you had some of these athletes that were full on in it, right? They're going doing all this NIL stuff. And Jaden said, I am worried about it. If I got extra time, whatever, maybe, but I'm going to make my money in the league. To his point, he was valued at $2.2 million. And last year in the NFL, he made 25. Right, or somewhere around there.
Case closed.
Like I don't know. I'm not. I don't know that I'm that worried about that. Look at Cooper Flagg. But his NIL valuation is 4.8. next year, if he's the number 1 overall pick, which he will be, 13.8.
Yeah.
I think it'll be okay.
Like, I just say this to people, like, a lot of people want to judge those guys who are some of the best athletes in the world, who want to compete against the best athletes in the world based off of what they think. See, they just look at the money. Oh, he making that. Well, that money compared to what you're making, yes, it's a lot. Compared to what they can make, it's nothing. Okay? So when they see the chance to step to the next level, like, think about back when MJ decided to go with Nike instead of Converse. Did he ever imagine the money that he's making at this point right now?
No chance.
And if you stay 1 more year at that damn college or 2 more years at that college, and you get hurt, you don't make it to the next level. You think the college is going to support you the rest of the year? Yeah, they might give you a little job as an ambassador. It won't be paying you all those millions that you can get.
Yeah, I mean, if you just think about it in your own life, I don't know of a great example, but would you play the risk of playing another year in college? Yes, you're going to make some money. There's no doubt about it. You're still going to make $4 or $5 million if you're Cooper Flagg, but you also risk the potential of a devastating injury where you just left so much money on the table as an NBA draft pick.
Hey, man, listen. If you have the ability to go out to the next level and make it, you should go ahead and try to make it. Like, the thing that I get pissed at, football and basketball are limited. Why? There's some reason that you limit football and baseball players come out of high school. You know, they can sign these deals and go to college for a year or two, but they already got a little deal.
Mm-hmm.
Football and basketball, that doesn't work for. Tennis players could be 14 if they're good enough and go do it. If you're track, you can go run. You know, hockey, you can go no matter what age you are. But football and basketball, you got to go to college first. And you can't tell me that don't make it do it, because those are the biggest generating sports in this country, especially for the universities. So the universities are saying, hey, we're getting something out of you before you go. And you really think those companies that are paying these players this amount of money and these collectives and all that, you think the college not getting their share?
Of course they are.
It's very much like on this radio, okay? We come in with talent. But if we read, we go get what the company gives us. But they got way more than we got.
Yeah, I mean,
promise you that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a business after all, and it's one of those things that I think this is why for the longest time it was a big ripoff for the athletes, and now in turn you've seen it swing a little bit in the athletes' favor, but they're still not making the majority of the money.
It's swinging in the athletes' favor
more than it was before.
But as soon as the athletes started getting money, now they're trying to say we got to make it equal for everybody. Everybody not equal. So if an athlete is that pro, if Cooper Flagg goes to the NBA, which he is, he don't have to worry about what the other people making, because that company gonna make sure he's top dog. But in college, they're trying to make it to where we go to make sure everybody's staying close to each other. Everybody's not close to each other.
Yeah, and I mean, even B-Mitch, even at like the highest level, these guys, the best college basketball players, best college football players, you're not making what you're making at the top level if you're a number 1, number 2, number 3 draft pick. You're just not. It's never going to get to that level, in my opinion. And when you think about, you know, maybe some of
people
these
don't take pay cuts to go to the pros like they used to do back in the day.
No, I mean,
back in the day when they had and think of it now, because it's legal, everybody think everything is totally above board. I refuse to believe that. I came up in the Wild Wild West, baby. I saw it happening when SMU and all these teams were doing things, and I come right behind it. It's still, what you see today is half of what's going on, more than likely.
So his valuation is $4.8 million, according to On3. In order for him not to make 4.8 in the NBA in his first season, he would have to get drafted 15th. Because 14th is 4.9, 15th is 4.6. Exactly. So I think there's a discussion to be had for players that are in the later half of the first round, that are potential guys in the second round.
But those players that are projected to go in the later half of the first round are not valuated at 4.8.
Correct.
They're probably valuated at 800,000, maybe 700,000. Some of them might be up to $1 million. So those guys are still going to make more money at the next level.
Let's see what they have Derek Queen's NIL valuation at, because he's someone that could maybe end up right around that lottery. So to your point, On3, the same place that I just got this one, has his at 863,000. So
He gonna make more than that.
Again, he's gonna make more
if
in the NBA.
He's a first round pick. He's making more than that.
Yeah, and he'd be a first round pick. He's not a second round.
And what comes with a first round pick? Endorsements. And that endorsement is not necessarily what your school is endorsing. See, a lot of these kids have shoes, but they at the school. In the school, you wear what?
Yeah,
whatever,
you wear what the
you wear
school
clothes
wears.
the school wears. So you can't wear the shoes that you can get an endorsement by. So it's all more money at the next level. Now, you people that just fall in love with your college and want the kid to just stay there and sell his life to the college, y'all fools. That man got to go out there and take care of what he can for himself and his family more than anything.
Reminder, we got Caps tickets coming up at 11:20. You want to take a look at some NFL news. A couple of minutes ago, around 10:30, the Eagles and Pro Bowl center Cam Jurgens agreed to an extension, 4 years, $68 million, $39.4 million guaranteed.
That's your question. The top center in college right now, you think he's gonna make 4 years, $68 million, 34? That's 16 a year.
Yeah.
You think they making 16 million over?
No.
Okay, then.
No.
Cam Jurgens, smart man.
Yeah, and I think with one thing the Eagles do a really good job of is
take care of them early.
They invest heavily in their offensive line and defensive line, and then they take care of their guys that they view as the staple guys, right? Like Milton Williams, they were able to develop. I think they looked at the valuation of what he was going to get in the free market and just didn't feel like they were going to be able to put that together, especially looking at Jalen Carter. Yeah. But a guy like a Cam Jurgens, think about how they've kept Kelsey all those years. Think about how they've kept Lane Johnson. Think about how they've kept, Mailata now. And these guys, they always have a solid O-line. They always take care of their dudes up front.
Continuity helps. And if you could keep the same people blocking for a long time, you're going to have a lot of success.
Well, and especially at the offensive line position, right? Like continuity and being able to have chemistry is huge on an offense, but especially on that O-line when you're understanding who you're picking up. Because one thing about the offensive line, more so than any other position group on the field, is you can take a bunch of C-level talent, make them play like A's because they all play together.
Yeah.
Versus you can take a bunch of A-level talent, they all play like C's because nobody's picking up the right guy.
There you go.
Right? So having a continuity at that position is massive.
Continuity and a good coach.
Yeah, and they have both
make
of
sure
those.
you come up with the best blocking scheme and those guys work together. Because you go back and think about 91, Jeff wasn't the first round pick. Jacoby wasn't the first round pick. But they blocked like it. Ray Brown was drafted as a tight end. Ended up being offensive lineman.
Yeah, I mean, right up there probably his most important position coach is offensive line coach. Right?
There you go.
Being able to make sure those guys all coordinated together. A couple of tweets today from Adam Schefter, reports today from Adam Schefter. Curious to get your thoughts on. The Saints are already making calls about trading up in the second round. And then also the Broncos have made some inquiries about trading up in the first round of the draft. How much action do you think there's going to be in terms of trades on draft night?
I think it's going to be something like normally these trades go up for quarterbacks at the beginning of the first round, but this draft may not be sexy when it comes down to top level quarterbacks, things of that nature. But there are a lot of edge rushers and defensive linemen and running backs and cornerbacks that somebody may want to get later on in that first round. And then what happens is what people don't understand. If a guy has a first round grade and you got the 32nd pick, 33rd pick, which is beginning of the second round, you get him for 4 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't get him for 5 at that moment. That first round pick you get for 5 years. So if you move up a little bit and grab him, you got control of him for a longer time. And teams think like that too. And if I have a grade on a guy in a draft and I got the 30th pick, let's say somebody else have the 30th pick, I have the 33rd pick. What does that trouble me to move up 3 picks to get him if I want to get him?
I mean, to your point, the Panthers made this trade last year. They went from 33 to 32 to pick Xavier Legette. They moved up 1 spot so they could get that 5th year.
Yeah.
So they gave up 33 and then a 5th round pick to get 32 and 200 overall, which is probably like a 7th.
It works, man. So right now, there will be teams calling. And listen, Adam and crew will be listening. But if somebody drops to them that they saw it was up way further, you think they're not going to keep them for themselves?
Well, and so many people are focusing on, for Washington, they're focusing on trading out of 29. I think you can get similar, maybe not the exact same value, but you could do something like that at 61 if you're sitting there and you got a guy you like at 29. You just take and pick, and then you say, well, we still need to recoup picks. Do that in the second round then.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, it's not just that 1 pick that you can get. But you're at a position, and I stated this a few weeks ago. They position themselves to where they don't have to do anything.
Yeah, exactly.
I can wait, and somebody may fall here that I get a better value for. Could be somebody I thought we could have gotten up, but they get a run on another position, and he may drop down. Boom, we got him. But what if the people I'm looking for are gone, but other people want this spot? Now I can get some more. So I don't think that Washington is in any position where they have to jump just because.
Yeah, I mean, I think their biggest position of need right now would be edge rusher, but it's not. I guess need is a strong word. I don't know that it's a need, right? Like it's something that you want to upgrade. I think, Linnell and I were talking about this on Friday. Like I want to see them leave the draft with an edge rusher. Doesn't have to be 29, doesn't have to be at 61, but I want someone so that regardless of who's starting week 1 alongside Dorrance Armstrong, you have someone you can kind of develop into that role. And I think Jean-Baptiste fits in there as well, but I want someone with some pedigree, but they're not stuck where they have to do any one thing. And so I think where it's going to be intriguing, if you're Washington watching this on Thursday, is what happens with the quarterback position. Because to your point, that's usually where the trades happen.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're seeing Cam Ward goes number 1 overall, that's kind of a foregone conclusion. Shedeur, where does he go? Does he slide? Jackson Dart was invited to the first round of the draft. Now apparently he's not going.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that he's not going to go in the first round? Not necessarily. Jalen Milroe's been invited. I don't know if he's still going.
Other guy starts with an S, I think.
Tyler Shuck from Louisville. Like, does someone get enamored with one of these guys and you're sitting there at 29 and that's a prime position to get a quarterback? Because remember a couple of years ago with the Ravens, I mean, this is a while ago, but they traded back up to pick 32. Yep. Ozzie Newsome's last draft pick, I think first round pick, worked out quite well with Lamar Jackson.
Think about this. You found Lamar at 32. Many people don't think that there is a GM out there right now thinking that I could get me a Lamar or that level of a quarterback anywhere from 29 to 32. They don't. Mm-hmm. It doesn't always have to be you. When you're a bad team, you get great chances to pick somebody in the top 10. But when you're a legitimate team and you have to find those people somewhere else. The thing about the Ravens didn't pick high a lot. They picked late in the first round, late in the second round, but they were able to maneuver and come back and get that dude.
Yeah.
There's another GM out there who thinks he can do something very similar.
Well, and if I'm Washington, if I'm Adam Peters, I've already done the groundwork so that everyone knows 29 is available if you want it. I'm not necessarily calling around now saying, hey, man, you want 29? Please take it. If someone comes calling because, hey, I want to come up and get Tyler Shuck, I want to come up and get Jalen Miller, I want to come up and get Jackson Dart, let's talk. I'm more willing to do that. So if I'm sure he's already laid the groundwork, like, hey, this is going to be available. If you want a quarterback, you want a receiver, whatever it may be, as long as it's not our guy that we just feel like we have to take, we're willing to do it. But we're also willing to stick and pick as well.
I think like this. When you watch those trades happening on draft day, do you ever sit back and think like I do? I'm like, that's too much stuff to be going on in that quick thing for them to have just done that.
Oh, yeah.
They've been talking about that crap for some days now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're on the clock. You got 7.5 minutes. Whatever the minutes are, 5 minutes. And you going to tell me you just came up with a 4-player trade. You got all the stuff going along with it, and that happened in those 7.5, 5 minutes? Hell no. You've been talking about that before. So, listen, whatever goes down, they have the groundwork already for it. It's written. They can figure it out.
Yeah, they got a framework already ready to roll with.
Totally.
They'll figure it out, all the details a little bit later on. Right now, be caller number 9 to 800-636-1067. Win a pair of tickets to Game 2 for the 2025 playoffs with the Washington Capitals on Wednesday, April 23rd versus Montreal at Capital One Arena. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com. We'll listen to Jaden Daniels with John Gruden next here on The Fan.
2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O. Truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass. He is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air. Something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they repping hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they repping hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Let's go. Turn up, let's go.
Duke men's basketball announced on their X feed today that superstar Cooper Flagg will enter his name into the NBA draft. The NBA draft begins June 25th at 8 p.m. The Wizards, the Hornets, and the Jazz each have a 14% chance of landing that top pick. The draft lottery is May 12th. In the NFL, Pro Bowl center Cam Jurgens and the Eagles agreed to a 4-year contract extension worth $68 million. Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, and Jermaine Johnson all have their 5th-year options picked up by the New York Jets. Logan Thompson is the first goalie off the ice this morning for the Caps, according to Bailey Johnson. Capitals against Montreal Canadiens, Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs tonight, 6:45 live on the Fan. Last night's biggest NBA upset, Golden State beat Houston 95-85. Nationals a day off after splitting a doubleheader in Denver against the Rockies, winning 3-2 and losing 3-1. They'll host the Orioles Tuesday night. San Antonio upset DC Defenders 24-18. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell. We have Caps tickets all day to Game 2, every hour at 20 minutes past the hour until 5:20. Your next chance coming up at 12:20. Our latest winner, Hannah in Clarksburg. Congratulations, Hannah. You're going to Game 2.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited. Let's go, Caps.
Oh, yeah? What are you looking forward to?
Seeing Ovi.
Oh, you're going to see him. Believe me.
How many Caps games you get to this year?
I would say, I think it was about 2. I wish we went to more. My husband is a huge listener of your guys' station, so we were kind of tag teaming this to grab these tickets. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
There you go.
Absolutely, Hannah.
Hey, partnership always works.
Yeah, exactly.
Have a lot of fun.
Enjoy
Go Caps.
yourselves.
That's going to be awesome. That'll be a fun environment over there tonight and in Game 2 again. Your next chance at Game 2 tickets for the Capitals comes up at 12:20. Jaden Daniels was on with John Gruden. He's done a really good job. We were just talking about this in the break. John Gruden, with some of his content, now that he's kind of back in the mainstream and people are kind of, he's talking with quarterbacks, doing all these different things.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's done a really, really good job. You know, he was someone that I really loved watching his content back in the day. The quarterback school he'd have with, you know, Andrew Luck and these guys coming out in the draft.
He was on the broadcast. I mean,
he was
John
awesome.
Kept it real.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went out there calling like that. Well, you know, the referee. No. If they call a bad penalty, he talked about it. I loved it.
Yeah, he was not afraid to let you know what he was thinking. Well, Jaden Daniels joined John Gruden on YouTube this past week, and so I want to hear a little bit of what he had to say. He He talked about how the routine for Jaden has made him successful and what he was able to do this season.
Isn't getting on a routine one of the key ingredients to being successful?
That's the biggest thing. Like consistency, consistency is the biggest thing in this league. And having consistent routine, obviously you got to redefine it each and every year as you get older. But finding your routine as fast as possible, that's probably going to set you up for the most success in the long run.
How hard is it to find that routine, B. Mitch? Like when you're getting into the league and figuring out what you need to do week to week, is it something that you kind of figure out, you follow some of the vets in your rookie year, or is it you kind of figure it out yourself as the years go on, and then by year 4, year 5, year 6, you kind of have it down?
For me, I came in and I began to watch other people and try to just imitate what they were doing.
Sure.
But then as you get older, you begin to find yourself trying to do the same things at the same time. Maybe getting to sleep at a certain time, eating at a certain time. You get to work. My day is going to start off in the morning where am I going to work out or am I going to look at some film? Whatever that is, you try to consistently do it. And it works. It's just like, the whole thing I always say about if you do something over and over again, it just becomes a reaction instead of a thought. Because on the football field, if you're thinking, you're in trouble. The things got to become a reaction. And you watch Jaden. I watch him come out on the field. He goes through the same thing with the basketball and the tennis ball. And he goes and he does stuff by the kicker's net where he's throwing stuff into the net. And a lot of people may be looking at it that don't understand anything of what's going on. But it translates to the game for him. And the whole basketball thing, I always wonder, like, what the hell is the basketball? And then you see him when he shoots it, it gets your wrists even a little bit more limber, loose, and things like that. So getting that, trying to have the routine be exactly the same over and over again, it becomes second nature. Like I tell people about dieting. Make something a lifestyle change instead of like something you're going to just do just to get into a dress or get into a pair of pants. If you do it every day the same way, it doesn't become something different or a chore. It just happens.
Yeah, how much does it impact you when you have a difference of a routine where you have to make a change, whether it's a short week, longer week, whatever it is? Because I know for me, I was never at a high level, but playing golf, right? Like you obviously have a pre-shot routine. You go through it because you want to be able to, whether it's, you're down by 1 on the 72nd hole of a tournament, or you're just teeing it up randomly on a random Saturday and you're just having some fun. You want to have the same routine so it feels the same, right? You get into the same rhythm. But how much does it change when something makes you change your routine?
So if you got a Thursday game instead of a Sunday game, you're talking about the game is 3 days earlier. What you do is that Tuesday, Monday, you start doing stuff going into that Thursday and you run right into the game. If the game is at night instead of being in the daytime, like when the game was at 1, I wake up in the morning, boom, and my day was already rolling. But if it's at night, you wake up in the morning, you have to make sure you don't I will take that nap and I wake up about the same amount of time I would wake up prior to a 1 o'clock game. And then you start having everything rotate again. It's not that you have to do it exactly the same time every week. It's the timing of it. When you start doing things to build you up to a game, when you start doing things to get you ready for that actual practice that day, and if you do those things like that, your body catches on. It knows at that point, like, okay, this is the day we're getting into action, or we're just going to practice today.
I like this from Jaden Daniels, cut number 4, where he was talking about how, he had a great rookie season and he was one of the best players in the National Football League, a top 5 quarterback in the league. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't still have to prove himself year after year after year.
Now I know every team in the league has made you the number 1 off-season project. These coaches are sitting in there day in, day out, studying you. How does that motivate you, and what does that make you feel like?
I just think as a competitor, you're always trying to find little ways to get better. And for me, it's like last year was last year. That's great, but it's a whole new year now, and I still got to go out there. I got to prove myself to my teammates, organization, each and every day that I'm getting better. And then when it's time to prepare and when those games come, I got to know that, hey, how can I eliminate some tendencies, stuff like that, because that's the big thing. Coaches are always trying to find tendencies of what this player is going to do so they can anticipate it and hopefully get you in that situation.
You're like a coach's dream, man. You know that?
I mean, he sounds like a guy, B. Mitch, that when we get 20, 25, 30 years down the road, we're going to be listening to these sorts of clips as someone that is an all-time great, right? It's someone that you fall in love with because he has accomplished so much for this football team.
Oh, totally. But the thing he's talking about, I speak about this a lot, where everyone talks about watching film of the other team. He's talking about watching film of himself. He said, find out tendencies you're giving off. And if you can pick up your tendencies that you're giving off, something that you do every time, then you can switch it up, or you can use it to make them think you're about to do something when you're finna do something else. Ernest Biner would always tell me, he said, man, I noticed right before the ball snap, you look right where you're going. So I used to like look around, boom, right before the ball snap. He said, if you do it every time, they will be waiting for you. So you start looking, look here, going there. Or look over here, but you're going up the middle. You find ways to try to make people, like, I would play against kickers, and what I did, I watched the kicker. And if you watch a punter, kicker, you watch where they line up, you know exactly where the ball is being kicked. To kick the ball to the right, they have to start farther over to their left, and they go up, and then they come at the ball. To kick it to their left, they're like close to the ball where they could just pull it over to the left. So what you do, you line up right where they kicking it at. They now have to try and adjust to try to fool you, and it'll mess them up. Or you line up where they don't. You make them think you don't know what the hell they're doing, and then you just, soon as they get close to the ball, you take off. Now you catch the ball and you come at it. You know, we would go out there with 2 returns based on where they're kicking, and I would wait, and then I would call a number, and then the people in the front of me would begin to just shoot the number all the way to the front, and we knew going right or left, or even going in the middle. You got to find ways to pick up on them and also make sure they can't pick up on you.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to hear a guy that had a successful rookie season, and he's been like this since he's been drafted. He's as humble as could be. He understands that this isn't something where, how many guys have had rookie seasons that were really, really good and then never did anything afterwards?
Yeah.
He doesn't want to be one of those guys.
Right, don't stay stagnant. And I think about what I love about Jaden plays this game in a way most people don't even know. His mom made a comment to me in Santana about what he does. I love it. People just think he's out there just laughing. He laughing because he cracking jokes on people. He having fun. He getting under their skin.
Oh, yeah.
And you got to be able to do that.
Yeah, he stays calm under pressure. And the other thing, too, about it is he prepares, but he's not someone out there that has to tell you how hard he's working.
Yeah.
Everyone else will tell you how hard he's
working.
working.
After the game is over, you know he's been working hard.
But exactly right. He's not one that has to tell you. I want to hear some of the rest of Jaden Daniels' audio. Also, former Washington quarterback could be on the move. And remember, Caps tickets at 12:20. Keep it tuned right here to 106.7 The Fan.
D-Mitch here. If you want confident convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. If you forgot to turn down the heat before vacation, you can adjust it in mere seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best. They've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly. And here's the best part. Rude's systems are whisper quiet. No more noise interruptions, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. It's confident performance, perfectly balanced. And also, you don't forget about the savings. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 per heat pump through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
We got a special guest coming up in about 15 minutes. We got Fred Smoot going to join us coming up at noon. Also giving away Caps Game 2 tickets all day today at 20 minutes past the hour until 5:20. Your next chance coming up at 12:20. Also want to remind you that the Caps back in the playoffs. Grant and Danny are going to be live from City Tap House Penn Quarter today before Game 1. If you come out, you can win 2 free tickets. 901 9th Street Northwest in Washington, D.C. Make sure you're listening, or check out Grant and Danny a little bit later out at City Tap House. Caps Game 1 tonight against the Canadiens. Want to continue to hear from Jaden Daniels, who was on with John Gruden. Thought, what he had to say was really insightful into his mindset going into the season and what he was able to accomplish last year. Want to hear what he had to say about Cliff's offense, clip number 3, Landfill. I think it's interesting what they were able to accomplish in year 1. Here's Jaden Daniels on the offense that Cliff installed.
200 yards rushing, 300 yards pass. I've never seen that much total offense from a quarterback. And then when you teamed up with Cliff Kingsbury, your offensive coordinator, I had no idea what kind of offense you guys were going to run. How do you summarize this Commander offense that you're running?
I think it's unique. I think for us, we got pro-style concepts. We don't huddle half the time. Our majority of the time, I would say not even half the time. Sometimes we might huddle. It's like a little muddle huddle where it's like, I'm speaking to everybody, might give a little hand signal here and there, but it's unique and it fits us. We want to be up fast, up tempo, because we don't really want to give the defense a chance to get set. And, in this league, first, second down, with third down, man, they call all the exotic blitzes. You got to go up there. You got to figure out where they're blitzing from. So, we try to eliminate as much as possible. And if we do got to get in that situation, we always prepare for that too.
How much do you think that played into what they were able to do this year with that no huddle and able to get up to the line of scrimmage, kind of maybe get simpler defenses? I think it fit exactly like he said, kind of fit what they were trying to do. And I really love the way they did, because it was a no huddle B Mitch without always being up tempo.
Well, what they were doing was basically not allowing the defense to automatically know, because the defenses are waiting for you to get your people in the huddle, because immediately now they know exactly what personnel is in. You break the huddle, they watch where people go. They try to give you the, what side is going to be the strong side, this, that, and the other. But what they did, they had kind of a loose huddle where they found out early, which they were mad. They didn't want him. They didn't want the league to know. They didn't want the league to know how good he was, how smart he was, and that he could check off. So what they did, he showed early on that I'm able to communicate to every person what we're running, whether by hand signals or telling them. And then he was able to get up there and scour the defense to know what he needs to put his team in. You know what I'm saying? So when you start doing those things, and like most young quarterbacks, they get to the line of scrimmage. They're waiting for what the center says. Then they start looking, and they take long. The longer you take, the better the defense can combat what you're doing. But if you walk up to the ball, boom, ball is snap, that defense is now, they're going to go base. And the more they go base, the easier it is for you to go out and have some level of success.
How often do you see a rookie quarterback having the control at the line of scrimmage that Jaden had?
Not often. Some of the best didn't have it like that as a rookie. So what you're impressed by that, and all of the stuff he talks about with his the virtual reality and all that stuff. People like to laugh here, people cracking jokes and stuff. But if you were ever put it on your head and look at what it's showing you everything faster. And once you get to the point where you can read that stuff coming, it's plays that they actually run.
Yeah.
And you read it a lot quicker and you picking up on it. When you now get into a game, like they say things slow down for you, they slow down. So he was probably the first guy that really took that to a big level in college. Nobody was doing that in the pros. I bet you people getting it for their guys in the pros now.
Well, and I think you saw it slow down significantly for him as the season went on.
Totally.
I think early on in the season, it was still quick for him.
Mm-hmm.
But especially once you got to the end of the year, there was nothing that was rattling him. There was nothing that he was looking at going, what the heck is this I'm looking at? It
was a combination. Stuff. It was a combination of his experience growing, and also that virtual reality still working. You didn't see him get to the end of the season and say, I got it now, I'm stop looking at this. You can speed that up. So if you're catching it quicker, now you want to be tested a little quicker. How about speed it up a little bit in the virtual reality machine? And you'll find out. And if he could pick up those things quick, it shouldn't be that difficult in the game.
Yeah, I think it was Ben Standig had the piece talking about the VR. He had things turned up to like 1.4 speed, 1.3, 1.4. So these guys are moving faster than they ever could move in real life. I mean, these dudes are running 3-second 40s in the thing that he's watching, right? So he's getting to see it at a different speed. The thing that impressed me as the season went on is, it's one thing to be able to command a muddle huddle like he does, right? Where you're just calling out the signals and understanding everything, but also making checks at the line. He's calling protections. There was a call again. I think it was the second Philadelphia game, the one they won, where he got a look he liked and they ran quarterback trap right up the middle. That was a check from Jaden.
Yeah.
Right? Like those sorts of things you just don't see from rookie quarterbacks.
And I think that's the thing about it, where coaches give you that ability, but they don't want you to check it off a play that they gave you unless it works. And for him to have the confidence as a rookie to check off as many things as he did, it tells you that they had to at some point went to him and said, look, man, if you see it, take it. Because if you do it so often and you're having success with it and you're not failing, the coach has to let you know, I want you to do this.
Final thing from Jaden with John Gruden. He talked about what Dan Quinn, how he wants him to take that next step in his second season.
Speaking of Dan Quinn, he's a fiery, upbeat, positive guy, D-line coach. Can you give the fans out there just a quick summary how Jaden Daniels sees his head coach?
Man, I love him. Players coach. He take care of us. He wants the best for us, and he's always looking for ways to tell me how to improve. Like this offseason, I had a conversation with him, and he's like, man, I want to see you I got something for you that I want to see you take this next step, and I think it's going to be better for you and the whole team too. So, it's that coach where it's like, man, he feels like he has to learn too. He's going to challenge me. I'm going to challenge him.
I love that.
I like the fact that he said that. If your coach tell you can challenge me, that's a secure coach. Not many NFL coaches are that secure. They want to be able to tell you and yell at you, but if they make a mistake, they want you to still don't say nothing to them.
Yeah, and I think
I don't like those coaches.
Sometimes you hear players coach, and it's a misnomer of this is a guy that is just a pushover and hangs out with the players.
Nah.
And that is not at all the case with Dan Quinn. He's going to get on you. At the same time, he loves you. He wants to see the best for you. He wants obviously you to have success and be the best player that you can be. It's going to help him, but I don't even know it's as worried about himself as he wants you to be the best player, best person you could possibly be.
You always hear Dan talking about how he wants the player to know that he cares about them, and he's trying to make them the best. Once that player understands that about a coach, that's a player's coach. The coach that can't talk to his team, where his team don't know if he cares about him or not, he can never be a player's coach. And you know what coaches those are? Those coaches, they always try to do something easy to make the player think I like it. But if you give me my way and I'm still not improving, I don't like you as a coach. You know what I'm saying? Then you're not a player's coach. You're just worthless. And that's all. Look, this man, Dan Quinn, you watch him. He is consistent in what he does. He can go up there and talk to his dudes, smiling on his face. He also can walk up to him, put his arm around him, and let them know they did something wrong. And they walk off shaking their head and understanding because they know he cares. That's the first thing as a coach you better be able to present to your player, that you give a damn about him.
Yeah, I mean, two things with him, right? Players want to play for him because he's a player's guy. He's going to be friendly. He's going to help you out. But also, he's going to get the best out of you. I think you look at this team last year, they maxed out their abilities. They absolutely did. They were not a top 4 talented roster in the National Football League. We can argue about where they were, but they weren't top 4. But they played like it because
they
were
weren't because they didn't have names that we recognized. But when they went on the field, they played at a level
exactly right
that made you understand. And that's because the coaching staff, they develop players. They get the best out of their players. We've had coaching staffs here that could not develop and couldn't get the best out of. So we had some names we thought were the stuff. And then they played like no names. This team played like a bunch of names.
Hoping a team tonight's playing in game one is going to play like a bunch of names. Capitals, game one tonight. Reminder, we're giving away Caps game 2 tickets today every hour at 20 minutes past the hour until 5:20. Your next chance to win is 12:20. Joining us next, Fred Smoot, the Mouse of the South, going to join us next. Here will be Mitch Finley.
This update is driven by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for Life. Washington Capitals preparing for the Montreal Canadiens later tonight at 7 p.m. Live play-by-play begins with the pregame show at 6:45 right here on 106.7 The Fan. Logan Thompson was the first goalie off the ice this morning for the Capitals. Stephen Wino reporting that Spencer Carberry says he expects Alexi Protas to play, but did not give an indication as to when. Duke men's basketball announcing on their X feed today that Cooper Flagg will enter his name into the NBA draft. The Wizards, the Hornets, the Jazz each have a 14% chance for landing the top pick in the draft lottery, which is May 12th. The actual NBA draft begins at 8 p.m. June 25th. In the NFL, Pro Bowl center Cam Jurgens agrees to a contract extension with the Eagles, 4 years and $68 million. The Jets are picking up the fifth-year options for 3 first-round picks from 2022, Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, and Jermaine Johnson. John Kahn reported this weekend the Commanders have met with Ohio State running back Travion Henderson multiple times throughout the draft cycle. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, all just a click away at tedbritt.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Welcome back. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer are in for JP today. A reminder, we got Caps tickets all day long, giving away Game 2 tickets every hour at 20 minutes past the hour until 5:20. Your next chance to win coming up in about 15 minutes at 12:20. Right now, it's time to get out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and bring in Washington legend Fred Smoot. Smoot, what's going on, man?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing, man?
Can't complain.
We good, young man. How you doing?
I'm great. No JP again today. Hey, I'm used to it. It happens.
Hey, you're starting to learn that. So, Fred,
yeah.
As you look at this draft, okay, and I know that you really get into this, and people, y'all listen to Fred. He might talk crazy about a lot of stuff, but he truly gets involved with the draft. What position you think the Commanders should be looking at 29?
At 29, and you hear a lot of people talk about this draft, especially compared to last year's draft, say it's not as talented. I think it is talented. It's just it's more starters than it is Pro Bowlers, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. Like, this is a blue collar draft, like a lot of dudes in the draft. And at 29, B. Mitch, truly, I'm going to move back if it's me personally. I'm going to move back. I'm going to try to get more draft capital. I'm going to try to add more young talent to offset some of the older talent I added on the team. At 29, like everybody tell you, when it comes to this draft, from pick 25 to pick 75, these players, to me, grades are not too different in certain positions. You want to talk about the running back position? I think legitimately it's 25 guys that's going to get drafted at the running back position. You want to talk about the interior rush? It's a lot of good D tackles in this draft. You want to talk about like edge rushers? I know it's some guys at the top, but it's some guys in the middle too that I think they can get it done. So I think it's deeper than most people say it is. I think they say it's not deep because it's only a few quarterbacks. And I was listening earlier. I was listening to the Junkies earlier, and I think they had a former GM in from the New York Jets, if I'm not, and I respect everybody. Like this all we doing is offering up our expertise. But he said something like Shador was undraftable, like on his draft board.
Insane.
And I would like to go against it. I would say he reminds me of a guy that I played with coming out in 2001, and that was Drew Brees. Like, Drew Brees did not have the biggest arm. Drew Brees was not the biggest person. He threw with anticipation. He knew pocket presence. He knew how to manipulate a pocket. Everybody's not going to look good on paper. That don't mean they can't play his game.
Yeah, where do you land on these quarterbacks? Because I like Shador Sanders. I think that he can be a really solid quarterback. I understand Cam Ward's probably going number 1 overall because maybe the ceiling's a bit higher. But how do you rank those guys? And then after that, Jackson Dart and Jalen Milroe, Tyler Shuck, how do you have the quarterbacks ranked?
Of course, Cam. He's number one, but it's something about that buyers beware with that number one pick at quarterback. I don't think in the last 10 years a quarterback that was drafted number one has even been to the playoffs, let alone like contended. So, buyers beware with the number one pick. But I think the one thing he does a great job of is playing off schedule and manipulating the pocket making it what he wants it to be. Not really weaponizing his legs all the time to do it. It's just a good awareness in the pocket. And like I said, I just told you how I felt about Shador. I give him more props than they gave him, and it's more than just the fact that his last name is Sanders. I love for my quarterbacks to not go to the powerhouse schools. Like, I would rather for my quarterback to have to problem solve on his way to the top instead of having a first-round wide receiver, a first-round tight end, and a first-round offensive line right in front of him. I don't know who you really are then. And Jackson Dart, I think Jackson Dart is going to be the most intriguing one of these guys because he doesn't do anything great, but he does a little bit of everything good. He runs better, and he's a better athlete than you think he is. He throws the ball and pushes it down the field. But I think when they talk about him, it's going to be, can he be the same player week in and week out? One Jackson Dart you meet Monday, the next Sunday it could be a whole nother Jackson Dart. But when it comes to these quarterbacks, they're going to always be compared to their counterparts from last year, and there's no comparison.
I wonder if the fact that Shador's last name is Sanders is causing a lot of these people pause, because let's be real. You were in the league for a long time. I was too. And when you felt strong enough and you would challenge people, they never liked that. And Dion is going to challenge him, and I'm sure his son has some of that Dion in him. Can that be why this guy said, he's undraftable, because he don't know how to deal with him?
They don't know what to say because he's a Sanders that's not fast. So they're saying you ain't got one of your daddy's number one traits, but I can tell you what he is. He's a problem solver. I can tell you what. And guess what? Here go the blessing about it all, B. Mitch. I know people gonna say you backwards for saying that. Sometimes it don't pay for you to go in the top 15. What if he goes in the bottom 20 of the first round? Don't you know that's a better team? Like, Pittsburgh is a better situation than Cleveland. Like, Pittsburgh is a better situation than New Orleans. Sometimes falling in the draft works for a guy by the name of Drew Brees that ended up going to San Diego. So it just sometimes let things happen that they should happen, and maybe he just benefits from not having to go to a team that needs to retool the whole team. But yeah, because his last name is Sanders, and that's why I say he's just Drew Brees with a gold chain on, and sometimes people don't like that.
Talking with Fred Smoot here on the Rude Guest Hotline on B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today. I think a lot of people expect edge rusher at 29. I've seen some people maybe talking to Trevion Henderson at 29. Do you think there's any chance they could go corner? Is there something that you feel like they could upgrade there, or maybe it's someone in the second round? Is there a corner that you like there?
Toby, from what we did in the offseason through the free agent moves, we are a team that's set up for best player available. We're going to let the draft dictate where we go. We're not going to dictate the draft. And I would tell the fans this, too. We always looking for the new hot item. Don't forget about the items we bought last year. Jean Baptiste is going to get better. All right, Tyler Owens is going to get better. Marshawn Lattimore will be better. Like, sometimes you have the answer on your roster, but people don't want to give players time to mature. All right, and to mature and get better, they will. So let's not forget about the guys that we already have on the roster. But I think we are going to let it fall to us. That's what happened in Philadelphia. They weren't supposed to get Jaden Collar. He fell to them. All right, like, sometimes you sit there, you put yourself, when you get Laramie Tunsil, that allows you to move Coleman down. That strengthens your offensive line. You resign some veterans on this team, Bobby Wagner and a lot of more guys. So you're not really filling gaps. I'm looking for situational football players right now. I'm looking for a situational pass rusher, somebody that don't even have to take on the run on first and second down. I'm looking for a situational running back. Like, so I think we just set ourselves up to just let everything fall to us.
I look at the draft every year, and we get a lot of rumors about certain people, and they may fall in the draft. Some of them don't fall. Hell, Laramie Tunsil fell in the draft some years ago, but still, he look where he's at. But multiple years later, still a 5-time Pro Bowler, All-Pro, has done great stuff out there. James Pierce Jr. keeps getting the rap of having issues. And the only issue I found was that he was speeding and he didn't have his insurance with him. Now, there are some of it, There's some other guys out there who got sexual assaults and every damn thing else. They're not being discussed as issues. Could this whole thing on James Pierce Jr. be somebody starting a rumor to try to get him to fall?
Well, you know how I go around this time. You got 50% rumors, 50% truth, and for some GMs, it doesn't matter. And some guys, it does. And you know how that is, B. Mitch. It's like a little bit of everything. The mud getting slung around, and he's been a guy that they've been tagged him as this month since the draft process started. But if a guy like that talented fall at you, and you know your franchise is set up to nurture somebody like that, your franchise is set up to locker room is set up, which our locker room is set up for that. Now we can take these chances. 3 years ago, we couldn't take those chances. Now we can't do that on a high-end rush in that all he needed some tender love and care. Listen, for all the Dow Greens on your team, you better have you some Dexter Manleys. I know that. B-Mitch, you know for a fact team has to be a mixture. It can be a mixture of choir boys, but we need a couple edgy guys. We don't know if they're going to show up, but if they do, we know what we're going to get.
100%, baby.
Yeah, that's an interesting take on that. Appreciate it. Talking to Fred Smoot here on the Rootcast Hotline. You talked about the running back class being deep. Who's someone that's not being talked about enough that you would like maybe in the later rounds or something that Washington could target?
I like two-time from Virginia Tech. The question is, can he put on a couple pounds and still keep the speed? Everybody's in love with Travion Henderson, rightly so. He got a little bit Mitch in him. He can do a little bit of everything. He's very versatile. He's from the area. He's from Virginia. I like Rocket Sanders. Nobody's talking about Raheem Sanders from South Carolina. You want to talk about somebody that's big, that can flat out run downhill, that can break the long ball, that'll probably be there available maybe in the 4th, 5th, and 6th round. Unbelievable talent right there. You got Judson from Iowa. I think the one thing he got more wiggle than people think he has. And that's why this is a draft. I'm not going to be forced to take a running back in the first round. There's just too many of those guys. And it's whatever flavor do you want? Do you want the big guy to come downhill, or do you want the guy that can break the big play? If it's me personally, I'm trying to add explosiveness to this offense. That's all I want to add. I just want to add speed. So if I'm adding speed through the running back position, through the tight end position, our wide receiver position, I don't care. I want some people that can get the ball in their hand and make plays. And maybe Tuton is that guy. Maybe it's Rocket Sanders. I don't know. But it's just a lot of guys to choose from.
The comment you just made about this locker room being equipped now to be able to deal with some people that may need just a little chilling. I was telling Toby that before we started this show today, because I think every time you look at anybody that have a problem, back in the day we always said, "Oh, well, if we got somebody with a problem, don't bring them here," because they were going to their problems will be enhanced. Now they have everything in place, from front office to coaching staff to inside the locker room, to help those guys out. And I'd be damned if I'm gonna walk past a guy that has extreme talent because of some minor thing out there.
Well, you know how I get. Like my grandma used to say about my uncle all the time. She was like, "I don't have to spend this time with your mama like I got to spend. I got the love on your uncle, all right? Because he's a problem. I got the love on him, and that's what happens. And guess what? When somebody feel the love, they feel appreciated, they feel protected. You can get the best out of them. They're not coming in here with their head held down because you heard about what happened in my past. No, we worried about your future, and that's what we gonna do as a whole group. We're gonna do that as a coaching staff. We're going to do that as a community. We're going to love on you. So sometimes, like you say, we are built for that now. Would I have said did this a couple of years ago? No, I would have said no, just leave it alone.
Hell yeah.
What do you think about Travis Hunter? You think he can play both ways in the NFL? Which side do you think he's better at?
I think he might be legitimately a better wide receiver right now. When I watch him play wide receiver, I see a little hybrid between Justin Jefferson and Devontae Smith. Now, he's very wiggly. He high points the ball. His ball skills are off the chain. I think he's just an inch. So if I'm saying he a top 10 wide receiver, pick at wide receiver, he's still a bottom of the first round cornerback. So he's still up there. Like, he's still up there. He has a little champion in him when it comes to when he plays defense. But if I had him on his team, he's so unique. I'd be doing my team a disjustice if I literally brought him on the team and then play him as both, some kind of way. Do I think he can learn corner faster than he can learn wide receiver because the offensive playbook is just that challenging? It is, but I would not challenge him to learn the whole playbook. I would challenge him to learn the Hunter package. I would have a legit red zone package for him, and I have some third down and some big plays for him. So it's all about the teams that get him. But if he ain't got a quarterback throwing to him on offense, he will look mediocre. And if he doesn't have a pass rush on defense, he has a chance to look mediocre. The big question going to be for him, how would he last 4 quarters when the offense is going to plan to run at you to tire you out? Are you going to be able to take on the run, take on the pass, and then go run routes against number 1 corners in the league? I don't know. It can take a toll, but he does have the skill set to do it. I'm eager to see it. He might be football show. Hey, I want to see it.
Well, you know what, Fred? I don't think it's happening. I don't think this league is going. They are not going to. He may play sparingly at one position than the other, but he's not going to be playing like he wants to play both ways all the time. Not at this level.
No, it won't be, like I said, a package on offense.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think you utilize him that much on offense until you need big plays. I'd say maybe 15 plays at the most, 12 plays a game on offense, the rest on defense. He doesn't play in the return game, so that's where he can get us some rest. But like I say, D-Mitch, it's going to be, how do he take on the NFL run game? How do he tackle these running backs? How do he tackle these 6'5", 240-pound tight ends? And how many times does he get back up?
Yeah,
that's going to be the thing.
Exactly.
I want to ask you about one more guy. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with Washington because I don't think he'll get there at 29. But one of my favorite players in this draft, Smoot, is Jaden Barron out of Texas. What do you make of him as a DB that can do a little bit of everything?
Me and Logan has been going back and forth about Barron. His film is unbelievable, right, Toby? His film is unbelievable. The big games, he makes plays. He doesn't run well to us. The one thing about him, and I think he has to be a nickelback. Everybody looks at him and say he can play outside. I think in this league, he's going to capitalize from being a nickelback. I am eager to see how he does down the field with the taller receivers, the Mike Evans of the world. How does he does with Marvin Harrison Jr.? I want to see that, but his film is so good, you cannot deny that he's a talent. But can I get that talent, same talent, in the second or third round? Could I go to Kansas State? He's intriguing. He's intriguing to me, but I just don't know what type of pro he's going to be.
That's NFL draft expert Fred Smoot.
I told you when he talk about cooking, I don't believe nothing he said. When he talk about draft, I believe everything he said.
Hey, what got you into being so deep into the draft here? This is awesome.
Man, I was always into the draft before I even got drafted, man. I just love the draft process. I call it the trail of tears. Somebody going to be very happy that weekend, and some people going to be very mad that weekend, but you will get the emotions out of people. It's the weekend that the people change, they life change. So I was already one. I like to study a guy because I want to try to figure out what's that one trait that you need from a guy to guarantee that he's going to be a good pro, and nobody has figured that out. Sometimes it's a trial and everything, and I also think it's just the love for the game. If a guy loves the game, he'll figure out a way to make a team, and he'll figure out a way to get better.
All right, if Jeff was coming out of college, what would his draft report be?
Jeff? No, see, we'll be getting Jeff in that equipment room. You know, we need Jeff to hand out that equipment. We're going to tell him that your career is over with. Now, you got a couple of options. You can be a coach assistant. We can let you in the medical room. But, you know, we're not going to play these athletic games with Jeff. All right? I've heard the stories with Jeff in the helmet that never was. I've heard the story. I literally watched. I cringed when this happened, B. Mitch, when he let the whole community down. When he lost that freestyle battle. It's over and over with Jeff, man.
Smoot, it's always good to chat, man. Appreciate you hopping on.
All right, thanks, fellas.
Take care, man.
That's Fred Smoot. He joined us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Always a great guest here on B-Mitch and Finley. Right now, be caller number 9 to 800-636-1067. Win a pair of tickets to Game 2 for the 2025 playoffs with the Washington Capitals on Wednesday, April 23rd against Montreal at Capital One Arena. For tickets and more information, visit thefandc.com. Coming up next, we'll take a look at trading down potentially for the Washington Commanders in the NFL Draft.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Don't miss your chance to bet on all the clutch shots and legendary performances with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. That means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30 points or put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and see who's hot without even leaving the app. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, playoff time is perfect time to join. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wage only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. We got playoff hockey coming your way tonight on the Fan. Caps and Canadians set to duke it out in Game 1 from Cap One Arena. Injury news: Alexi Protas officially out from a cut after being cut by a skate on his foot. He's been skating in a non-contact jersey for the past couple of practices. He will eventually suit up in this series, according to Coach Spencer Carberry. Martin Feravari officially listed as questionable tonight after turning his ankle against the Islanders. Jacob Chikrin will play after being struck in the face by a puck on Friday. As for the netminder, Logan Thompson, he was the first off the ice at this morning's skate. Spencer Carberry declined to name the starter in net for tonight. College basketball news: Duke superstar and National Player of the Year Cooper Flagg officially declaring for the NBA draft this morning. The Wizards hope the ping pong balls bounce their way in next month's draft lottery, as they have the top odds to land the number 1 overall pick, along with Utah and Charlotte. There's no better drink to enjoy on the golf course than Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. It's light, refreshing, made with real vodka and real brewed tea, only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairway, and cheers to Surfside. It's tea time. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
Always great to chat with Fred Smoot. Never disappoints me, Mitch.
He is absolutely out of his mind. But I can tell you one thing. If he's talking about that draft stuff, that's something he does. Just like, what's my man used to be with the Jaguars. He does with all draft stuff now. Running back.
Oh, yeah, MJD.
Yeah, Maurice Jones-Drew. He was the same way. And Fred is that type, man. Just, me and Tanner understand. There's certain things you could ask Fred about. Some things don't, because, we have the mindset that if he's asked the question, he going to give you an answer, whether the answer is right or not. But he knows this draft stuff, so we make sure we stick to that.
We're giving away Caps tickets all show long. It's to Game 2 every hour at 20 minutes past the hour until 5:20. Your next chance coming up at 1:20. But DJ and Culpepper won our last set of tickets about 10 minutes ago. DJ, congrats. You're going to Game 2, man.
Bro, thanks a lot, man. It's a dream come true, man.
Yeah, how many games you get to this year?
Dude, I am the biggest Caps fan, but I've never been to a game in my life.
Oh, you're going to enjoy it, man. Believe me, playoff hockey, rocking the red, it's going to be loud as hell.
Yeah,
dude, I can't wait. B. Mitch, you're a god, dude. Man, I'm down here in Culpeper, man. There's so many country people out here that listen to you and love you and JP, man. Y'all got the best show throughout the day, man. I love y'all every day. I ride around all day long listening to y'all, man.
Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate
Thank
you, DJ. Enjoy the game on
and
Wednesday.
I heard Jeff in there trying to challenge you because he thought you were a DJ. Wasn't he?
No, I was asking him because he was like, yo, is DJ Christensen? And I'm like, so is that your DJ name or is that your real name? He was like, no, I'm DJ Chris. And he was saying his name is DJ.
Yeah, that's his last name.
His last name was Chris.
But you always challenge everybody. You ain't the only damn DJ, Jeff.
No, I don't challenge no one. I ask so I can network. You never know whatever my friendship would go. But can we just say, can we get callers that get on the air? Can y'all sound that excited when we talking to y'all about these tickets, man? I love that call right there, man.
Yeah, I mean, first time going to a Caps game and first time as a playoff game.
That's cool, man.
That's going to be electric. Now, I hope it's something that he gets to go to more playoff games, because if he just goes to a random December night on a Tuesday, it might be a little bit less electric than Game 2 against the Canadians. Maybe doesn't live quite up to that. NFL draft coming up on Thursday. Washington in a prime spot to trade down. We kind of talked about this a little bit earlier. Is it something that you want to see them trade down, or you're kind of fine wherever they're at? Because I think it's one of those things for me where I don't need them to trade down. It's definitely not a need now with where they're at. I think Fred kind of laid it out perfectly that they can kind of let the draft dictate where they go. But ideally for me, they would still trade down.
I believe that what they did in the offseason has, like I said, set them up to do what they want to do. If they can play this thing, they don't have to really make a decision until 29 comes up. What if, right when they get the pick, somebody call and say, we want to move? They could go then. Because I don't think if they were to go out and say, yeah, we're looking to move, and that's when you lose. I always felt the first person that speaks when it comes to negotiation, you lose. So if they wait around and if they find someone that they want, we got somebody we can take at 29. And then somebody come up and say, we want to get so-and-so. Okay, what you want to give for it? Now, if what they're giving is worth it, yeah, you do it. You go back and you try to get some more people. Because the thing about it, when you have people that are drafting that can bring in people that you feel can help you no matter what round it is, you want to get more picks. Because, I've seen people get drafted previous years. None of them help us in no round. Second, third, fourth, none.
True.
So, but they have shown they can pick people to come in and help.
How important do you think it is for specifically pick 29, if they don't trade out of it, to come in and help right away? Because this is a team that was in the NFC Championship game last year. They want to get someone that can help you right away, right?
Looking at what they've done thus far, when they pick, they normally play, especially those top 3 rounds. So if you pick somebody at 29, he needs to come play.
Yeah, I think.
Not that he will.
I think so too. I think you can get quality players because, again, this is kind of the notion that's really been frustrating me throughout this draft cycle that we were kind of talking about before the show, where so many people look at the draft now that Washington's picking at number 29, when basically my entire life they've been drafting in the top half of the draft. People just write it off as, oh, it's a second round pick, basically.
Most people don't know. They don't understand it because they have not had that luxury.
Yeah, and I understand it.
The Chiefs and the Patriots pick late.
They pick late all the time, and they don't get an excuse, right?
Yeah.
Like you get the picks that you're given, and it's not basically a second round pick. You still have to hit these things because Washington can get there once. We've seen plenty of teams get there once.
Basically, a second round pick is basically a second round pick could be a Hall of Famer. Basically, a third round pick could be a Hall of Famer. Basically, a fourth, fifth round pick, undrafted, could be a Hall of Famer. Everybody that's drafted in the first round don't make it extended years. And they damn sure don't make it to the next level outside. But there are a lot of people in the Hall of Fame that were not drafted in the first round. I've said it for years. Stop thinking that all you need is first and second round. You need other people. There are some people that get drafted later on. You know why? Because they went to a smaller school. Their name wasn't a recognizable name. And you know what you have? You have a lot of people that work in the GM department and front offices. You know what they do? They don't want to go out on a limb and try to pick somebody. I don't think Adam Peters and Dan Quinn are those people.
No.
They pick people and they still find a way to get those people up to par to play. And maybe the problem with us in this area, we are shell-shocked. PTSD like a mug. We are so used to only having top 10 picks and low round, high draft, our first round pick because we sucked for years. Now we don't suck anymore, and we're probably going to be picking later. Like that. And you go back when Joe Gibbs was around, there's a lot of people he picked late in the first, and most people they weren't in the first at all, and they won a lot with that.
Well, and we've seen teams before that can get to a championship game, a conference championship game, or at least advance in the playoffs, and they're good, but then they fall off because they can't draft well. They can't continue to add the talent. When you have to pay some of these guys, suddenly you don't have the necessary guys to replace those dudes with cheaper draft picks. You have to be able to hit on your draft. There's no excuses. Like, think about when Jacksonville went to that AFC championship with Jalen Ramsey still on that defense.
Mm-hmm.
And look, how fast did they fall off afterward? Like, you've still got to be able to hit on draft picks. There's no excuse just because you're drafting down at 29 that now, it's no big deal. Trent McDuffie was a great player, like you said. There are so many dudes that you can get later on that are still good football players. And I think the way that Fred laid it out there, I think is really good here in terms of we're used to looking at a first-round pick for Washington getting drafted super high, and you think superstar. And maybe they don't get the superstar. They still could at 29.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe you don't end up with a superstar, but you end up with a solid starter. That's just fine at 29.
When you draft them at 29, you won't know that day that they're a superstar or not. Superstar don't come from where you draft them, and it comes from what years they put in. And if the guy comes in with a great work ethic and a willingness to learn, that number 29 pick might be better than the 28 that were picked before him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just think that we assume automatically because someone gets picked in a certain position, they are naturally a star. I've seen many first-round busts I've seen many first-round Bammers. I mean, I've seen so many first-rounders come in, don't know how to walk and chew gum at the same time. But they came in with a little hype, and they weren't around 4 years later, 5 years later. They weren't around. So let's stop caring about that and care about who comes on the team, no matter where they were picked, that have an effective outcome for this team.
800-636-1067. I want to open the phone lines on this if you want to hop in, talking about, do you want to see Washington trade down in the draft? What do you want to see them do in the draft? One thing that I think is interesting about this too, Mitch, and I think this kind of fits in there when you're drafting a little bit later, you have to have a vision for these guys.
Mm-hmm.
You have to understand what role they're going to fit into. You have to understand how you're going to develop them and help these guys along, because I've brought this up before, and I don't know if people necessarily agree or not, but when you look back at Ron's draft picks, we crush them all the time, right? Chase Young, Jahan Dotson, Emmanuel Forbes, Jamin Davis, none of which are here anymore. I don't know that the issue so much was the player that they drafted. In some case, maybe it was because maybe their personality didn't fit or their work ethic wasn't there. But in terms of their football ability, they were talented players that at worst were going in the second round. So it's not as if he drafted someone you'd never heard of.
True.
But they didn't develop them. They didn't put them in positions to succeed at all. And in turn, you get a football player that you overdrafted, and then you don't play them in a spot for them to be successful. And that's where you get to the spot where all these guys are no longer here.
Remember, we drafted a lot of people, and as soon as we drafted them, we wanted to move them. They drafted Brandon Coleman last year. That dude played a whole year his rookie year. And I don't think it was a failure. I think it was a successful rookie year. But then you were able to find someone that's more effective at that position. You found another damn good offensive lineman that you can move to another position, which in turn your offensive line gets better. You know what I mean? People, we get so concerned about just a certain picks. Look at what they did with their draft picks last year. Hell, you draft the guy, Mikey Sarenstein, second rounder, all of a sudden, if Jaden Daniels wasn't around, he's your best draft pick. You know what I mean? And played well enough to make you understand this kid is going to be here for a long time. You know? And I guess based off of the mindset we get, no one never thought he was going to be good. And now that he's played well, they probably still don't care because he wasn't the first rounder. You know what I mean? I care. I watch him work. I watch him lead. And I watch him perform in very, very difficult situations at a super high level. So I like that. And what it tells me is the people that are picking know how to pick. They're not just grabbing. They're picking people that they know can play.
800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the listener lines talking about the NFL draft. Want to see the Commanders move down? What do you want to see them do at 29? Also, a reminder, we're giving away Caps Game 2 tickets today every hour at 20 minutes past the hour until 5:20. Your next chance coming up at 1:20. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell. A reminder, giving away Caps game 2 tickets today every hour at 20 minutes past the hour till 5:20. Your next chance coming up at 1:20. Also, Grant and Danny going to be out on the road today, out at City Tap House in Penn Quarter. Maybe you can check them out there. Also going to give you opportunities to win Caps tickets during their show. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in. We're talking about the NFL draft. What do you want to see Washington do at 29? Potentially trade down? Is there a player that you're looking for? Let's get out to Ray in D.C. Ray, what's going on? Ray, you there?
What's up, Jones? How y'all doing?
What's going on?
Oh, this ain't the Jones. This is B. Mitchell Fanny. What's that?
What's up, man?
That's my fault, man. My fault. Hey, you know what? I've been playing this general manager stuff. I'm just an average fan, but you can go in there and do mock simulators and everything, you know what I'm saying? And, the simulators, they give you stuff that will really look good, but I know it don't happen in the NFL for real. But, it's certain players that I have on my board, and if the players are there when it comes to me to being picked, and I get a phone call from, let's say, Cleveland. Cleveland comes, okay, look here, Ray. I'm going to give you 33 and 55. And don't answer nothing back. They just want to move. I'm going to get that 33 because it's not far from where I'm picking at. Was it 29? I'm not far from 29. So my big boy got a certain players that's there. And I know they're not going to pick all 4 or 5 of them players that I got on my big board. So if I can get a pick like that, that's real close to where I'm picking at, that's fine. But if I don't get no call, I'm going to stay there. I'm going to drag it out. And, maybe someone will call when it's time for that second round to come around. That second round to come around, somebody might give me a call with that one also. Because I got players, I'm like you, bitch. I got players that's in the 4th and 5th round that can really do me some justice, that can better this team.
Sure.
I'm not looking for Hall of Famers. I'm looking for football players that can produce. That's what I'm looking for. And thanks, y'all. Thank y'all for having me. And my fault, man, for calling y'all a John.
You good, brother?
Appreciate it, Ray. Yeah, just looking, B. Mitch, early second rounds, the Browns pick at 33. If they weren't to go quarterback in the first round, maybe they could be interested in coming up for someone that might be available at 29. The Giants, maybe at 34. The Titans are going to take Cam Ward, so 35's off the table. 36 is the Jags. Unless they wanted to come up for something other than quarterback, I don't see that happening. 37's intriguing with the Raiders. Maybe they could want to come up, just looking at picks that are around there. Then it's the Patriots, and they're not drafting a quarterback. Then it's the Bears. 40 is maybe the last one there in the early second round with the Saints, where they want to move up, or maybe the New York Jets, depending. But I think
basically what he just said, he has a chance to sit there and wait.
Exactly right.
And see what happens.
Well, and I think that's what makes this so difficult is...
And we're not in such a position where we got to get somebody to come do it.
Exactly. And I think that's what makes this draft so difficult for Washington is they're sitting there at 29 and there's nothing that they have to do.
Yeah.
So they could just pick at 29. They could trade down, but we're not going to have a better understanding of what exactly is going to happen until like the 24th pick and after, right? We're not going to know for at least a couple of hours into Thursday night what's going on in the first round, and then you might have a better understanding of if you're going to be able to trade down or not, because a lot of this is going to be decided by what happens at pick number 3. Does Shedeur Sanders end up going to the Giants? Does he not? Does he slide down to Pittsburgh in the 20s? If Shedeur does go early, does Jackson Dart go to the Pittsburgh Steelers at 21? And then does someone still want Jalen Milroe? It can go so many different ways. I think that's maybe part of why you've seen the little bit of a difference in draft intrigue for some of the fans around here, but it doesn't mean that they can't get a good player, B. Mitch. They can still get someone in here that can really help out right away.
They can get some damn good players, and I think they will. It's that player may come at a position that you're not even thinking of at this point.
I mean, honestly,
it's not like they have to go at a certain position.
They're in a spot where the only positions that they're not taking is quarterback and then long snapper, punter, and kicker.
Probably so.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Those are the only 4 positions that they're not taking, because they could get a receiver there. They could get a running back there. If one of the top 2 tight ends falls, they could get a tight end there. They could end up with obviously an edge rusher. Like they could go anywhere, even defensive tackle, B Mitch. They could still go D tackle. So I think that's the nice part, and that's where they've done their job. And I think the most refreshing part about all of this, B Mitch, is the fact that when we're talking about the draft, we don't even feel like we have to go too in depth. Like we can choose the players that we like. But I also know one thing. I'm going to like whoever Adam Peters likes because I trust Adam Peters.
Yep. I remember when they signed Adam, that's what everybody said. In Adam, we trust. All I've seen since then was questioning.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it comes with the business, right? It's part of it. But I think that when you look at what they're going to be able to do here, they're going to be able to better their roster. They have some draft picks, and they've gone about it a little bit differently than I think a lot of people were expecting, where they've traded a lot of those mid-round picks, and they've done a lot of trading to get some guys in here that can help you out. But Marshawn Lattimore's here, Laramie Tunsil's here, Debo Samuel is here. And so I think they're still going to be able to find some really good players in this draft that can help them out. But this also is really important. Like you can't let them off the hook. Like this is part of their job. They have to nail these things so that in years to come, they still have a solid football team.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, but it's like, I don't know why people think if they don't draft, like there's this one portion who feel you can't trade out. You got to trade out. You got to stay at 29. There's other people who believe you have to trade out. You can't do nothing else. I don't know where these people come from. My whole thing is, man, build the football team. And the one that you have this year is not the one last year. The one you have next year won't be the one that you have this year. You got to always build the best team you feel at that moment. And that is the thing about it, where I have a mindset at one point of the year where, okay, you see. Then as they build an offseason, I'm like, okay, then they don't have to do anything now. Then once you build that team, hell, that's what you basically with. Like all the people, as soon as we build the team, now they want to tell you who you should trade. You can't just trade just to trade. You got to have a trading partner.
And that's the thing right there.
Yeah. So the whole thing is, when you put a team together, you're saying this team we feel we can win with. It may not be the team that looks the best, but we can win with them. Last year didn't look the best. They won.
They were able to, maximize what they had. Caps game 1 tonight as they take on the Canadians. John Walton going to be on the call right here on the Fan. He's going to join us next. Also, still got some Caps tickets for you. We're giving away game 2 tickets all day today, 20 minutes past the hour. Your next chance coming up at 1:20. Keep it tuned right here to B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
We're brought to you by Meadow Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. Hopefully there's plenty of happiness tonight at Cap One Arena as the chase for Lord Stanley's Cup officially begins for the Caps as they host Montreal in Game 1. The Caps struggled down the stretch, losing 4 out of 6. Coach Carbs gave an injury update earlier today. Alexi Protas is out with a cut on his foot. He has been skating in a non-contact jersey at the past few practices. He will play eventually, according to Coach Carbs. Martin Farivari officially listed as questionable after turning his ankle against New York. Jacob Chikrin, he will play after being hit in the face by a puck on Friday during practice. Logan Thompson was the first off the ice at practice this morning. Spencer Carberry declined to name the starter in net for tonight. You can hear the action tonight right here on The Fan. John Walton and Ken Sabrin begin our coverage beginning at 6:45. Face-off set for 7 p.m. Nats have the night off after taking 2 out of 3 versus the Rockies over the weekend. They begin a 2-series homestand tomorrow as they play host to the Orioles. NBA playoffs continue tonight as Denver looks to take a 2-0 series lead over the Clippers. They edged LA Saturday night in OT. Out in the East, we get game 2 of the 3 versus 6 matchup as the Knicks look to take both at home against the Pistons. Attention VIPs, brighten your world with Meadow Farms during our blooming sale. 20% off all in-stock azaleas and 20% discounts for our 4.5-inch premium annuals. Hurry in. The sale ends Wednesday. Discover more at meadowfarms.com or at any of our 16 locations. Meadow Farms, plant a little happiness. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Final hour on a Monday. A B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell. Giving away Caps tickets all day today to Game 2. Today, every hour at 20 minutes past the hour until 5:20. Next chance coming up in about 20 minutes at 1:20. Right now, it's time to get out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome in the radio voice of the Capitals, John Walton, getting set to call Game 1 tonight. John, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Toby. How are you?
Can't complain, man. Excited about some playoff hockey. What's the preparation like getting ready for Game 1 tonight?
Well, through the morning skate here in Arlington, and Spencer Carberry has gone a little more tight-lipped than he has been through, we'll say, the first couple of seasons here, which is understandable, and just not a whole lot of confirmation on lineup. But we can tell you this. Looked like Logan Thompson might be able to get back in between the pipes tonight for Game 1. He was the first goaltender off today. Doesn't mean that he's in, but usually that's what we look for. Coach didn't really give us any indication, but if that's the case, it'll be the first time he's been in since April 2nd. No Alexei Protas tonight, no Martin Farivari tonight. But otherwise, the line combinations that we've seen down the stretch and in toward the playoffs here, I think will be the same, and looking to get the start that they really need in this best of 7 against Montreal tonight. Get out to a really good start, try and get that first win, and then go from there.
If it's Logan Thompson, can you expect him to be what he was? I mean, I know he's been out for a bit, but they wouldn't play him if he's not ready.
Well, I mean, from a physical standpoint, that's absolutely true. From a result standpoint, I think when you look at what went on over the last 25, 26, 27 games, I mean, really from the Four Nations break in February until now, neither he nor Charlie Lindgren had the goals against average that they had in the first 2/3 of the season. The Caps were giving up a little bit more than 3 goals a game in that span. That is a lot different than what was about 2.5 during the course of the first 2/3 of the season. So up a little bit, and you'd like to see that come down, especially now that we're here in the postseason. And for Logan, he was going through a little bit of that, and then at the time he got hurt. So it hasn't been 3 weeks, but it's been the better part of 3 weeks since we saw him in there. So I think if indeed it is LT tonight, I think it's going to be really important for him just to feel a few pucks early, to be able to kind of get back into a groove. I understand this is a tough decision because Charlie is healthy, and I thought his last time out was really good in the game against the Islanders on Tuesday. So, but Logan Thompson went 31-6, and it's tough to dispute that. So we'll see how he fares if indeed he is the guy tonight in Game 1.
Talking with John Walton here on B. Mitch and Finley ahead of Game 1 tonight for the Caps and the Canadiens. John, I think the question that just about every Capitals fan has going into this playoffs is, can they flip that switch to what they looked like earlier in the season, the top seed in the Eastern Conference, where they struggled down the stretch. They were focused on the OV goal chase. It maybe changed up a little bit of their play style, and you're hoping that with a couple games left that they could maybe get back into shape. And they looked good against the Islanders, maybe not so much against the Blue Jackets on back-to-back nights, and it seemed like it was more so a little bit of a different game against the Penguins to wrap things up. But do you think they can flip that switch back on and look like the team we saw early in the season?
Yeah, I think when they talk about flipping the switch, and look, I've never strapped on skates and gone out and done it myself here, but I think that everybody, and there's already been a couple of nights of Stanley Cup playoffs to watch here, a team like Florida in their last 10 games, they were 500, and Winnipeg had their ups and downs down the stretch. It's difficult for all good teams, especially those like Winnipeg, Florida, Washington, even Toronto, who won big last night over Ottawa, to be able to say, look, the playoffs aren't here yet, and you want to be healthy, and you want to be ready to go when the best of 7 comes around, when it's playing for keeps time. So it is, from a human element, I think it's really difficult for any team. It wasn't just the Capitals who were plodding down the stretch. They were, to be fair, but Montreal had to be hot down the stretch or they wouldn't be here. And, there's a real interesting comparison between Montreal this year and the Capitals last year, where the Capitals had to basically win everything down the stretch. They were playing for their lives every single night, and they needed to do that just to get in. And then that will and want was taken away in the first 2 games against the Rangers by a team that didn't have anything to play for down the stretch. So I think the model is that from last year. The Capitals want to be the bully this time instead of the kid who got his lunch money taken. Come out and make life miserable on these guys tonight. Do it in the first 10 minutes. Come out hitting. I want to see Wilson and Dubois being physical and really imposing that physical will and making that investment in the series. Do that. Get that first goal. These guys are a good team. They've got very good forwards, but they're susceptible defensively. Do that, and you'll play the game in their end, and you'll win the series.
How big of a loss would it be for Protas not to be on the ice?
Not having Pro hurts. We were given some optimism. Spencer has gone into full CIA mode here, where we're not going to get anything of any substance. But he even floated out. I was like, well, maybe you'll see him tonight. We won't see him tonight. I'm going to tell you that, because he was out in the blue jersey. He's not even cleared for contact. We saw that. But that doesn't mean that we won't see him in the series, and I think we could very well. And, maybe it's when we go to Montreal, and maybe it's later, or maybe it even is in round 2, and the Caps may have to get through the series without him. But to your point, B-Mitch, he's a guy who is great on the penalty kill. He's not necessarily physical, as in blow you up like a Wilson or some of the other guys in the lineup, but a guy who's just so strong along the board, you can't get the puck from him. And he's got a great finish, and he's got a great passing. And since he's been out, some of those things have suffered a little bit. But I think being able to know that at some point, if you're going to get him back, even if it's the beginning of the next round, assuming that you're able to take care of business in this series, he is a difference maker. And he's made himself into that this year. Just a fantastic year, 30-plus goals and scoring shorthanded, almost none of those goals coming on the power play. So very impressive with what he's been able to do. And I think getting him back can be a real shot in the arm for this team once they hopefully get through this first round.
There's still some holdovers from 2018 when they won the Cup, but I not as many, as not making up the whole roster, not a majority of the players. But I think last year what happened, John, where they were able to have that magical run to end the season, get in just to get swept. How much do you think that motivates this group going in, where it feels like it motivated this group even early in the season, where they came out, Ovi was playing better than he did early in the season. Last year he was playing great this year before he got hurt, and this team was playing so well that they finished at the top of the Eastern Conference. How much do you think last year's playoffs will motivate them going into this playoffs?
Last year wasn't a lot of fun when you lose in 4 straight, but what it means now is for Connor McMichael and for the rest of the guys from Hershey, Protas, when he gets in, to be able to, and even Charlie Lindgren, who had never played in a playoff series before, and he ended up playing all 4. He didn't win one. But all of that showed you under the brightest lights. Madison Square Garden was a perfect place for that. This is the level you need to get to be successful in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And all of those guys have seen it. They took a beating last year. They ended up not winning a single game, but you learn from that. And that's where that investment in taking your lumps, you say, okay, Now this is what we know where we need to be right from the jump when the puck drops tonight at 7:12. A lot of guys on Montreal have never played in a playoff series before. Some have. They've got 7 or 8 guys that have. They've even got some guys that have gone to the Stanley Cup final, but they don't have a very young D-core. They're the youngest team ever to make the Stanley Cup playoffs. And now average age isn't even 26. It's 25.9 something. They don't have a lot of experience. There are the bright lights of being on national TV. They play in a market in Montreal. Think of the Commanders on steroids in this market. That's what they face every single day in terms of media scrutiny. There's pressure on them. Now you get down in the series. Oh, what's wrong with you guys? I mean, it's a lot of things that tipped in this first game. This first game, guys, so important for that reason. You've got to come out and really punch them in the mouth early. I don't mean literally. I mean, be up 3-0 after one and go, oh my God, maybe we don't belong here. And if you do that, you'll probably prove to them that maybe they weren't supposed to be here.
Yeah, the punch in the mouth might not be bad later on in the game.
Just as a finishing touch.
Yeah, there you go. Make sure they understand.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, taking a look at tonight, how will we know as we're watching, listening to the game tonight? How will we know that the Caps they're clicking on all cylinders? They're playing, obviously, up on the scoreboard. But what are some of the subtle things you're looking for to say, okay, this Caps team is locked in, ready to roll?
One of the things I really want to see, and you always want to see this, but tonight I think it is of paramount importance. You have to play this game in their zone. They're going to block a lot of shots. I don't necessarily need to see 15, 16, 17 first period shots, but I would like to see the shot attempts, even if they're blocking them. I want to see a lot of action in front of Sam Montembeault, even if it's just holding the zone, even if it's just puck possession. Make sure that you're taking the game out of Montreal's forwards. Cole Caulfield is a terrific player. He has 3 goals in 3 games against the Caps this year. He's small. Lane Hudson whose brother, by the way, may be with the Capitals in another season or 2 here. His brother plays at BU and is a Caps draftee, and hopefully he's as good as his brother is. But Lane Hudson is really good at playmaking, but he's small. The physical investment comes from the hitting guys, and physical is easy to see. But being able to carry the game in the offensive zone is what you've got to have happen. Take the game out of their forwards' hands. If their forwards don't have the puck, they're not going to be able to do what they do offensively, and they're not going to end up with that many shot attempts in the first period. If you do that, you can get a goal or 2. Obviously, that's easy to tell. But I'm looking where the majority of the first period is tonight. Are you playing in front of Sam Montembeault? Are you taking away his vision? Are you sending guys to the front of the net to be able to make sure that he can't see pucks that are coming in? And maybe they'll block him, and maybe they'll be all right in the first period. Maybe it's scoreless after 20. That's okay. As long as you're taking it to them and you're able to do that for 60 minutes, I think the Caps are going to be fine tonight.
And what do they need to do to help? I mean, we're going to have Logan Thompson in the net. What can they do to help him? Because it's not just on the goalie.
It's not. I mean, you're going to want to be able to, on defense, without Martin Feravari tonight, Alex Alexeyev, who really hasn't played a lot this year, but really has done well. He played almost 23 minutes the other night in Pittsburgh, and I think he's shaken off the rust. He's good to go. But being able to get touch passes and quickly move out of your zone. Don't spend a lot of time in giving the Canadians a chance to impose their will physically and come in on the forecheck and make you turn things over in your own zone. Quick passes out of the zone, that's probably the biggest thing. It's not the worst thing in the world if he gets a few pucks early, just because he's been out since April 2nd. Mm-hmm. Just get him some touches, get him comfortable. I don't think that's certainly it's not a problem. It's probably a good thing if Montreal comes out with a little fire, just as long as they can see pucks coming. I think that's something I'd like to see in the first 10 as well.
Talking with John Walton on the Rude Guest Hotline here on B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today. You mentioned some of the young guys for Montreal. Young guy that's going to be playing in his first playoffs for the Capitals, Ryan Leonard. What have you made in his early time with the Capitals this year, and how do you think he's going to adjust to the playoff environment?
Yeah, he's been really good. I mean, the points haven't been there in 9 games. He had 1 goal. It was into an empty net. But, there's a lot of energy, and, he likes to play physical. I think it's an adjustment for him. And Montreal has someone similar. Ivan Demidov is 4th overall pick, and they're got him into just the last 2 games of the regular season. Those guys are real X factors. I mean, they can both be difference makers in the series, but it's how quickly can you adapt and how much are you asking with a guy who, for Ryan Leonard just 3 weeks ago, he's playing college hockey and now he's in the Stanley Cup playoffs. That's quite a leap. And for Ivan Demidov, he was in the KHL this year, not the same by a long shot as the NHL. And now you're really trying to catch a moving train. How quickly can you do that? Both guys are very talented. Both guys are going to be very good players in this league. But in a series, and all hockey playoff series are, it gets tight. And, sometimes one bounce, one play, one shot, one goal makes all the difference. Can you get something like that out of one of those guys, whether it's Leonard for the Caps or Demidov for Montreal? And, I think, playing on the third line with a guy like Lars Eller, who's been there, done that kind of guy. Andrew Mangiapane, to me, who's also on that line, is a guy that's really kind of designed for this time of year. He's not a big guy, but you see him a lot going to the front of the net, trying to make things happen. And I love the makeup of the guys they brought in the offseason, those 7 guys from last summer, where, especially like Brandon Duhaime, man, that guy was built for this tonight. I mean, to be able to come out, not only be physical, but do it with a snarl when you arrive. Love that. And I think that's a little bit of what Mangiapane brings too. And, a guy that can score you a few goals. One of those guys, Anthony Beauvillier too, the guy they got at the trade deadline, he's got 15 career playoff goals. So those guys all on different lines, hopefully are able to contribute and kind of make their mark on things.
Talking about a tough final exam for Ryan Leonard, huh?
Yeah. The professor would like to see you now. Yeah, that's a tough deal. I agree with you.
Hell, you get to the end of your hockey year, and you're in the damn playoffs. Woo.
Yeah, I don't know about you, B. Mitch. I never had anybody who was a teacher or professor that came up and wanted to punch me in the mouth, though.
Yeah, I didn't have any of those.
That's the physicality of hockey.
John, what's the key for tonight? Well, like going into game 1, like you said, you want to keep the puck in their zone. You want to play really aggressive. What's the key for tonight, for this series, for this Capitals team to move on? Because I think, that with the way that this season went, the expectations going into this playoffs are a little higher than what they have been last couple of years. What's the key so that they can keep playing playoff hockey a little further into the postseason?
I don't want to put too much on one game, because if you lose tonight, one loss does not a series make, but you obviously don't want to hand home ice advantage of which you worked for 82 games for. You don't want to hand it right off the jump here and know you're going to have to win a game in Montreal. But I really think the first period tonight, to be able to, for the guys who have been here for a bit but don't go back to 2018, to be able to say, you know what, last year we got embarrassed and we're not going to let that happen again. We got run in 4 straight. We were barely here. The year before, they didn't make it. The year before that, they won a couple games, but then they ended up losing 3 straight, and they ended up now have lost 7 straight playoff games going back to 2022. So just getting that win and doing it in a way that's consistent with what you were doing throughout the vast majority of this season. Play like a team that won 51 games and ended up with more than 110 points. This is the 4th best season Capitals have ever had in 50 years. Play like it. Come out and establish that. Tom Wilson knows what to do this time of year. John Carlson knows what to do this time of year. Alex Ovechkin obviously knows what to do this time of year. But the guys who grew up last year, got their first taste of action, use that knowledge. Go out and take care of business. You know what you got to do. You saw it last year. You saw it against a team that you are that team now. Be that team. And I have every confidence with what we've seen with this coaching staff. They're not at 100%, but you know what? No one is this time of year, and that's not an excuse. You don't have Martin Saravari, too bad. Go out and find a way to do it anyway. Logan Thompson's coming back after 3 weeks. Don't care. Go out and do it anyway. Play for your goalie. Play for your teammates. Play for the guy next to you. And you do that, and I have, from what I've seen with this group, it's one of the tightest groups I've ever seen in my time here. And I think if they get off in that, just again, that first 10 minutes, say, okay, you know what? We got this. And, you put your foot on them right away, and you don't let them up until the weekend. So hopefully by the time that you get to game 4, you say, all right, you know what? We're in a pretty good position here. Let's finish this off and move on.
Well, you got me ready to play, John.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for, Mitch. On 3. Let's go.
Hey, you got me ready. Hell, let's go.
John, appreciate it, man. We'll be listening to you on the call tonight at Rockin' Cap One Arena.
All right. Thanks, fellas.
All right, man. Take care, brother.
That's John Walton. He's going to be on the call right here on the Fan. I know. I can't wait. Game 1, going to puck drop just after 7 o'clock. You can hear John on the call right here on The Fan. Right now, though, we're giving away tickets to caller number 9 at 800-636-1067. Want a pair of tickets to Game 2 for the 2025 playoffs with the Washington Capitals, Wednesday, April 23rd versus Montreal at Capital One Arena. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com. Again, caller number 9 at 800-636-1067. Going to get set up with a pair of tickets to Game 2 on Wednesday. When we come back, want to take a look at the Capitals. What are our expectations going into this? And we'll wrap up the show in just a little bit here on B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home team of Keller Williams Realty. The Caps begin their Stanley Cup chase tonight as they host the Canadiens in Game 1 of their opening round series. Caps banged up as they get ready for the second season. According to Coach Carbs, no Alexi Protas tonight for DC. Good news is Jacob Chikrin will play after taking a puck to the face Friday during practice. As to who will be in net, TBD. Logan Thompson was the first off the ice this morning at practice. Spencer Carberry declined to name the starter in net for tonight. You can hear the action right here on the Fan tonight. John Walton and Ken Sabrin begin our coverage at 6:45. Face-off set for 7 p.m. College basketball news. Duke superstar and Naismith National Player of the Year Cooper Flagg has officially declared for the NBA draft this morning. The Wizards hope the ping pong balls bounce their way in next month's draft lottery as they had the top odds to land the number 1 overall pick along with Utah and Charlotte. Want to know the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call needed. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-700-633-000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
Shout out our guy, Steven in Rockville. Guess he's got to go to work, so he couldn't hang on the line, but congratulations. He's going to Caps Game 2 on Wednesday.
I'm not giving y'all my last name.
We're giving away Caps Game 2 tickets today, every hour, 20 minutes past the hour until 5:20. Your next chance coming up at 2:20 during Grant and Danny. Also, Grant and Danny are out at City Tap House in Penn Quarter for the game today. If you want to come out and win 2 free tickets to Game 1, 901 9th Street Northwest in Washington, D.C. Over there by Cap 1 ahead of going to be an electric atmosphere tonight at Cap 1, B. Mitch.
Oh, it's going to be electric.
Have you been to a playoff game?
Yes.
Caps playoff game?
Oh, yeah.
I have never been.
Oh, yeah.
I've never been. It seems like it'd be the place to be. They already have one of, if not the best atmosphere for a regular season game.
Oh, hell yeah.
In town. I mean,
but it goes up a notch, maybe a notch and a half when the playoffs comes around.
What are your expectations for them? Like, they're the top seed in the Eastern Conference. I was listening to Junks talk about this a couple weeks ago, or maybe it was last week, saying Eastern Conference Finals bare minimum. You know, if you lose the Eastern Conference Finals, it'll be disappointing, but it won't be a disappointing season. I feel like they have to go on a little bit of a run though, with how good of a season they had.
Yeah, I'd love to see a run, but you know, hockey is the one sport where the 8 seed can win.
Mm-hmm.
You know. And I think I heard Joe talking to them this morning, and he talked about the physicality of hockey. And when you start getting people nicked here and there, everybody's probably banged up, but it's who is going to be the healthiest. If they can get back to that level where their health is higher than others, I would say yes. I expect them to be in the finals, the Eastern Conference Finals. But if they're not healthy, this thing is tough, man.
Yeah, I don't know if people are talking enough about how big of a loss it is to not have Alexei Protas on the ice tonight. He's a massive part. He was one of the best 5-on-5 players in hockey this season. They don't have him for at least Game 1.
We've seen Ovi go for the goal record, and we've seen how well Logan played. Those two guys would take most of your attention. But the way Protas has played, and Chikrin as well,
yeah,
those two guys are vitally important. Hell, you look at Tom, you think about, oh, yeah, Tom gets out there, he fights, but 30-plus goals.
Mm-hmm.
So they got a lot. But what I've looked at this year, and I've complained about it in years prior, where I watch guys stand around and watch Ovi perform. They have guys this year that perform, whether Ovi's on the ice or not. So I think by having that gives them a much better chance to have a level of success.
I'm no hockey expert, but for me, the thing that I'm watching tonight is there were a couple of times during the stretch where they've struggled where it just seems like they can't get the puck out of their own zone no matter what.
Yeah.
You got to clear your own zone. Don't let them just hang out in there so that you're getting shot after shot after shot on LT when he's not fully up to snuff yet. So give him a chance to get settled back in, clear the zone. And I think what John said is huge. You got a very inexperienced Montreal team. Test their will. Go out there, punish them physically, but also put some goals on the board early and see if they want to check out.
Yeah. Make them understand that, oh, man, things have been easy. We're in the playoffs. We're a young team in the playoffs. Oh, Lord, I didn't know it was this.
I didn't know we were actually going to run into a wall.
Make them understand how difficult this thing really is.
We were talking before we came back on air here during the break. The Boston Marathon has a new women's record set by Sharon Lokady today,
hey,
31 years old.
Hold on, Landfill, my heart skipped a beat. We said we were talking. I thought he was going to bring up the other stuff we were talking about. Like, damn, you trying to get us all fired?
Yeah, that was wild. That would have been wildly inappropriate to talk about.
I'll save some of our stuff for off air, but
nah, a 5:22 mile for 26.2 miles, that's flying.
Yeah, her unofficial time was 2 hours, 17 minutes, 22 seconds.
That's moving, dog.
It's just insane. She was more than 2.5 minutes faster than the previous Boston Marathon record, which was set in 2014.
The most I've ever run in go out and run one time. I ran on the treadmill. I was at the park, but they had just the one there now, and they had just opened it up. And I was running on the treadmill, and D-Boy was like, man, you good, man? You had 7 miles. I said, well, hell, I'm going to push 10. I pushed 10 miles. And I said that day, there's no damn way I'm running 26 miles. And I've never, ever gotten close to that again.
What's the furthest? Was that 10
was
miles?
That day.
10 miles?
Now, on a bicycle, I ride it. But I'm like, but people run. When you're running that fast, it just shows you, like, when you're when you're a pro at something, because if I'm running for 2 hours or something, I think I got to use the bathroom. Can I stop? They don't even stop. They just keep going.
It's insane. I mean,
it's that fast? Dude, it's people that don't run just a mile that fast. That's a friend of mine who's training now for the half marathon, and they're pushed their pace about 3 or 4 miles in the 13.2. In the training thing, they got that to 9 minutes and something. But the other time, they had 11, 12. There's people, they're running half of the speed they're running.
So what I'm seeing here is I live out in Herndon area, so it's a little less than 26 miles. Sometimes with traffic, it takes me 2 hours
to get home.
These dudes could leave here and run home faster than I could get there driving. It's insane.
Not doing it.
They're running. So the men's record is just over 2 hours. 2 hours, 3 minutes.
2 hours, 3 minutes.
I don't even understand how you're running that fast.
4.6 mile.
B-Mitch, I can't even run that fast.
That's like, what, 4 minutes and 30-something, 47 seconds per mile?
Just in general.
Fly.
Like running down the alley, if you gave me that pace, I can't even keep up with that because that is flying.
I know who else can't. Of the pace.
I can't keep up with that, but I'll probably run faster than
Toby. The
Toby.
pace that he ran that 40 at is
well, Toby can't keep up with my 40 pace, let alone the Boston Marathon. Even that's a huge comparison.
I think none of us gonna keep up with that Boston Marathon.
I was saying that's a huge comparison.
What's the fastest mile you ever ran?
Oh, that was like high school, bro. Like
10. 10 minutes?
Nah, it was like 11.
See?
11-minute mile?
That's not doing nothing, West Jeff.
Jeff, you had to run faster than 11 minutes.
Bro, I wasn't a track athlete, bro.
You don't have to be a track athlete to run a sub 11-minute mile.
Toby did that in high school.
I ran like an 8-minute mile.
Bro,
in high school.
I don't run full speed when I never timed myself running a mile full speed.
Yeah.
We didn't have to.
Jeff, you can like walk a mile in 12 minutes.
I've done it like
maybe less.
I say I jogged
7, right? Because when we were in college, we had to run around our whole complex that was right in the mile. And my coach, when I took off the run, I was chilly say, you better not be in nothing other than first, second, or third.
Yeah, bro. I never timed myself.
And when I got that last like 200-300 meters, big boy that was running had the little pace on, wasn't gonna beat me there. I took off. My coach said, you held in a little energy, didn't you? I'm like, nah, I'm in shape. I'm young. I'm going to Mr. Gaddy's right now. They got that all-you-can-eat pizza.
I can tell you one thing.
We got kicked out the place that day. When we went that joint, we just took the big pieces off the thing. We would just eat them up.
That's the way to do it.
They're
right
like,
there.
Y'all got to go. Like, you say all you can eat. We paid it, and we eating all we can.
And they said that's all you can eat.
Man,
they got you out of there, right?
There every day, but that day we destroyed them.
Tay in the chat says Toby and Jeff need to race. I'm a pass on that.
Yeah, Toby will get smoked.
I think both of y'all should pass on it because I had 2 friends, Brendan Giuseppe, I'm gonna say his whole damn name, and my buddy Eric Johnson. they went to race because we were supposed to be going down to the Masters. They were going to get to the Masters. They were supposed to race. So they were training for the race. Brendan ruptured his Achilles. And Eric damn near tore his damn ACL.
That's because they was doing too much. They was just supposed to get out there and race.
They ran about 30 yards tops. 30 yards tops. So therefore, I would say, bro, if you haven't been running speed like that, don't even try. No, you might rip your hamstring.
I'm pretty
off the
confident
bone.
I'm not going to tear my ACL, but my Achilles might be in trouble.
But you might have to try and stop, bro. And y'all got to stop.
I'm gonna be good.
Y'all got what kind of disc brakes on y'all stopping?
I got to be honest. I tore my ACL once in my life, and it's not for the most athletic feat you ever heard either.
What'd you do?
I was trying to dunk on like a 7-foot rim.
And after hearing that, Jeff, you were killing. Well, I thought Charlie Castle was bad. He was walking and he ruptured his Achilles.
Yeah.
Walking.
That's rough.
Just walking.
Walking?
Yes.
Not like speed walking.
No.
Not like in a rush to get
somewhere.
somewhere.
He was like walking, like leaving a little event or something, and then pop. I'm gonna stop talking about people's Achilles because I'm older now. That's why everybody they always say, "My man, why you always stretching?" Trying not to have one of those issues,
range of mobility.
Yeah, you don't want one of those things. You don't want one of those things. Landfill has a topic on here for we can hit on. Who's the most overrated player in sports right now?
Landfill. No, I'm joking. Most overrated person in sports.
Jeff, who you got on this?
I don't know.
In sports?
Yeah.
That's a broad.
It's very
topic.
broad.
Yeah.
Can I say one as a hater?
Go ahead.
Sidney Crosby.
All right. That's
just being a hater.
That's truly being a hater right there. Yeah.
He's an all-time great.
I'm trying to think like somebody that gets a lot of. Well, hell, I'll start off the show saying it. I'm gonna just say it. I mean, basketball is a two-way sport. You can't just play one way and you're just distant on the other. I'm gonna go with Luka.
Brian, Nico Harrison, Mitchell. That's what it is. B. Mitch would have traded him too, right?
Ooh,
Luka
probably would.
Yeah,
but what's your little buddy name that went to where he went to?
Who's that?
The quarterback.
C.J. Stroud?
No, your little quarterback from Tennessee that they got rid of.
Oh, Nico.
Yeah, him. Yeah, he might be the most overrated.
It's valid.
He went out there and had 17 touchdowns, and he wanted to get more money. Now he went to they said bye. Now he go to another school, and he just started the other quarterback left. Man, I will battle against him.
I know who Landfill gonna say.
Who?
Dylan.
No.
Hey, he not
2
even-
homers
he
over
not
the
even rated high
weekend.
yet.
2 homers over the weekend. The guy's rolling. I'm not going to say anyone in D.C. What do you got,
man, that's
Landfill?
hard.
It's a tough question.
It is.
It is a legitimately tough question.
I would think that you put the question up there, you had an answer for it.
Speaking of haters, our guy Max just texted me and said Dak Prescott. I don't know that Dak Prescott, he went from being underrated to overrated to I kind of think he's underrated again. I think he's a solid
Can't be
quarterback.
underrated if you didn't play.
Overrated. That's Tony Romo 2.0.
If you're underrated, you can't. If you're not playing, you can't be underrated.
Hold on. You want all time? This goes with my list of what Landfill and Jeff were given the most hated athletes. You want most overrated? Des Bryant. I could not stand Des Bryant. He's a good receiver. He was talked about like he was an all-timer. No, he was not. There have been multiple 88s to the Cowboys better than him.
Toby meant that. He was not.
Yeah, he
put the whole. He felt that way. No, he was not.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling that. Jeff, you got a good answer?
This is tough. I'm really trying to think. Like,
maybe we need a commercial break to think about this. We can give our answer on the other side. You think that's better?
Let's do that.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll give you our most overrated player in sports right now and heard it here first. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan. Most overrated of all time. Who is it other than Jeff Walker? 800-636-106. I'm not going to do that to you, Jeff. You're not the most overrated. I don't know if underrated is right. Properly rated, B. Mitch, for Jeff Walker?
Ask Jeff. Y'all think he's underrated.
If you don't believe in yourself, nobody will.
Just ask Jeff. He'll tell you.
Reminder, we're giving away Caps Game 2 tickets today every hour at 20 minutes past the hour until 5:20. Next chance coming up at 2:20 with Grant and Danny, who are live out at City Tap House in Penn Quarter. I had a little bit of time to think about this now. Who do we got? Most overrated player?
I'm going to go for this time, and I'm going to say Aaron Rodgers. He is one, he got on the field and got injured. All this talk about where he's going and if other teams, I think he's overrated right now. You don't know if he's going to get on the ball, get up there. He's probably going to hurt his wrist putting his hands under center. So I just got to go. I got to go with Aaron Rodgers right now.
I'm going to go with Jeff's quarterback of his old team.
Who's that?
Who was your old team, Jeff, before you chose the Ravens?
Oh, you mean my old secondary team?
Yeah, that too.
Make sure you put emphasis on secondary.
Well, team.
Oh, you gonna go with Justin Herbert?
Yeah, man. I've heard how great he is. What has he won?
He hasn't won anything.
To his defense,
there we go.
No.
His coach was a bonehead.
All right.
He had a chance to make the playoffs, and his coach had to call a timeout.
But I keep hearing that other players got to make the coach look better.
Hey,
because they that talented. He ain't make nobody look better.
I'm gonna let Scarence Terrence speak for me. This isn't from me. This is from Scarence Terrence. He says, as a hater, I say Jalen Hurts. I'm not going to disagree there. Jeff or Landfill, who's your most overrated?
My most overrated is Tua.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he was very much highly rated last year. The year before last.
It's an interesting discussion though, because remember last year before the season we get this poll comes out and Josh Allen was voted as the most overrated player in the NFL, and look what he did last season, won the MVP. So we'll see. Maybe some some
people still think that thing should be questioned.
I can guarantee you one.
You look at Lamar's numbers. I don't know.
I can guarantee you one thing. Justin Herbert might turn it around. Maybe Tua does. Aaron Rodgers ain't. So I think Jeff was onto something cooking there. Let's play Heard It Here first.
Yeah, he's just on mushrooms. Allah. Gather around.
What do we got for tonight? Looks like I'm trying to see if
there's some basketball tonight, and they got Caps tonight.
Yeah, can I just take the Caps?
Yeah, you can.
That's what I was about to ride with too.
All right, hold on. I think we're all probably going to take the Caps. What do we have as a score tonight for the Capitals? I'm going to go 3-1 Caps.
2-0.
I have Caps scoring more than the Canadians.
Oh, that's well said.
Yeah, Landfill. That's my bet too.
Who's scoring tonight, Jeff?
Ovi. I'm taking Ovi goal.
Okay, so we're going Ovi anytime goal.
Yeah,
correct.
I like that. I like Ovi. I'm going to go with my guy Ryan Leonard. Let's find a way. Ryan Leonard, first clear playoff game. Let's say Ryan Leonard scores. What else do we got?
I'm going to take the Knicks to win and the over.
Give me the Yankees too.
I feel like Strome is 100% getting a point tonight too.
Okay, like it. I'm rocking a Stromer jersey today. I'm rocking Stromer, so I can get on board with that. There's a bunch of good action tonight. There's a bunch of good playoff games tonight, or two good NBA playoff games. Detroit and New York, game 2. LA and Denver. Who do we like in that one? That's a tough one.
I think I'm going Clips tonight. The Clippers.
Yeah, I kind of think they get it done, right? This is going to I feel like this has 7 games. Exactly. This has 7-game series written all over it. I think this one's going to be fun. It's funny how the NBA, we do this every year, B-Mitch, where the NBA, it's annoying during the regular season, all this. You get to the playoff time, and we're just dialed in.
Yeah.
It's so much fun to watch. Elite playoff
basketball. The games
basketball.
have been going very, very heavy on the under. And we talk about they playing better defense. The Knicks game the other night was 230-something.
Oh, my gosh.
They're over.
Yeah, I mean, these teams can get up and score. I was listening to Charles Barkley last night. He's like, if you can't score 100 points in the modern NBA, your offense just sucks. But I think some of it, the defense does pick up in the playoffs, so that's good. Also got 4 playoff hockey games tonight outside of the Capitals. You got 3 others. You got Winnipeg taking on St. Louis. Got Dallas taking on Colorado, LA taking on Edmonton. It's a good night to be a sports fan. Plenty of stuff to watch, whatever you want to watch. Did you watch any of the golf tournament this past weekend?
Yeah.
You see that there were 2 of them, right?
Well, they had 2, but I watched the one that was in
The RBC with Justin Thomas.
Justin won it.
Won on a playoff. I felt bad for Joel Damon, man. Bogey, 71 and 72 holes.
Hey, man.
To fall short.
It happens, dog.
That's tough.
How about my man?
16
Siwoo
too.
Kim was leading all the time, and he just fell apart.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah.
I could never win a real golf tournament. I have no clutch when it comes to golf.
No clutch, Gene?
Especially on the putting green.
Maybe you should work on that.
I can tell you one thing, though. I don't need the clutch gene to play Jeff. I'd kick his butt.
Oh, now you do. Now you on the greens. Now you do.
I put up 100. Winner takes all.
Oh, perfect.
I'm the 100 for you two because y'all not in my.
Say no more.
Y'all not gonna play against me.
Jeff's been doing aim point. He's really improving.
So he's gonna take forever. Is what you're saying.
He can
Absolutely.
He won't hit it where you aim it. I promise you that.
Oh, hey. Just shout out to my boy Mel at Langston Golf Course.
I
That's
know
all.
Mel.
Just shout out to my boy.
Hey Mel, don't get Jeff over here getting broke, coming out here talking trash to the wrong people.
Appreciate Chris Miles for joining us earlier in the show, as well as Fred Smoot and John Walton. If you missed any of the show, you can check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Grant and Danny live from City Tap House in the Penn Quarter coming up next here on The Fan.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. The Caps officially enter the second season tonight as they host Montreal in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Caps struggled down the stretch, losing 4 out of 6. Coach Carbs gave an injury update earlier today. Alexi Protas is officially out with a cut on his foot. He's been skating in a non-contact jersey over the past few practices. He will play eventually, according to Coach Carbs. Martin Farivari officially listed as questionable after turning his ankle against New York. Jacob Chikrin will play after being hit in the face by a puck on Friday during practice. Logan Thompson, he was the first off the ice at this morning's skate. Coach Carbs declined to name the starter in net for tonight. You can hear the action right here on the Fan. John Walton and Ken Sabrin begin our coverage at 6:45. Face-off set for 7 p.m. Join Grant and Danny this afternoon out at City Tap House in Penn Quarter, and make sure you're listening to the Fan all afternoon long for your chance to win a pair of tickets for Caps and Canadians Game 2 every hour, 20 minutes past the hour. Your next chance to win is 2:20. NFL news, the Eagles and center Cam Jurgens agreed on a 4-year extension this morning. The deal, which runs through the 2029 season, is worth $68 million and includes $39.4 million guaranteed. The $17 million AAV puts Jurgens behind only Creed Humphrey of the Chiefs. Nats have the night off after taking 2 out of 3 versus the Rockies over the weekend. They begin a 2-series homestand tomorrow as they play host to the Orioles. NBA news, the Hawks announced that they have fired general manager Landry Fields. Fields posted a record of 117 and 129 during his tenure. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
Good Monday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny live on 106.7 The Fan, your flagship home for Capitals hockey, where we are getting ready for Game 1 of the Caps and the Canadians. They are playing tonight just a few blocks from where we're sitting over at Capital One Arena to kick off the Stanley Cup playoffs in the nation's capital. Something of a spring rite of passage.
Indeed, sir.
Around these parts as the Caps are in the playoffs for the 10th time in 11 years. We're doing the show live today and ahead of Game 2 on Wednesday, and hopefully for every weekday home Caps game on what might and ideally will be a lengthy run in the playoffs from City Tap House in Penn Quarter. We're only just a couple of blocks away. As I mentioned, from Capital One Arena, we're on 9th Street. So if you're going to the game, this is your pregame spot. Come on down, get drinks, get food, hang out with us. And I got to tell you, Danny, we're going to be very popular people in this building today. You want to know why?
Yes.
On site, we are going to be raffling off tickets to tonight's game. So if you guys get down to the venue, come on over to where we're set up. You can fill out a sheet for our raffle. And at 5 p.m., 2 hours ahead of puck drop, we're going to draw a name to be giving away a pair of tickets to the Caps game tonight. Game 1 with Montreal. We're going to give those away on site. For those of you that are in the building, you got to be here to win as we go today. But on top of that, for those of you listening all over the DMV, we're giving away tickets at 20 minutes after the hour every hour. 5:20, 4:20, 3:20. And coming up in about 17 minutes at 2:20 for the first time, we're going to be giving away tickets to Game 2 Wednesday night of the Caps and the Canadians at Capital One Arena. So if you want tickets, we're your home today.
Just want to be very clear. We are desperate for you to go to the Capitals game. Or games, quite frankly, because we're giving away Game 2 tickets. We're giving away Game 1 tickets for tonight. We're basically holding out our hands, begging you, please win these tickets. Please go to the Capitals postseason games. Please go have fun when they whoop up on Montreal. Please, we're trying to give them to you. Please let us.
This is one of those weeks in DC sports that you dream about. You've got the Caps in the playoffs at home Monday and Wednesday. Series then shifts to Montreal for Friday and Sunday in games 3 and 4. You've got the NFL draft at the end of the week with the Commanders picking 29th because for the first time in a long time, they were good at football.
They were good.
They're allowed to be good at football.
Mm-hmm,
Who knew?
mm-hmm.
They're picking at the end of the first round. That is Thursday night, and then on to Friday, they pick in round 2. You've got the Nationals back home for a homestand and some intrigue on that homestand. They host the Orioles Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. James Wood bobbleheads on Tuesday and Wednesday to be given out. He's the face of the franchise. So that should be a fun atmosphere. And then on Friday, wraparound series, they've got the Mets coming to town, which means Old friend, World Series champion and hero Juan Soto returns wearing a Mets uniform for the first time. All of that, not even to speak to the NBA playoffs and everything going on nationally in sports this week. You can't beat it with a stick, bro. I'm fired up.
Yeah, this is one of them good sports weeks, right? In the wake of the NCAA tournament, kind of that that frenzy that is those 2 weeks of going from 68 all the way down to an eventual champion. You take a breath, and now you're kind of, as you said, in the thick of it. NFL draft, the probably the biggest beat of the NFL offseason has come up. There's been so much lead up to it. How do you improve the football team? People are anxious for that. Oh, and by the way, meaningful sporting events, as you're talking about with the Capitals entering the postseason, trying to get out of the first round for the first time since they won the Stanley Cup back in 2018. It's one of them good weeks, man.
The NFL draft I mentioned on Thursday with round 1, it is starting to look more and more, everything I saw all weekend with like mocks and just the insiders with information, it's starting to feel like they're going to have a hard time getting one of those edges that they want at 29. Which is unfortunate if it plays out that way, because then if you can't trade back, you might have to go pivot and take another position. And you can still do really well taking a corner, running back, wide receiver. But I don't know if you were seeing and reading some of the same things I were and was this weekend, but it just seems like the edge party that we all want to throw, where you just get a guy that might have 7, 8, 9 sacks.
People are otherwise committed,
I think a lot of those guys are going to be gone and off the board.
I do too. Now, Grant, this is silly season. This is disinformation season. Who knows who benefits? Who knows who's saying what agent is saying something? What team is hoping that somebody maybe falls a spot or two? So it's always hard to take these kinds of things seriously. But that's kind of the latest trend line, is that maybe 7 defensive ends go in the first round, maybe even more if people start to fall in love with some guys that have that late first, early second grade, because it fits the narrative, right? People are talking about this. Guys that do this for a living that cover year over year. It's not just about who's the best in this draft. It's where would this guy compare year over year? I think it's always instructive to have those kinds of conversations. So he may be a first rounder this year, but so what? Who cares? He would have been a second or third rounder this year. I'm not going to go nuts over it. Maybe somebody, though, has a higher viewpoint of one of these, defensive ends, maybe with some baggage or maybe with a lower profile in terms of athletic scores and different things like that. But it seems now that's the trend line, is that you're going to see a lot of defensive ends off the board before Washington picks.
As far as the Nats coming back home, starting with that Orioles series that's always very popular among our listeners, the regional rivalry tomorrow, I would say the plot thickened a little bit. Did you see the Birds gave up 24 runs yesterday?
They did, yeah. I thought it was rude.
Why did they allow for the field goal to be kicked?
Because you're already up by 19 points there.
By the Bengals. And also, was Evan McPherson back or not? I'm just not sure, because he was hurt earlier this year. 24 runs. They're going to be salty coming into that game. But that is sneaky, just one of my favorite events of the summer. It's happening earlier this year than it normally does. But when all the fans come down from Baltimore, and it's mostly just a fun rivalry because it's families. It's boyfriends and girlfriends,
people, next door neighbors, guys across the street,
Some people have crossed the picket line and others haven't, and that's a good time. And plus you add in the James Wood oversized bobblehead, which I'm interested in this. They're doing a 2-day bobblehead giveaway. So it's the same bobblehead on Tuesday and Wednesday. I think they do 10,000 day 1, 10,000 day 2.
Okay.
Normally you would just have a bobblehead day and you give away 20,000 bobbleheads. But my guess is they are just trying to get more people to come to those 2 games if you spread it out over 2 days. And if that's true, that's genius.
I think that's very smart.
And whoever came up with that, give them some of the delicious crispy wings from here at City Tap House. 10 spice wings, by the way.
10.
All they are tremendous.
They are really good.
They deserve a lifetime of those 10 spice wings.
Yeah, whoever this is what you should be doing.
Eating
These
wings?
are the kinds of course, that's what I'm talking. What are you talking about?
I thought that's what you meant.
I just mean eating the 10 spice wings. I had that for lunch just now. Like I was right over here. I'm pointing. You can't see where I'm pointing. It's radio. But I was 4.5 feet from where I'm standing now. I sat right there and I ate them. I also ate the carrots and celery because the dip was so good. Anyway, the point of the dude's story is those are the kinds of promotions that should be happening. I'm all in favor of that. You see the fervor over some of these bobbleheads, these collector's items and things like that. Well, why are we doing 20,000 for one? Why not just do 12,000 2 times over, or whatever the order number is? I'm all about that, and I like it.
Getting to the A topic, though, and the big story in DC sports.
The 10 spice wings.
This busy week, it is the 10 spice wings. No, the Washington Capitals. Your first chance to win those tickets to the Caps and the Habs 10 minutes from now at 2:20 today, right here on Grant and Danny. But I wanted to take our first peek at this series. We're going to talk to Tarek El-Bashir coming up in about 50 minutes at 3 o'clock, covers the Caps for Monumental. In fact, Smokin' Al Koken is going to be joining us on site at City Tap House. He's going to be coming out here to hang with us at 5:20 or so today, a little bit after the party really peaks, when we give away those tickets to go to game 1 tonight to someone who's going to be with us. So if you're at City Tap House, make sure you fill out a opportunity to win the raffle. But I want to look at what you feel really good about going into this series, Caps Canadians, and what you feel bad about. I'll start, Danny. You know that the narrative right now is that the Caps played terribly down the stretch. And I've made it very clear I don't really care that much about that because I'm not sure that I believe in momentum going into a postseason in hockey. But part of the reason they have played badly down the stretch, or less good, I guess, would be a better way to put it, is that they haven't been healthy. And that is, if we're going to start with a thing we don't like, the thing I don't like is Alexi Protas is not playing in this game tonight. He is their best even-strength skater. He should be on the top line with Ovechkin and Strome. Without him, you bump up Anthony Beauvillier, who's mostly been in the bottom 6. And it's just a very different-looking line with a smaller, faster player with Strome and Ovechkin, not a big, physical, heavy guy that creates traffic in front of the net and is basically a parking cone who can't be moved in the crease. And I think about this from the perspective of, if you don't have Protas, maybe you get by. You got to be healthy otherwise. They're not going to have Marty Faravari tonight. I don't think they're going to have Marty Faravari in this series. That's an injury nobody's talking about. It's kind of gone under the radar because everyone's been focused on the goaltender, Logan Thompson, and what Protas is going to do. But Faravari might be the most hurt of the three of them. We saw Thompson did leave the ice first. Maybe he's going to play tonight. I think it's 50-50. There's a chance you're going with Lindgren, your backup goalie, a top line without its best even-strength skater, and one of your top 4 defensemen not playing. Doesn't mean they can't beat Montreal. I still think over a 7-game series, it's going to go deeper than I want it to probably, but you can still make up for those injuries with your depth and get the better of a young, inexperienced team in the playoffs that was picking at the top of the draft the last couple of years that had a renaissance season. I just think it's going to be a lot more difficult than it should have been. And so first thing I don't like is this healthy team all year at the very wrong time is no longer that healthy.
Here's something that I like. Last year happened. That nasty taste in their mouth, that battery acid in their mouth after missing the playoffs the season before, having to do everything possible just to make it, a la what Montreal, frankly, had to do down the stretch, and you were summarily cast aside by the New York Rangers, the number 1 overall seed. You're the Rangers this year, by the way. You got bullied. You got smacked around. That was so cute. Congrats on making the postseason. It's now grown-up time. Why don't you go sit in the corner and color? They got throttled. They got destroyed. Didn't win a game and were summarily dismissed. For a lot of the guys, a lot of carryover there. I think they know that feeling. Now, some of the vets that were here back in 2018, the Ovechkins of the world, they already know what it takes, and that's kind of not the mystery. But the core of this team that missed the playoffs one year, smacked out last year, there's some acid in their mouth from that. There's some bad taste. They understand what it takes, understand a way to take a young, inexperienced team, one of the youngest teams, not the youngest team ever to make the postseason. Talk about this Canadians group, average age barely even 25 years old or not even. Smack them around from the first whistle, from first puck drop. You bully them a little bit, maybe they will.
Thing I like, I think the Caps' second line, which might be their best line going into this series on paper, the Pierre-Luc Dubois trio with Connor McMichael and Tom Wilson. It was excellent early in the year. It's a tremendous two-way line. This is a really good defensive trio. McMichael with his speed and ability to get sticks in lanes. Luc Dubois with his physicality and the ability to skate. Same with Tom Wilson, one of the great power forwards. But
First of all, he would be an incredible Power Ranger.
He would be.
You wouldn't want him as the Red Ranger?
I would want him as any Ranger, honestly. One of the great power forwards in the sport, though. I think that line's going to match up with the top line that Montreal throws at you, and that's the Cole Caulfield, Nick Suzuki line. Their number 1 line with Caulfield, who can fly, and Suzuki, who is their leader in points, who's a star. He beat the Caps with an overtime goal, the only time this season in 3 games that the Canadians beat Washington. I think that second line, defensively matching up with Caulfield and Suzuki with their size, can give them fits. Now, Caulfield and Suzuki are going to get theirs offensively. I do believe that. But I also think they're a little bit susceptible with how heavy Washington's line is going to be defensively. So I like that group. Something I feel really good about going into the series is that Luc Dubois, Wilson flipped the switch here with McMichael, and they help carry this team.
So I started with something I like. Here's what I don't like. Since the Four Nations, this group is 15-12. Every good number has gone down. Every bad number has gone up. Goals against, the way they've shot, the way they've scored. They have not simply played near as well. There are reasons for that. That's obvious. That's clear. Some of it's injury. Some of it, they've pretty much had this thing sewn up since the All-Star break. They are better than everybody else. They were on cruise control. Whatever the reason is, I think the answer is yes. I have not seen them play extended stretches of Capitals hockey for more than a period of time here or there when they're punching the mouth down a couple of goals, then they come out on fire, and then they relinquish it. I think it's really, really, really hard to get it back. Whatever it is in sports, I think it's really hard to get back. And the fact that I have not seen them play nearly as well, really since the end of February, has me a little bit concerned, regardless of who the opponent happens to be in the first round.
Yeah, to give some numbers to your point there, since the Four Nations tournament that you referenced, if you look at these two teams, Montreal, the 8th seed, actually has the better record.
Yeah, Caps are 15-12, I think.
Yeah, so Montreal's 15-5-6, and the Capitals are 15-11-1. They've got points in 16 of their 27, but Montreal points in 21 of their 26. The other area, if you look at something I don't like as much, I think going to Montreal is going to be really, really tough. Even though you're the better team when you play the Canadiens as the 1 against the 8, that's a really hard building.
Yeah, you know that barn's going to be nuts.
They are 10-0-2 there in their last 12 as they barreled down the stretch trying to make the playoffs. The Bell Center is loud. It's just it's an ominous place. Weird things happen. I don't love that part of this matchup, but it makes it all the more important to get off to a really fast start. The reason that you worked your butt off all season was to get home ice advantage. So you have the game 1 and game 2 edges at home with last change. And in hockey, more than in other sports, being at home should matter because you do get to dictate matchups. You do get a more fortuitous situation coming onto the ice in terms of how far you've got to skate to get things done more often in the game. So I think the idea that they play at home for the first 2 games, for me, really matters because they've got to start fast. And even in these games, if you look at the 3 times they played Montreal, maybe something I like is if they can get off to a quick start, I think they're a better finishing team than Montreal is. Game 1 was on Halloween. In that game, the Habs allowed 3 unanswered third-period goals. It was 3-3 going into the final 20. The Caps poured it on, scored the final 3 goals of the game. On December 17th this season, the Capitals erased a 2-goal deficit. They ended up winning a game 4-2. Again, they scored 3 unanswered to end the game. And then on January 10th, the only time that Montreal beat them, they got an overtime game winner. But the Caps were the best third-period team in hockey statistically all year. So if you can start fast and being at home, being able to throw the kitchen sink with all your energy, with everybody behind you to get this series underway tonight should allow you to do that. I think as the game goes on, what this team's done all season long is find their game more and more deeper into the contest. And if they could score the first goal, if they're up 2-1 through 30 minutes or something, I feel even more confident because their best period by far is the third period.
Yeah, and that goes to the last thing that I like here is it's a veteran group. They have whatever it is, they've done it. You've got guys that are still hungry, that haven't been to the mountaintop, but have been to the postseason before against a group of neophytes. Again, you touched on this. Montreal's been picking in the top 5 for the last handful of years. They're the team on the rise. Now's a good time to buy stock in them long term. Doesn't mean they got to beat you this year. So whatever happens, good bounce, bad bounce, everything in between, the character of this group, this Capitals team, I've been wildly impressed with, right? They are unflappable. If they have a bad shift, a bad period, a bad week, none of that seems to matter. They always seem to rebound and do what's necessary. This is now time to ramp up that intensity, and there's going to be adversity. A, it's the NHL playoffs. It's what happens. B, you touched on, I wouldn't pick a different group to be able to handle what Montreal is going to throw at them in Montreal than I would with this team, the way that they're built and how steady Eddie they are.
Our Caps playoff coverage throughout the show today and throughout this hopefully long run in the Stanley Cup playoffs brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry. For over 25 years, Ace Trim has been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV. They specialize in full-service interior trim carpentry, handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact acetrim.com today. That's Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. All right, as promised, 20 minutes after the hour, all day long on Grant and Danny, we're going to be giving away a pair of tickets to the second game of this series Wednesday night at Capital One Arena. So right now, caller number 9 at 800-636-1067. You're winning a pair of tickets to Game 2 for the 2025 playoffs, Washington Capitals hockey. This is Wednesday the 23rd, 2 days from now, over at the arena, just a few blocks away from where we're sitting. Tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com. Congrats to whoever's going to win those tickets right now. You're about to enjoy the best atmosphere in DC sports.
Will you just please come win these tickets? Please win these tickets. Please go. Please be loud. Please lose your mind. This is going to be awesome. There's been a bit of a drought. There's a hunger. There's a desire to break through.
There's some pressure too.
Yeah, and there is on the team. This is a good group to be able to handle that pressure. But I think fans, there's a grace period after you win the championship. And they did win it, by the way, 2018. Took a lot of the poison away, removed a lot of that built-up steam that was left over in the pipe. Now it's kind of a different group. Not even kind of. It's a different group almost entirely. It's now time to get going again. I think fans are ready for that.
If you're going to the game tonight, if you've already got your tickets, come on by the City Tap House in Penn Quarter. That's where we are broadcasting live. I'm going to be walking over with a bunch of fans as soon as we're done to get into the arena tonight. City Tap House, Penn Quarter. We will be giving away 2 tickets on site for tonight's game, raffle style. So you got to come fill out a raffle ticket if you want those and be here when we pull the name at 5 o'clock. You are listening to The Fan. Next, let's talk Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. He did a feature-length interview with John Gruden and was way more open in answering questions about the upcoming season than he has been throughout this offseason. That's next on G&D.
We're brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. The Caps begin their Stanley Cup chase tonight as they host the Canadiens in Game 1 of their opening round series. Caps banged up as they get ready for the second season. According to Coach Carbs, no Alexi Protas tonight for DC. The good news is Jacob Chikrin will play after taking a puck to the face Friday during practice. As for Martin Fehérváry, he is questionable after turning his ankle against the Islanders. As for who will be in net, TBD. Logan Thompson was the first off the ice this morning at practice. Spencer Carberry declined to name the starter in net for tonight. You can hear the game right here on the Fan tonight. John Walton, Ken Sabrin begin our coverage at 6:45. Face-off set for 7 p.m. Join Grant and Danny this afternoon out at City Tap House in Penn Quarter. And make sure you're listening to the Fan all day long for your chance to win a pair of tickets for Caps and Canadiens Game 2 every hour, 20 minutes past the hour. Your next chance to win is 3:20. NBA playoffs continue tonight as Denver looks to take a 2-0 series lead over the Clippers. They edged LA Saturday night in OT. Out in the East, we get Game 2 of the 3-6 matchup as the Knicks look to take both at home against the Pistons. Looking to upgrade your office game at PVI? We'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
Back live at City Tap House in the Penn Quarter in the shadow of Capital One Arena where the Caps and the Canadiens play Game 1 tonight right here on the Fan. You can hear the game at 7 o'clock. John Walton will be on the call. We are giving away tickets 20 minutes after the hour all show along to Game 2 on Wednesday, and we've got our first winner from our 220 giveaway on hold now. Let's bring Alberto on from Hagerstown. Congratulations, buddy. You're going to Game 2 of the Caps and the Canadiens.
Yay, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. This is my going tonight and be going to Game 2. Sounds fun, man.
Oh, hell yeah.
Doubling up.
Nice, dude. You getting a hotel room in between? What are you doing?
Yeah, well, I won with you guys on Friday when you guys were doing it.
Well, appreciate
that's
you, buddy.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the phone call. And tell you what, man, you got to be listening. You got to have your opportunity to win, and you're going to the Caps playoffs on Grant and Danny.
That is very, very cool. So yeah, there's one. They've basically been this. They've basically been the 1 seed for what? How many months? Right since the December, it was kind of clear they were going to run away with this thing, and no one's going to be able to catch them. And there's been some anticipation for it. People are pumped up and excited, man. It's going to be awesome.
All right, I want to get into Jaden Daniels and his interview with John Gruden because there was a lot that came out of that interview that made the rounds this weekend that caught my attention. So let's go through some of the things that he had to say, starting with this first cut here for him with advice for rookie quarterbacks. Of course, this rookie class is not nearly as good as last year's, but now he's a wily veteran.
That's right. Sage veteran. Yep.
Played in an NFC championship game. This is what Daniels had to say for Shedeur Sanders, Cam Ward, and the rest of this rookie class.
Man, I think probably the main thing I say is, like, you got to earn everything. Like, no matter where you got drafted at, you still got to go in there. As soon as you get drafted, as soon as you go in that locker room, you got to earn the respect of your teammates, especially the vets. You know, they've been doing it at a high level for some time. So, you know, they're going to look to you like, okay, what is this kid made about? So you just go in and keep your work ethic, you know, and go in there and earn the respect of your vets.
Yeah, I mean, remember he had to go through that last year, right? Where we're just kind of going, can you just please, talking about Dan Quinn and company, not a criticism, just what happened. Can we just all say what we know, that he's the starter? Can we just cover it? Can we just name him at any point in time instead of going through this exercise where he's got to earn this or that? And, you know, he's A, earned it by his play. B, you know, everyone kind of knew, but that was sort of the MO. That was the vibe. And I think that's the thing, right? No matter what you're doing in this league, no matter what kind of hype you come in with, you still have to earn the trust of your teammates. And that's not Instagram posts. That's not one time at the podium. That's you showed up early one time. Did you do it every single day? Did you grind every single day? That's what people respect.
That answer is one of 10 like it, where he said exactly what you would have written for him to say if you're a PR director.
Mm-hmm.
And he is so good at that. I don't mean this as a slight against him, But I mean, it is as if it's actually a wonderful thing. I always talk about the quarterback being the CEO of the Fortune 500 company, but it's as if like he is a presidential candidate who's ready for a debate. You know, the way he just delivers.
Yeah, they might try to spring you with this. Are you going to be prepared? The answer is yes.
He never, ever says anything that isn't exactly what you would have wanted. But yeah, to go out there and say, you got to earn your keep. You got to earn everything. And remember, Washington waited longer than most of us wanted them to officially name him the starter. I don't think that had anything to do with his play last year, but he is kind of keeping the rhetoric correct and saying having to earn the job was beneficial. Here he was on talking about handling success. He gave a lot of credit, I thought, to GM Adam Peters, but also head coach Dan Quinn for them keeping him grounded and being able to answer any questions he has. And he went into giving some love to DQ, who clearly he has a very good relationship with.
None of this is going to happen without the play on the field. So, you know, you got to keep the main thing. But I got a greater team around me. You know, my team personally, and then, you know, Washington, you know, got a great PR team. And then obviously Dan Quinn and Adam Peters, they do a great job of, you know, if I need something or I need help or advice on something like that, I could go talk to him at any time. Man, I love him. Players, coach, he take care of us. He wants the best for us, and he's always looking for ways to tell me how to improve. Like this offseason, I had a conversation with him, and he's like, man, I want to see you I got something for you that I want to see you take this next step, and I think it's going to be better for you and the whole team too. So, you know, it's that coach where it's like, man, he feels like he has to learn too. He's going to challenge me. I'm going to challenge him.
And again, that symbiotic relationship, right? You need your best player, and it helps when your best player is also your hardest worker. It helps when your best player isn't doing a thing. Think of the contrast, Aaron Rodgers. Well, you didn't kiss the ring enough, New York Jets, and I'm upset about that. Versus, hey, I'm going to challenge you to be even better than your record-setting rookie year. You know, taking a franchise that hasn't done diddly or squat for 30-plus years, go to the first NFC title game since 1991. First time you've won 11-plus games since 1991. You've taken this, you know, by the bootstraps all the way up to being one of the classes in the NFL. You did all that in year one. So you'd be forgiven for resting on your laurels a little bit. That's human nature to be somewhat complacent at times. But you need that relationship to be able to say, I'm going to challenge you to do even better. I'll challenge you to do more without it becoming adversarial and confrontational. It's collaborative. That's what Dan Quinn has built, man, to his credit.
My takeaway from that is, first, Peters and Quinn deserve so much credit for his development and for this thing working as well as it has.
Yes.
That's obvious, but I think, you know, Daniels really trusts both of those guys. And I do believe what he's saying, which is that he goes to them when he needs something. And I think that's everything from, hey, man, I want to wear these, simulation goggles, and I want to get this technology. And if I don't have it, I'm not going to feel as confident. And they go, we'll make it happen. Or if it's, hey, I'm going to get here every day at 5. I need 2 people with me to go over the tape and click through everything I want. And they go, you got it. Whatever resources he's needed, they've provided. The other part of this is Quinn has been as advertised as a guy.
Yep.
And as a beloved coach. Now, Ron Rivera was the same way, if you remember. After they made the playoffs in his first season, you couldn't find anyone to say anything other than what an amazing players coach he was and how much they all loved him. And that changed as the success changed. And so we'll see if they're not going to NFC championship games and if they have a losing season, what that looks like. But I used to compare Dan Quinn and Ron Rivera all the time because they were very similar hires. But it's pretty obvious now, a year in, just the how real Quinn is, the authenticity of him. Players see through the opposite. And I think that is one of the reasons why Quinn is so beloved early on through 1 year here in D.C. Let's go to him talking about the Commanders' offense. I thought this was awesome. John Gruden asked him, what do we call this? Like, what is this? I saw some concepts that I had not seen before. And Jaden Daniels, who at times last year took heat from, remember, Cam Taylor-Britt and other players calling it a college offense.
Yeah, I remember
saying
that.
Silly things as he's putting up big numbers against them. This is how he described this very unique offense that he helped collaborate on with Cliff Kingsbury.
I think it's unique. I think for us, we got pro-style concepts. You know, we don't huddle half the time. Our majority of the time, I would say not even half the time. Sometimes we might huddle. It's like a little muddle huddle where it's like, you know, I'm speaking to everybody, might give a little hand signal here and there, but it's unique and it fits us. You know, we want to be up fast, up tempo because we don't really want to give the defense a chance to get set. And, you know, in this league, first, second down, but third down, man, they call all the exotic blitzes. You know, you got to go up there, you got to figure out where they're blitzing from. So, you know, we try to eliminate as much as possible. And if we do got to get in that situation, you know, we always prepare for that too.
I think he's right in that assessment in terms of the uniqueness of it, right? Because it's not the run and shoot, it's not the spread, it's not this traditional thing or that. They borrow from a lot of concepts to accentuate the strengths of what they had. And quite frankly, last year their strength was Jaden Daniels, one, and I'd say McLaurin, two. Other than that, is there anybody that you would go player for player? Hey, that's a first division star, right? I'm talking about their weapons. And the way their offense was built, this is what we have. This is what we can get out of that. So let's accentuate, let's maximize those things. I thought it was really smartly done by Kingsbury and company. There were probably a couple of games that you would say, hey, the plan wasn't or didn't turn out to be as great. And that happens. It's the league, right? So think of the game we were at in New Orleans, for example. They were sure they'd be able to pound the football against New Orleans based on New Orleans' poor run defense, based on their matchups, and they kept at it. And, people that are always yelling about sticking to the run, they stuck to it. And they ran for, a third of a foot per carry, basically.
B-Rob, I think, had like 20 for 60 in that game.
And 20 of those yards came on a backwards pass that they gave him credit as rushing yards for. So, again, this isn't a criticism, just sort of pointing it out, that for the most part, you'd go, darn it, man, the play was pretty damn good here. They seemed to know what they were doing in terms of doing what they did best.
They're not the first team to use no huddle to the extent that they did, but I think their success with it is going to change the way teams see offense, especially with young quarterbacks. Maybe the Titans take a page out of their book with Cam Ward this year at 1-1 perhaps. But when you've got a young QB, it used to be the transition's difficult. In college, you're never in under center situations. You're never in the huddle. And the thought has always been you got to learn the huddle. You got to get under center. And now the point is, do you?
Yeah. Are you sure?
Sunday's just becoming Saturday in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And it's this pejorative, right? I remember Commanders fans getting so upset and bristling and yelling back when the Bengals were saying this is a college offense. And my point then was, who cares? First of all, it's not. But let's let them. It's not like you're not allowed to use Saturday concepts.
And it ain't cheating. You know
who's done it longer than anyone? Kyle Shanahan, who everybody says is a genius, or Sean McVay, or anybody else. Okay, call it whatever you want. Call it a high school offense. Call it a middle school offense.
Sure.
It's a middle school offense that just hung 40. That's the whole point. And I think that the no huddle was a big, big deal. We knew Temple was going to be critical, and Tempo ended up being massive for them. But I thought that was a pretty revealing answer for him, how much he enjoyed no huddle as the season went along. More from Jaden Daniels as we go today. And what was a more open version of him, had a lot of fun with John Gruden, who's great at pulling answers out of people. He is a entertaining guy, but he's also disarming. Like, he's putting on funny hats, and he's asking him about shoes and music, and Daniel seemed to have some fun with it. Next on Grant and Danny, we've been waiting for years for a development in DC sports media that came today. Years and years in the making. This is massive. We'll get to it next on The Fan. From City Tap House in D.C., just a few blocks from Capital One Arena, we're Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan. We're giving away tickets to Game 2, Caps Canadians, Wednesday night, all week long. We're giving them away in 20 minutes at 3:20. You've got another opportunity to win those tickets. Also, on site here at City Tap House today, Danny, we're giving away a pair for tonight's game. You got to be here when we draw at 5. But it's raffle style, so come on out, hang with us, get something to eat and drink before the game tonight. Rock your red. It's going to be a little party, and you'll be able to fill out a chance to win tickets for tonight's game.
Yeah, pretty simple, right? You write your name and email address down. You can win some tickets for this evening. Got to come see us. Got to be on premises, as you said, to win. So that's the game for tonight, and we're giving away tickets at 20 after the hour all show long for Wednesday night. The summary, the takeaway, if you're listening in your car for these brief moments, we're desperate to send you to Washington Capitals playoff hockey games. Please let us.
All right, let's get to our Grant and Danny poll of the day, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Local, long-distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. We're asking you on the 106.7 The Fan Twitter right now, big week in DC sports. What are you most looking forward to? You got the Caps and the Canadians, first-round Stanley Cup playoff action. Seems like a heavy favorite to me.
Mm-hmm.
The NFL draft, though, is Thursday and Friday, obviously a monster event. Got the Beltway Series between the Nats and the Orioles, and Juan Soto's making his return to Nats Park as a New York Met. Going to be pretty raucous, I think, when he comes back to D.C. for the first time as a Met. Right now, 67% of you are saying, and it makes sense,
sure,
playoff action, Capitals, Canadians. Tonight is Game 1, 7 o'clock puck drop. You can hear the game on The Fan. Wanted to talk about something that happened today, though, and I didn't see this coming kind of out of nowhere, but I got the email in my inbox. You see when it populated, right around 1 o'clock this afternoon. And I did a audible gasp with a fist pump that someone would have noticed if they were sitting near me at the bar and been like, what is going on in this guy's
what that guy's deal?
Life? The Mid-Atlantic Sports Network, that's Massen.
That's Massen.
Is offering direct-to-consumer streaming option for the first time ever now, as they finally, in their final year of this deal with the Nationals, have to actually improve their product because the Nationals are a free agent and can leave. They can go to Monumental. They can be taken over by Major League Baseball. They can go shop around. Beginning April 21st, that's today, Massen is going to be offering DTC, direct-to-consumer streaming options. It's Massen Plus. Fans can subscribe for $20 a month or $90 for the rest of this baseball season. You're going to get 24/7 Massen and Massen 2 content, including every available Orioles and Nationals game. So you get all the games. You get Orioles and Nats Classics, O's and Nats Extra, and all other Massen programming. Now, they're still not doing enough shoulder stuff and shows during the day about the teams that they need to do to be one of those real baseball networks.
Mm-hmm.
And ideally, they'll shell out some money if they have to moving forward to keep the team, and they'll do that. But this is significant.
Massive.
Because they're one of the few teams in baseball, Danny, where you could not get an app. You couldn't really cut the cord because you needed Massen via DirecTV or via whatever cable provider you might have, and it wasn't many of them, but that still had Massen. So many people like me have had to get DirecTV every single baseball season and then freeze it or cut it off until the start of the next baseball season. Finally now, at $20 a month or at $90, you can stream the games via Roku or Fire TV, Amazon, Apple
Whatever you
TV.
got. Yep.
This is like the Nats joining the 2015s, 2020s. I mean, this is pretty amazing.
It is an enormous deal. So you go back to the beginning when they weren't on anybody's TV. Like no cable packages had it. And then you had play-by-play announcers going, can anyone hear this? If so, send me a message or something like that. I mean, trying to build a fan base. And it's not just for cord cutters that don't like their cable companies. It's for people like my aunt and uncle-in-law who live outside of Leesburg that have always constantly had so many different problems with, sort of all things cable and if the wind blows, if it rains, if one of the local roosters or chickens does something untoward with the satellite dish or whatever. There are constant issues. People that live remotely. This is the way to do it. This is what has needed to happen for so long. People need to be able to see your product. Please get your product to where the people are. This is where the people are. It's more than a decade too late, but I ain't complaining. It is a massive step forward. Thank you.
Yeah, it's outrageous how long this took, but I'm not going to complain about it. A beggar cannot be a chooser or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Here is my question, though. If we didn't find out 6 weeks ago or whatever it was that the Nationals are a free agent from a TV network standpoint, and that the expectation wasn't that they end up on Monumental Sports with the Caps and the Wizards on Ted Leonsis' network, would this have happened today?
Great question. Now, you can't make up an app in 6 weeks.
I understand. I'm sure they've been working on it for a long time, but you don't have to offer it
a little more
necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I bet you kicked it into overdrive.
Yeah.
And it's been a couple of months, but I'm sure, by the way, like we found out a couple months ago.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think that they found out months before that?
No, that's fair. Yeah.
I think that at the least it impacted this, but this should have been happening for years.
Yep.
It is infuriating that it hasn't, because for so many of us, if you have the MLB.TV Major League Baseball package, you can't get the television games of the local teams locally. They get blacked out. So when I pay for MLB.TV like I do, I can watch every Mariners and Rangers and every Athletics and Reds game that I want until and if they're playing the Orioles or the Nationals.
Mm-hmm.
When they are, or any O's or Nats game, I don't get. So there was no way for me to stream those teams until right now. And finally it's happening. There's a couple people complaining about the price point. Kick rocks with that. I mean, apps cost money. You're getting a game every night for a few hours. If you want to watch the team, it's available to you. Like anything, you got to decide if you want to pay or not. I'm sure you'd like the Caps tickets tonight to be less too. It's a product. This is what it costs. Enjoy it or don't. But the option should have always been there. It's just egregious to me that it wasn't. And today, maybe I'm overstating it, but as a diehard who has wanted to cut the cord for years, this is one of the biggest entertainment developments in this town in years.
Yeah, it's hard to understate it, honestly. And again, it may not affect you. You may just say, no, I'm very happy with my cable company. I've never heard anyone say that, by the way. I've never actually heard that sentence come out of anyone's mouth.
Is that a thing?
Maybe you are. Maybe you're thrilled to pay for, close to 1,000 channels, 977 of which you would never watch or don't speak the language that it's in, or are that interested in George Mason University, like public television. I don't know what class they're streaming or what sort of hearing they're doing. I'm sure it's awesome. I've never turned on that channel. I don't want to pay for that. I'd like to pay for the things I use. So I've been desperate to get to this model. I've been desperate for this. The reason I pay for cable is so I could watch Nationals games, and now I can do it my own way. So, you could say, hey, it's $90 for the season is a little too rich for my blood. Totally get that. To me, it's, I don't know, $1,000 cheaper than paying my cable company every month for, again, 970 channels that I don't know what they're doing or why.
City Tap House in Penn Quarter, the site today of Grant and Danny. We are taking you all the way up to pregame of Caps hockey at 6:45, and then we'll waddle on over to the arena with so many of our listeners will be rocking their red as we party this evening. We are also on site going to be raffling off tickets to Game 1 tonight. You got to fill out your name, and you have a chance, if you're here at 5 p.m., to get tickets to tonight's game. So you can come on by to win those. But your next chance as a listener to win tickets for Game 2 on Wednesday is at 3:20, 25 minutes from right now on Grant and Danny. Tarek El-Bashir of Monumental Sports helps us set the table for tonight's matchup with Montreal to kick off the Stanley Cup playoffs next on The Fan.
We're brought to you by Meadow Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. The Caps begin their Stanley Cup chase tonight as they host the Canadiens in Game 1 of their opening round series. Injury update for the fellas. Alexi Protas out for Game 1 with a cut on his foot. Jacob Chikrin will play after taking a puck to the face Friday during practice. Still some questions around Martin Feravari as he's questionable with an ankle injury. Logan Thompson making improvements. He was the first off the ice at practice this morning. Spencer Carberry declined to name the starter for net. The starter in net for Game 1. You can
City Tap House, Penn Quarter, the site of Grant and Danny today, where we are raffling off tickets to Game 1 tonight. 5 p.m. We'll pick a winner. Come on out and hang with us leading up to the first of hopefully many home games for the Capitals in what ideally will be a lengthy Stanley Cup run. We're giving away another pair of tickets to a caller in about 17 minutes right here on G&D at the end of this segment. Those tickets will be to Wednesday night's Game 2, so make sure you're listening at 3:20 when we are done talking to our buddy Tariq El-Bashir. If you want to win those tickets, be ready to call.
This radio program, Grant and Danny, brought to you by our friends, the law firm of Condori and Morad. They can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That is kmlawyers.com.
Let's go to the guest hotline right now and welcome onto the show our buddy Tariq El-Bashir of Monumental Sports. Covers these Capitals. They are getting ready for game number 1, which is 4 hours away from puck drop against Montreal. Tariq, let's begin with the news of the day. Logan Thompson was in net in practice. He was first off the ice. That normally means he would start, but there's still some intrigue. Who's in net, do you think?
Yeah, Grant, in the regular season, the first goalie off the ice was 100% of the time the starter that night. I'm a little hesitant to go full Logan Thompson right now because, look, it's the playoffs, and if Spencer Carberry learned anything from his first go-round in the playoffs last year against the Rangers, it's that giving away your lineup, including your starting goalie, doesn't benefit the Washington Capitals, right? If you can have the other team thinking for even 5-10 minutes and preparing for a little bit of unknown, then you're taking up some of their time, and you're winning some of that battle in terms of prep. I do think it's going to be Logan. We didn't get a chance to speak to him. He wasn't in the room when the room opened to the media. Charlie Lindgren wasn't giving it up either. Someone asked him, "Hey, are you backing up tonight?" And he said, "You never know." He goes, "I'm good to go. Logan sometimes comes off early. Sometimes I stay out there for a little extra work. So look, a little bit of gamesmanship, a little bit of subterfuge. But if you're a Caps fan, you don't want Montreal knowing who's going to be between the pipes tonight until at least warm-ups.
Sounds like Chucky knew the assignment. I get it in football because it's so important with an opposing quarterback, especially if there are two conflicting styles, that maybe you would do everything you can all week long to not let the opponent know. Is it that big of a deal from a goaltending standpoint? And take us into that.
Yeah, I mean, goaltending plays such an outsized role in the playoffs. That said, there are a lot of similarities between Thompson and Lindgren because they both catch with their right hand, so which is rare. But it's also really rare to have a team, a tandem where both your goalies are that way. So maybe a little bit less of an advantage because they both are backwards goalies. But that said, I mean, there is a book on Charlie Lindgren and there is a book on Logan Thompson, and they are not the same thing. So again, if you force the Canadians to not know or to prepare for both, that's a win in the Caps book.
Tarek El-Bashir with us here on G&D. So, Tarek, I don't think it's in dispute that this club, talking about the Caps, have not played as well down the stretch here. And you can find your sample size. To me, it's really since Four Nations, where I think they're 15, 11, and 1, and just haven't looked the same as before then. There are reasons for that. I think that's all well and good. I guess the debate comes down to, do you think that's a big deal or not? How hard is it to get it back? Because that's really what's essentially the question here, right?
You're absolutely right, Danny. I feel like, we always talk about flipping the proverbial switch. Are you able to go from, playing at, 10% down in terms of intensity and focus and discipline and all those other things, which we saw from the Capitals the last month of the season. But, remember, they clinched on, I believe, March 20th. I mean, that was a lot of time between clinching a playoff berth and knowing that you're in and then needing to ramp it up for game one. I'm inclined to believe that they will be able to turn that switch tonight and get into playoff mode because they're veterans. There's some younger guys on the team now, but there's still a veteran core that they've been there. They've seen it. They know what it feels like. They know what it smells like. That they're going to be able to get into that that playoff mode right off the bat. At least, I mean, that's my expectation. I'm sure that's the hope for Caps fans out there. But there is a little bit of danger in that, right? On the flip side, Montreal has been one of the best teams in the league over the past handful of weeks. 7-1-2 in their final 10 games coming down the stretch. They've got several players that have been really, really good for a few weeks now. One of the things I'll have my eye on tonight, guys, is that first line, the Caulfield, Suzuki, Slavkovsky line. Since the Four Nations, they've been the best line in the NHL, and it's not really all that close. I do feel like the Caps are going to be able to flip the switch. That said, Montreal is not the team that the Capitals beat a couple of times early in the year. They're a much better team. They're a much more dangerous team now than they were, say, in November, December, and January.
Caps Insider, Monumental Sports Network, Tarek El-Bashir on Grant and Danny. We are about 4 hours from dropping the puck at Capital One Arena. We're at City Tap House in Penn Quarter. Come on by and hang with us ahead of the start of Game 1 tonight. Tarek, Alexi Protas is not playing tonight. Will we see him in this series? And then Martin Ferravari's injury status, I think, is going under the radar here. I got birdies chirping. I think he's the most injured of all these guys, and we're not going to see him for a little while. How big of a loss is not having Ferravari and then Protas, who statistically was their best player at even strength this year?
Grant, it really stinks that the team was mostly healthy throughout the year. If you kind of discount, Nicholas Backstrom and TJ Oshie being on LTI all year, and then Obi, of course, missed the 16 games with the broken leg. But for the most part, this has been a very healthy team. The same six defensemen essentially played every game until they got down to those last few, and they were manipulating for rest. And to not have Marty Ferravari now, I do think that hurts the team quite a bit, maybe more than people would expect. Ditto for Alexi Protas. And where I really think it's going to be noteworthy is going to be on the PK. The Caps have been really good shorthanded all year long. And in the playoffs, there aren't many power plays handed out, but when they are handed out, their impact can be huge. And a good PK can be your backbone. And Faravari played more shorthanded minutes than anyone else on the team. And Alexi Protas, although he wasn't, nicked out in terms of the amount of minutes he got, you remember how dangerous he was on the PK. He really forced the issue and had several shorthanded chances, buried a few of them. So I feel like on the PK, you're really going to miss Faravari and Protas. And you're going to miss Protas, as you said, at even strength offensively. I don't know the specifics or the timeline. I can tell you this. I have not laid eyes on Faravari in more than a week, which leads me to believe that he's not going to be around anytime soon. Protas skated for a little bit over the weekend, skated again this morning on his own. The type of injury that he has, it's going to be a little bit. I will tell you this, Carberry has been pretty forthcoming with us over the years with regard to timelines. And he said essentially that there is a chance that Protas is going to play during this series. My gut says this series would have to go long for that to happen. And hopefully it doesn't go long, but if it does, I think maybe there's a chance we'll see Protas. Faravari, when you haven't seen a guy in this long, I'm starting to wonder if we're going to see him anytime soon.
Tarek, when I hear that the opponent has some speed and they got young legs, I clench up a little bit. I get a little tight, a little puckered. That has given the Caps fits over the years as they haven't gotten out of the first round since winning the Stanley Cup in 2018. And that's kind of the recipe here tonight. How do they counteract it? How do they match up specifically with Montreal?
I'll tell you this. I mean, the Capitals are a faster team, a much faster team than they were just last year or certainly in previous years. But again, I think you're right in your analysis there. I mean, the Canadians are young, they are fast, and they might be just naive enough to not be scared of the moment, right? And the Capitals have all the pressure on them. They won the Eastern Conference. Big things are expected from them. The Capitals, in my mind, guys, check all of the boxes in terms of advantages. They're better offensively. They're better defensively. Their special teams, PK and power play are better. Goaltending, we'll see. But I think if you look at the whole body of work, they have the advantage there. And even in the intangibles, like experience and coaching and those sorts of things, the Capitals have the advantage. They're the better team. They should win this series. That said, I mean, hockey is the most random of the major four sports. I always joke with people, it's a silly game played on ice. People fall. Pucks hit posts and go in. They hit posts and they go out. There are overtime games that are determined by one mistake. To me, the Capitals need to come out tonight and get off to a strong start in game one and let the Canadians know by being physical. The Capitals are a much bigger, heavier team. Being physical and just let the Canadians know, hey, we're the bullies, we're at home, and that little bit of belief that you built over the last 10 games, guess what? It doesn't matter because we're here to play. And I think if the Capitals come out and really hammer on these guys a little bit, show that they are the bullies and the bigger, heavier team, I think you invest early. I think they win this series without too much trouble. Flip side of that, if the Canadians get a fluky goal early, it could be trouble.
Yeah, no kidding. Welcome to hockey. I mean, isn't it going to be fun? No anxiety at all. To Tarek's point, minus 255 to minus 275 is the price I'm seeing on the series for the Capitals. Mm-hmm. So even with all their injuries, they're a heavy favorite. But it only adds to the pressure for a team down some bodies that has not gotten out of the first round since 2018. It feels like Montreal is an 8 seed. It's just kind of free and easy here. Let's get into the Canadians for a second, Tark, before we let you go. So you mentioned Nicole Caulfield, Nick Suzuki, top line, which has been one of the best in the sport here for a few months. So I'm going to take them out of the equation. I want a thought on Ivan Demidov, this new Russian kid that came from the KHL, who's been pretty electric offensively, but seems susceptible defensively. And then also every playoff series, I end up despising a player on the other team Normally, it's like a physical guy who's face washing people, not someone who's overly skilled. Who will be that guy that I hate at the end of this series?
I can answer that question without even thinking too hard about it. You're going to hate Brendan Gallagher quite a lot. Brendan Gallagher is such a pest. He's so good at what he does. I'll tell you a funny story. Years ago when I was writing for The Athletic, we did like this anonymous poll of the players in the room. And so one of the questions was, what player do you hate playing? And I would say like 8 or 9 guys said Brendan Gallagher, and I would have never guessed that. And I was like, oh, okay. and so, I mean, that answers your question right there. He's just a pain in the butt. But that's what he does, and he's good at it. And that line, Josh Anderson's a big boy. Christian Dvorak's a pretty good hockey player. That third line, this morning, Carberry compared that third line, the Dvorak, Anderson, Gallagher line, to kind of the Nick Dowd line. You know, they're going to be deployed defensively. You know, they're limited skills wise, but they're gonna be physical. They're going to be a pain in the butt. They're going to wear you down on the forecheck. And I think by the end of the series, you're going to really hate Gallagher.
And how good is Demidov, the kid?
Oh my God! So I've only seen him play one time, and it was the first of his 2 games at the end of the regular season. And you just can't take your eyes off the guy. And you know, Carberry called him the X factor for the Habs, and I kind of agree with that. And so I asked Carberry, I pressed him on it. I was like, so what makes him special? He said, well, from the limited video that we have, which is also a problem, right? He's only played 2 regular season games in the NHL. He wants the puck. He likes the limelight. He wants the pressure and to rise to the moment. He's also got poise with the puck beyond his years. He's only 19 years old. You know, decent size, good skater, great hands. Scored a wow goal in that first game against Chicago. Also had a primary assist, and also in that game, he, according to Sport Logic, directed 9 passes to the slot, which was the most slot passes of any player on Montreal all season long, and he just got here. So he's going to be a pain. He's a player that I think skills-wise is going to stand out to Caps fans. He's also one of those guys that I hope Tom Wilson introduces himself to early and often tonight.
Yeah, the Zingo's trying to fire off GPs. Gallagher got 9 votes, and I think Marchand got 2,000. So that's the list. Tark, real quick, give me a prediction for the series.
Caps in 6.
Thank
I'll
you,
take
sir.
it.
Yeah, I will certainly take it. Hope it comes true, man. Enjoy tonight.
Thank you.
Always outstanding. Tarek El-Bashir. Watch him tonight on Monumental Sports. If you're on the couch at home and throughout the series, you can get his insight on social, wherever you follow your hockey content providers at Tarek_El-Bashir. We got another pair of tickets to give away, Danny, coming up in just a moment. So get your dialing fingers ready. We're going to be giving away tickets all show long, 20 minutes after the hour. We've been doing it all day on the Fan. We did this Friday for tonight's game. Today, we're giving away tickets to Game 2 on Wednesday night. Game 2 is always so fascinating.
Yeah.
If you lose tonight, the nerves and anxieties in the building,
it's
almost unpleasant.
Right.
Like, I don't even know if you want to be there at that point.
You're gassy and hyperventilating.
But it's early enough that you're not panicking yet.
Right.
It's not a Game 3 when you're down 0-2, right? But if they win, it's just a party because you're a little bit fancy-free. The hair is down. You're just having fun. You have an extra drink. What's the worst that could happen? The series gets tied?
Yeah.
It's a nice little pivot point that somebody's going to.
Yeah, it's a huge inflection point, right? I mean, whoever wins that game is in, you'd say, the driver's seat of the series, right? With a little momentum, et cetera. You could be up 2-0, down 0-2, God forbid, or having won the most recent game 1-1 before you go on the road.
All right, here's your cue to call right now, 800-636-1067. Another winner of a pair of tickets to Round 1 Home Game 2 Wednesday night, 2025 playoffs for the Washington Capitals. This is this Wednesday, 2 days out, against Montreal at Capital One Arena. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com. Big thanks to Tarek. All of our Caps playoff conversations, like the one we just had, are brought to you throughout this Cup run by Ace Trim Carpentry. Over 25 years, Ace Trim has been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV, specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry. They handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact them at acetrim.com today. That's Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. Next on Grant and Danny, we are just 3 days away from the start of the NFL draft. A quarterback has decided not to go. What should that tell us about where he could come off the board? And remember when Washington traded Sam Howell and got good value? Apparently the Seahawks might be ready to move on from Sam Howell. That's next on The Fan.
We're brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Caps and Canadians set to duke it out tonight in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs from Cap One Arena. Caps nicked up as they get ready for the second season, according to Coach Carbs. No Alexi Protas tonight for DC. Good news, Jacob Chikrin will play. Martin Ferravari officially listed as questionable after turning his ankle against New York. As for who will be in net, TBD. Logan Thompson was the first off the ice at practice this morning. Coach Carbs declined to name the starter in net for tonight. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. John Walton and Ken Sabrin begin our coverage at 6:45. Face-off set for 7 p.m. NFL news, according to Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell, quarterback J.J. McCarthy won't have any limitations during the team's offseason program, which begins tomorrow. McCarthy missed his rookie season because of a torn meniscus in his right knee. NBA news, Milwaukee Bucks star Damian Lillard officially upgraded to questionable for Tuesday's Game 2 against the Indiana Pacers. Lillard has been out since March 18th with a blood clot in his right calf and missed Game 1 on Saturday. From spring repair, replacement, or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
We got another winner, ladies and gentlemen. Caps tickets for Wednesday night's Game 2 just by listening to 106.7 The Fan. Every hour, all day long, we've been giving these away. We've got a couple of more opportunities for you at 4:20 and 5:20. Listen, call, win the tickets. Kenny in Manassas is our latest winner, who's going to be at Capital One Arena on Wednesday. Kenny, congrats, brother.
What, Kenny?
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Who you taking with you to the game?
I haven't decided yet.
Oh, a little contest for Kenny's affection.
How many people that know Kenny that are listening right now are just going to send him that random, like, hey, man, been thinking about you lately.
Hey, what are you up to on Wednesday, Kenny? Doing anything?
Love to get together, brother. Well, good luck to you. Enjoy yourself.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, have fun, buddy.
Thank you.
Be like Kenny and listen every hour, 20 after, if you want Caps tickets. Come on out. We are live today at City Tap House in Penn Quarter. We're actually giving away a pair of tickets on site for tonight's game. Game 1 tonight for the Caps and the Canadians. We're raffling off tickets. 5 o'clock raffle. Got to be here to win. So that's 90 minutes from right now as you guys get out of the office. A lot of people, I'm sure, getting out a little early today to come on over to Penn Quarter. We're just a few blocks away, shadows of Capital One Arena. We were here a few weeks ago.
Love this place,
and
man.
by the time we get off the air, this place is slammed with everybody wearing red. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, this is a great pregame spot. Great. Foodstuffs are awesome. I'm looking at all the beers. I've lost count. I've tried to count up the number of beers several times over. I can't. It's somewhere in the dozens. Yeah, this place is awesome, dude. And it's, as you said, stone's throw from the arena. Come on out, win some tickets, and then go enjoy yourself this evening.
Some NFL draft news from over the weekend that I thought was intriguing. Jackson Dart is no longer going to go to the NFL draft. He had initially said he would be there after getting an invite. That was his plan. But the 6'2" quarterback from Ole Miss by way of USC has pulled his name. He's not going to attend the event. Coming off a year where he led the SEC conference in completion percentage, 69%, threw for 4,300 yards, 10.8 yards per attempt. I mean, he led the SEC in almost every passing category. Yep. There was some speculation maybe that he goes in the first round. In fact, right now, this moment, the over-under on quarterbacks in round 1 is 2.5 because you know Cam Ward's going 1-1, the Miami Hurricane. He's going to go at the top of the board. The second quarterback who's almost certainly going in the first round is Shedeur Sanders out of Colorado. We just don't know where. Could it be New Orleans at 9? Could it be Pittsburgh at 21? But the third guy, if there is one, the pendulum swinger for the win or loss of a bet on 2.5 as an over-under at quarterback is Jackson Dart. I know you've made a lot out of the fact that Shedeur Sanders was
Jalen
Milroe, rather, has been listed as possibly going to the draft and was invited to the draft and says he's going to go. I've never thought that was important, honestly. I don't think the league cares that much about that. They just want to get as much out of marketing Jalen Milroe for those couple of days as possible. But I'd imagine then this means that you think that Jackson Dart's getting bad news going the other direction.
Yeah, if you put stock in it, which I just keep asking the question about Milroe because that just seems so out of place because there's not any first-round momentum for him. nearly anywhere. Only a couple guys speculating, hey, maybe someone does the Lamar Jackson plan, aka trade back into the first round at 29, 30, 31, 32 or something like that, just to get that extra year. But Dart had some momentum. I mean, this morning on one of the Shouty shows on ESPN, they had an analyst on talking about Pittsburgh at 21 as a distinct possibility. And they're laying in the weeds as someone. Let's say Sanders goes and they don't want to trade up for him.
Yep.
Right? They actually tend to, I think, according to this guy, they actually like him based on, whatever he was hearing.
I know everybody's got a mock. So when I reference one, it's one of the main guys, right?
Sure.
It's not just some random thing I saw from someone I hadn't heard of.
Mm-hmm.
But there are actually draft experts at the major networks who have suggested Dart could go over Shedeur Sanders. That it's possible that the second quarterback to go, like maybe it would stun everyone, but the Saints, as an example, could keep him in the Southeast and they could take him, or to your point, Pittsburgh, like even with Shedeur still there, possibly could take Jackson Dart. So it's odd to me if that is the case, and we're hearing those things still, those rumblings, that he would not attend the event. If you think that those two things are related, again, I'm just not a believer in going to the event meaning anything. I think it's a cool opportunity. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. I think people sleep, too, on how much these guys are wined and dined for the week leading up to it. Like, I was there covering Robert Griffin's every move in 2012 on the beat before the Washington drafted him. Do you know how many things he did and, like, cool opportunities he had between Super Bowl parties and concerts? And he was at Subway doing something because he was
Tonight Show this, Letterman that.
Yeah, so why not just go have fun and make the most out of the most fun, enjoyable 72 hours of your life?
There's something to that. I mean, again, the only part that I think of is that I don't have a better word for it, but that Aaron Rodgers treatment, right? Where you're sitting there for hours and hours and hours, and then maybe don't get picked at all in the green room, and then it's that reality show, zoom in on you. You're making the Jim from The Office expression, pretending to be on the phone with nobody, whatever. Potential awkwardness. But you're right. There's a whole production around it. There's a whole week of you're the belle of the ball, both for the league and get a chance to go and do some pretty cool stuff. So I think there's probably something to that.
Some of the strengths on the scouting report for Jackson Dart, considered a second or third overall quarterback in this class, depending on where you're looking. Processes information pretty well. I think there's some thought that he reads defense as well, although he struggled some with zone. Situational decision-making, third downs, getting the ball out quickly, pre-snap decisiveness, all those things get graded pretty well. Throws with adequate accuracy, drive velocity between the hashes, some of the things that have been considered a weakness. And I think this is very coachable and very normal. Lazy footwork is what you'll see in some scouting
There's
reports.
that one throw, sorry to interrupt you, that went viral from the combine. I don't know if you know the one I'm talking about.
Course.
It's like if you search Jackson Dart combine, this is going to come up, where it looks like my feet after I've worked out and I can't move. Didn't get swung around at all. Missed his receiver by 15 yards. No defenders in sight, by the way, just ground. And you just go, oh, God, that's cringeworthy. That's the knock.
Also, arm strength is a bit of a question. I know Jake Gruden, when he watched him, and we're going to get him on a little later in the week to break a lot of these guys down, he actually liked Jackson Dart a lot. But I think plenty of former coaches and analysts have said that, when he's going deep, his whole body has to get into it, and there might be some questions there. So it's eye of the beholder, but he's 6'2", 223. I don't want to say that's undersized. It's probably about average, but he's not a big guy. He's not statuesque in the pocket, but he is athletic and mobile, and I think he's going to be a nice player at the next level. The question is he a long-term starter or not? But he will not be at the NFL draft.
He reminds me a little bit of Colt McCoy. And I know that's an insult to a lot of people, but you're talking about a long-time pro. But just in terms of,
well, that's true. I know why Jay likes him.
Well, yeah,
Jay loves Colt McCoy.
I was going to say, but tough as nails. I mean, we'll stand in there knowing he's going to get his teeth rattled and deliver that football. There's something I think a lot of coaches certainly appreciate about that. But it's those deep ones where it's like, okay, the receiver's broken open. Here comes the windup. Here comes the crow hop. Just not that natural. Oh, this guy might be open. Flick of the wrist. That you see from some of these guys with that elite high-level arm strength. But there's stuff to like there, certainly from Dart.
Another quarterback who was in the news this weekend is Sam Howell. Sam Howell is possibly on his way out of Seattle already. How about this? 3rd and 5th round selections were given up to Washington for a 4th and a 6th, right? So it was basically pick swaps. Washington went from the early 4th into the late 3rd and from the early 6th into the back end of the 5th, moving up in 2 different selections for Sam Howell, who they had no use for after they drafted Jaden Daniels. I mean, it was, with them about to draft Jaden Daniels, I guess I should say.
Right.
They had the number 2 pick. They knew who they were taking at that time, even though we didn't. But They got really, really good value for Howell. Seattle at that time, if you remember, the talk was they think he's a starter. They think they could be getting their quarterback in the future. Fast forward a year now. He barely played because Geno Smith was the starter, but they went and paid Sam Darnold a bunch of money. So they brought in Drew Lock. Howell is now competing for the number 2 job, could be the 3rd quarterback. And the report this week is they're looking to unload him. What a great job by Adam Peters to move up twice into the 3rd and into the 5th with those. Basically, I'm calling them pick swaps because you just gave up 2 picks for 2 picks and went up around each time. But for a guy that, if he was still here, would maybe be your 3rd quarterback, you got to unload at the right time, and he certainly did with Howell.
Which is, again, we said so at the time. I don't think we realized the depth of it, to your point here. What they've done previously is just torpedo any asset, the value of any player that they ever had when it came to trade time. It was like, okay, now that we put you through the ringer, we've spent time insulting you or alienating you or making it untenable so that you can't come back. Now we'll look to trade you. See Cousins, see Trent Williams, see whatever. And this was strike while the iron's hot. No one's saying that they got 3 first-rounders out of the deal or some sort of Griffin-esque haul, but the fact that you're able to get something for a guy that a team is already ready to move on from after a really short, small sample kind of tells you they did pretty well.
I think that that's one of the most important things as an executive that you can do is be able to properly self-evaluate and knowing, think about this, it's so relatable to most of us, like with a home. When is the right time to pounce on the market? You could have absolutely kept Sam Howell in the organization because he proved he can play a little bit. Most teams are not in the business of moving on from quarterbacks who just threw for close to 4,000 yards or 20 touchdowns. But you knew I got a veteran backup who's going to provide everything that we need in terms of Marcus Mariota. I've got my long-term answer, my franchise quarterback coming in here at pick 2, whether that's Daniels or Drake May. And there are still teams that think there's enough upside with Howell that they could sell him. So it's time. What a win.
Yep.
I wonder what Seattle would get for him right now if they traded him.
Not a ton. I
mean,
wouldn't anticipate. Would you?
Could you get a 6th? I doubt it, but I guess it's possible.
Yeah, maybe like a conditional 6th or
maybe
a
somebody,
similar pick swap, something like that.
How about this, though? Is Sam Howell worse than Mason Rudolph, who right now is the starter for a potential playoff team in Pittsburgh?
I think you could switch the nameplates and you'd get the.
Do you think Mason Rudolph's as good as him?
Yeah.
See, I would take Howell over Rudolph, but I get your point. What I'm saying is, though, if someone gets left holding the bag, whether that's New Orleans or Pittsburgh, and it doesn't fall their way and they don't get the veteran quarterback,
right,
or maybe a Minnesota with J.J. McCarthy right now. McCarthy, remember, we don't know what his knee situation is. We don't know how healthy he is or how he's looked all offseason. If they're not convinced and they're looking into the veteran market, but they don't want to pay the $20 million of Cousins' contract to bring him back, or they don't want to trade for some other veteran like a Marcus Mariota or whatever, maybe you could just flip a future 6th or 7th or something and bring in Sam Howell, and maybe that's a shot to get someone who could play passable for weeks at a time.
Yeah, to me, this is no longer are you in the market for a flyer on a starter? He's taken himself out of that, right? Both by his play in Washington and then his brief time in Seattle, where if they're already ready to move on, you're not buying it, to your point, at the height of the marketplace. or you're not selling at the height of the marketplace for Sam Howell. So to me, he's in that, backup plus tier, right? Well, there's nothing wrong with it if you want him to play for a couple of games or come in relief for a game or two and sling it and throw a couple YOLO balls and see what happens, right? Throw it into quadruple coverage and hope that one of the defenders runs into one of the referees down there and maybe Curtis Samuel comes down with a catch. If you want someone to do that, he's available for you, right? But if you're picking him up to at one point be an answer for you, I think that ship has sailed.
40 minutes away from your next chance to win Caps tickets to Game 2 on Wednesday night. We're giving those away at 4:20 here on Grant and Danny, 20 minutes after the next hour. We've got the double play coming up next. What's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports. And then we're blitzing around the Beltway. Remember, we are live today at City Tap House in Penn Quarter, just a few blocks away from Capital One Arena. We're actually giving away 2 tickets to tonight's game, raffle style. So as you come on out, come fill out your name, try to win the tickets via raffle to tonight's Caps game. We've got a pair for you that we're giving away on site at 5 o'clock. You got to be here to claim them and win. You are listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. I want to share with you what could be the fastest and easiest way to sell your home. My friends, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Power Home Team with Carla Williams, what they do, they remove the stress that comes with selling a home. Who wants showing after showing or to get the kids and dogs out of the house and constantly keeping the house show-ready clean? It's the easiest, most simple way to sell your home. Here's how the program works. You call Debbie and Sarah and tell them about your home. They will bring you multiple cash offer options. You pick one, and then you get to choose the closing date. No showings, no hassle. That's right. Multiple cash offers presented to you instantly. Reynolds Power Home Team was honored to help John sell his home in only 5 days with a cash offer that was $15,000 over ye old asking price. Call the only ones you should trust to sell your home. Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Power Home Team. Call them today at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. They sold my place. They're the best at this. DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Grant and Danny, welcoming you back at City Tap House downtown in D.C. What's going on? And thanks for making the show part of your day. We are coming your way for the double play driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
Last of Us, episode 2, last night. If you know, you know. If you don't, buckle up. Oh, my God. This continues to be an absolutely incredible show after how good the games now were. I mean, you're on pretty much to game 2 in terms of the source material. If you haven't watched episode 1, not too late to catch up. Set 5 years after the events of the first season of The Last of Us. This is so just remarkable how well they raise the tension and how well they kind of play on all the different themes from the game, GP. But it's basically, again, it's obviously the ever-present threat is the cordyceps virus or fungus, whatever the thing is. You know, if you've seen it, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That is kind of always there, always sort of the backdrop to everything that they do. And it's really about how humanity reacts. It's about what people are doing to other people. And some people did some things last night. Again, spoiler-free review, but if you know, you know. How they were going to handle that event was the seminal question from those of us that played the game, because they always have to raise the stakes. The folks at Naughty Dog that produced this thing knew with the first game they had something shocking in the first couple of minutes, first few moments, and nothing was going to prepare you for that. They had to do something similar in game 2 or season 2, et cetera, and they did that. I thought they handled it really well. A couple artistic choices that I was curious about as to why. But again, I thought it was really, really well done, really well handled. You got that dread, that fear, that escalated tension, knowing that something was going to happen, both to the settlement there in Jackson, Wyoming, and then, of course, to some of our main heroes and heroines. But outstanding episode of television. This show continues to rule.
So I'm going to defer to you as the guy who played the video games and is steamed up for the program, and I want you to love it. The only other person that I've heard talk about it, that I've talked to about it yet. So yesterday was Easter. Mm-hmm. I went home and we were having a lot of family time, kind of gathered around, eating, drinking, being merry. And my uncle was talking about the show and, like me, watched and loved season 1. And he is really annoyed by what they've done in season 2 because he says it's a different show, basically. You know, season 1, we're trying to get somewhere.
Yes.
And, there's a whole basically
it's
plot.
a journey. Yeah, it's like
and the plot doesn't matter anymore, essentially, is what he's saying. It's a whole different series, and he's saying it's not a bad series, but now it's like, Walking Dead or something. It's zombie killing type show or whatever.
Yeah, so
that pivot has bothered him.
Okay.
And I wonder when everything they do you love, essentially. I shouldn't say that.
No.
You there's choices you don't like,
Sure,
but like you're all in on the show. I think a big part of it though is you got your gamers, man. Like
those of us that know can't wait for this.
The ones that played the video game, you are all in. And there's also an element of like you've read the books and you can't wait to tell everyone you read the books. And I don't mean you personally.
No, but that is me personally.
No, but I don't. I'm not trying to cut you down. But I'm the same way. If I've read the book and I'm going to see the movie and I want to tell everyone they could have done this, but they didn't, and they did it this way. So it's just funny to hear someone who didn't play the video game.
Yeah.
And his take yesterday was they ruined my thing.
So has he watched the second episode? Do you know or no?
Well, it was on last night.
Last night.
So it was just the one episode, and he basically said, it's like a different plot. It's a different show. I want my thing back.
So I will say that, of course it is. So you had this journey. They took it. A key seminal moment happens, and this is the fallout from that. So it is, but it's setting up a different set of conflicts.
Sure.
Certainly, right? So, yeah, it is a different thing. It's our two beloved characters. I think if you just re-racked another journey to go to a place to have a decision, it would be redundant, repetitive, and people would be annoyed about that. But obviously it's art, so the eye of the beholder, of course, is so key there. But I'd be curious as to his reaction after last night. But yeah, I mean the conflict between these two people that obviously care about each other so much, Joel and Ellie, is at the core of the show. That dynamic in the first season is taken in one direction. This is now the fallout from that. And so you're right, it is a different dynamic, or he's right in the sense that it is a different dynamic. But I thought it was really, really well done overall.
Time for your boys double play. We are at City Tap House. We are getting ready for the Caps and the Canadians in game number 1 tonight from Capital One Arena. Your next chance to win tickets on the phones at 4:20, 30 minutes from right now. And we're giving away tickets at 5 o'clock on site for someone to go to the game tonight, which we've never done this. Pretty sweet. A live show a couple blocks away from the arena with tickets for the game. Someone's going to come out here thinking they're going to watch on TV and then end up making some phone calls and going over to the arena. So come on out and hang with us. But I bring this up to say, Danny, that the chicken wings they have here are really, really good. And I have not had anything quite like it. They call them a 10 spice wing.
Yep.
So you know that my new thing is, like, when I can get a baked or a grilled wing, I try to do that.
You do that, yeah.
But my new thing has been, in the last year or two, dry rub over sauced wings. I think
sauces?
Sauces. I think I get dry rub now. Like, I major in that and I minor in buffalo, which is very weird. It was never something I verbalized or even thought about. It just started happening.
I would say as your sort of common law husband here at work, I have noticed that. Yeah.
I don't think I've gotten a true buffalo wing when a dry rub Old Bay wing was available in a long time. And now, as we sit here today, I got these wings. They're saucy for sure, but they're almost like a rub to them. 10 spices, Danny. You would have thought it maybe was a little too spicy for your guy.
No, right?
Not even a little bit.
Very accessible.
It's just tasty. But they're unique. It's not very often that you eat a wing and you go, I'm not sure I've ever tasted anything quite like that.
It's different. There's on the front end, we can break this down for a second, there's a hint, just a little tickle, a little tantalize of sweetness to it.
Yes, I would agree
You know
with
what I'm
that.
talking about, but you know that sweet barbecue for a wing, and it's always better. It always sounds better than it actually is. I don't love that sauce.
I don't want tangy.
Right. That, like, here's like a honey barbecue wing, and it's like, that's cool. I'm not 7. You know what I mean? Like, let me have some spice to it. It's got this little thing before you go, is this sweet? Bam. No, it's not. It already veered. It already is on. You're on to like spice 6 or 7 by the time you realize what's happened to you. I'm telling you, these things are great.
Yeah. We both had them.
Yep.
Are you done for the day, or what are you looking at?
No, I'm doing something else.
Okay.
We're either going to go to Sandwich Town, or Rhino had what looked pretty good to me, a little poke bowl. I'm thinking about that on the healthier side of things.
Poke bowl.
Little poke Reese bowl.
We call you Poke Rouye for a reason.
They do call me that. Yeah, ones that people do.
The Beltway Blitz is coming your way next. We're going to cover the Caps. We will talk about the Nationals after taking 2 out of 3 in Colorado, and the Commanders as they get ready for the draft on Thursday. By the way, we got a Cooper Flagg update. Something that was expected but necessary happened today. We will tell you what that was as we continue next live from City Tap House in D.C. Come on by and hang with us ahead of game number 1 of the Caps and the Canadians on the Fan.
We're brought to you by Door Pro America. Garage door service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Caps and Canadians set to duke it out tonight in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs from Cap One Arena. Caps banged up as they get ready for the second season. According to Coach Carbs, no Alexi Protas tonight for DC. Good news is Jacob Chikrin will play after taking a puck to the face Friday during practice. As for Martin Feravari, he is questionable after turning his ankle against the Islanders. As for who will be in net, TBD. Logan Thompson was the first off the ice at practice this morning. Coach Carbs declined to name the starter in net for tonight. You can hear the action right here on the Fan. John Walton and Ken Sabrin begin our coverage at 6:45. Face-off set for 7 p.m. If you're out and about, join Grant and Danny this afternoon out at City Tap House in Penn Quarter, and make sure you're listening to the Fan all afternoon long for your chance to win a pair of tickets for Caps and Canadians Game 2 every hour, 20 minutes past the hour. Your next chance to win is 420. NFL news, the Eagles and Cam Jurgens agreed to a 4-year contract extension worth up to $68 million. Elsewhere in the NFL, the Jets picked up the 5th-year options on Garrett Wilson, Sauce Gardner, and pass rusher Jermaine Johnson, all 3 first-round picks during the 2022 draft. College basketball news, Duke superstar and National Player of the Year, Cooper Flagg, officially declared for the NBA draft this morning. The Wizards hoping they can land his services as they have the top odds to land the number 1 overall pick, along with Utah and Charlotte. Nats have the night off after taking 2 out of 3 versus the Rockies over the weekend. They begin a 2-series homestand tomorrow as they play host to the Orioles. From spring repair replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
We're live at City Tap House today ahead of the Caps and the Canadians. Game 1 is 3 hours away. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan. If you're going to the game tonight, if you've got your tickets, come on by and kick it with us, food and drinks before you go over right here at City Tap House in the shadows of the arena, just a couple of blocks from COA. We're also giving away tickets to tonight's game. If you don't have your tickets yet, we got a raffle going. If you want to win those, you got to be here at 5. We're giving away tickets every hour at 20 after the hour, all day long on the Fan. Your next chance to win in 17 minutes. You better be listening.
I ask you, what are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
All right, let's kick off the Beltway Blitz right now on the ice. And we begin with a discussion on the Capitals. All of our playoff coverage is brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry. For over 25 years, Ace Trim has been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV. Contact acetrim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. Sammy Silver, the hockey news, joins us. Let's start with the news of the day and some injury updates. Do you think it's going to be Logan Thompson back in the cage for the Caps, or do you think Charlie Lindgren draws the Game 1 assignment?
Oh, I wish I could tell you. I have no idea. You know, you saw Thompson get off the ice first, but, you know, goalies, everybody kind of playing it coy. And then, you know, Spencer Carber is his cards very close to the vest. You know, said we'll find out warm-ups. Usually it's the goalie who's off first, you know, gets the start, but that could also, you know, mean nothing. You know, it could just mean that Thompson wanted to skate shorter and Charlie wanted to go longer. So, I don't know who we'll see, but if LT is back, or if Charlie's in there, it would be, you know, good for the Caps. They have faith in both. So,
Sammy, what's the most important thing for them to win tonight, and then by extension win this series?
Yeah, I think that they have to be consistent through 60. You know, I think you've seen the Caps over the course of the season. You know, whether it's, you know, a slow start or, you know, maybe dropping off a little bit in the second. Their third periods have been great all year long, but, you know, especially against a young, fast team like Montreal that has, you know, Suzuki, Caulfield, Hudson, Demidov, you need to make sure that you're playing at the same pace and the same intensity for all 60 minutes because, you know, if you give those guys an inch or if you give them, you know, a second or you let off the gas, they're going to come back and they're going to bite you hard. So I think just consistency and speed and, you know, just playing dominant and keeping that going through all three periods.
Sammy Silver, the hockey news. Who's a bigger loss if the Caps don't have Alexi Protas and Marty Ferravari in this series?
Yeah, I think both are really big losses. Obviously, I mean, Protas, it was good. He was skating, and Carberry is optimistic that he'll return at some point in the series. We haven't heard anything on Ferravari, which is a little bit bleaker. But both are pivotal, right? I mean, Ferravari, he doesn't get talked about as much, but I mean, that's good if you're a defenseman, right? Like, it means you're doing your job well. He's a great shutdown defenseman. He's solid back there, and he's been consistent all season. And that's a huge penalty killer shutdown guy that you're missing. So that'll be a big loss. And then Protas, obviously, I mean, at even strength, 200 feet, he's just been a dominant presence. 66 points in 76 games, tells you everything you need to know. But it's his smarts and what he brings to the top six that's so important. So both are generally big. I would be more concerned on the Ferravari front since we got a more positive update on Protas this morning.
Who's the player or line or tandem or group, in your opinion, Sammy, that, again, has to play well tonight and really has to have a good series for the Caps to advance? Yeah, no, I mean, I think, they've had a lot of their guys, stepping up all year. You see Ovechkin doing what he usually does, again, and then, Strome and Wilson have been great, but, I would keep a really close eye on Pierre-Luc Dubois. He's never really been in this position with like a top contender going into the postseason, and he's excited, and this means everything to him. I mean, the same goes for a lot of those guys on the roster, but, you look at Dubois and his smarts and his defensive game and, how he's evolved this season into one of the best two-way centers in the NHL. And he's going to be used a lot, especially when it comes to shutting down those young guys that we talked about earlier. But then you look at the offensive side of the game, and he can do quite a bit of damage. So keep an eye on PLD.
What's your level of confidence in the Capitals winning this series, even with these injuries?
I've never bet against this group. I think you look at the room and it's a really tight knit, close locker room with guys that truly, love each other and support each other and play for each other. And when you have that camaraderie, it really does gel onto the ice. And, it's like, okay, we're missing Protas. We know our top six needs to step up, or, hey, we're missing a key defenseman. You're going to see Alex Alexiev draw in and kind of get his chance there and step in. So, it's kind of like a next man up mentality. The Caps are no strangers to injuries. I mean, we've seen it time and time again over, the last few years with injuries piling up and guys stepping up. But there's something about this group that's just so close that it's really hard to bet against them. So I'm confident in them. They know what they have to do, and playoffs are a whole different game. So I think they'll be ready.
Sammy, thank you as always. Enjoy tonight.
All right. Thanks, guys. See you soon.
You got to talk soon. Hit that Nat Sounder, please, Dares.
The Washington Nationals.
Bobby Blanco from the Bronx covers the Nats for Massen Sports. Bobby, 2 out of 3 in Colorado, a late-night flight, but it feels like maybe an opportunity kind of missed there, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, the Rockies are statistically one of the worst teams in the league in all of baseball. So, they had to sweep to salvage a 5-5 road trip. You're looking at this whole schedule, April as a whole. Like, this road trip presented 3 of their quote-unquote easiest opponents this month. After taking 2 or 3 from the Diamondbacks and 2 or 3 from the Dodgers and their last homestand, you would have liked their odds to come away with a 500 road trip. But I think there was a couple of games, looking back on it, that I think they wanted it back. Obviously, that last night game against the Rockies, probably that 1-0 loss to the Pirates on Thursday. And then either of those Marlins losses, I know that one on Sunday while I was down in Miami, got away from them late, but they were in both of those games as well, and they could have pulled away a W in either one or both. So, they were a play here or there from coming away with a 500 road trip. Instead, they come home, I think it was 4-6 over the 10 games. So, but yeah, they got 2 or 3 out of Colorado. That was a good way to end it and get the day off and come home and face Baltimore.
Bobby, Dylan Cruz didn't have an extra base hit going into Saturday. Hit 2 home runs and doubled. 3-hit game for him. Subsequently, has gotten a hit in the 2 games since. So he's got a 6-game hitting streak at this point. His average is up to 186. as a rock bottom. It got down to, I think, like 040 or something in early April. But what are you seeing from him? Seems like he has locked it back in.
Yeah, I think when we talked last week, we talked a little bit about, how it feels like he's like a basketball shooter that just needs to see the ball go through the hoop. And for him, he just needed to see the ball hit some grass. And, what better place to cure your, bat woes than Coors Field in the thin Rocky Mountain air. So, yeah, he definitely benefited from hitting there. And the bad Rockies pitching staff got a couple extra base hits, his first 2 homers on Saturday, and his first multi-homer game in his major league career, which is exciting. The contact had been there. It was just a matter of getting some of these balls to land in places, not hit them right at defenders. Looks like the luck is starting to turn for him, and so is the production at the plate.
Whisper quiet, Nathaniel Lowe's been pretty good, kind of doing Nathaniel Lowe things, seeing a lot of pitches, taking his walks. He struck out a bunch, but hitting almost 300, with the occasional power. But he's actually kind of been as advertised. And I was worried that we might have, been, I don't want to say the right, be too harsh here, but Texas might have. I felt like initially when they acquired him, it was like Texas going, "Thank God we're out of that business," and Washington maybe a year too late. But he's been pretty good here through the early going.
Yeah, totally. On base percentage of 375 through his first 20 so games. Dealt with a little bit of a nasal infection last week on this road trip in Miami, but got rid of that and came back and kept hitting. I mean, this is what the Nationals brought him in to do: play excellent defense at first base, help some of their younger infielders who I think they're benefiting from him playing at first base on the defensive side, and then offensively drive in runs. I mean, they don't necessarily need him to be, hitting all the home runs, but you'll take him as they come. He's got 3 so far this season. If he finishes, but around 20, I think you'll take that. But the on base, the walks, and the extra slug, I think you'll definitely take from a guy that you gave up Robert Garcia for in a December trade.
James Wood hit another home run at Coors Field. He's on pace for 51 so far this season. He really hasn't even gotten hot yet. I mean, if you look at his batting average, or the exit velos are always very high, but he hadn't had one of those games where he's like 4 for 5 with 4 exit velos over 100. And he's still on pace for 50 home runs because he keeps hitting the ball out of the park.
Yeah, I mean, we know that this guy's a special talent, and again, hitting in Colorado helps everybody, but especially a guy that just has natural power the opposite way. James is a special talent. I mean, I think if you look at him and him being tied for 5th in the major leagues, along guys like Kyle Schwarber, Aaron Judge, for 5th in home runs in the league, I think, everyone will be so excited to see that. And that's the potential that he brings, right? He's that superstar talent waiting to kind of burst onto the scene. I think that big series against the Dodgers kind of showed the baseball world, hey, this kid is for real. This kid can be a superstar in this league. We've known that for a while. We've just been waiting to see it all come together. And then, he comes up big on this road trip, hitting a couple of home runs. The home run that was a moonshot in Pittsburgh as well. I mean, the guy's a special talent, and I think the baseball world's starting to catch on.
Bobby, thank you as always, dude. Have a great week.
Thanks, guys. Go Caps.
We'll see you, brother. Hit that local 53 sounder, Darius. Our guy Michael Phillips, 910, the fan of the Richmonder, joins us now to talk about the Washington foosball, gentlemen. Michael, I get the sense that a lot of defensive ends are going to go, maybe more than we're anticipating, leaving Washington maybe not with the pick of the litter there at 29. How will that affect their draft on Thursday?
Man, isn't that the thing, right? At 29, we just can't get excited about any one guy because he may be there and he may not be there. On the other hand, maybe somebody's going to fall to you, right? One of these guys that they're talking about is a maybe team pick right now falls to you and you get really excited. Maybe it's not the position you hoped for. Maybe it ends up being a wide receiver or something like that where you did, we got to talk ourselves into it the next day. Like, yeah, that's really good for them too. But yeah, at edge, I think there's also a lot of projects there in that range. I think that's maybe a dangerous thing as well because this is a team that needs immediate production.
Certainly do, and ideally it's coming at the edge position, but we don't know if anybody's fallen into their lap, to your point. Trading back, everybody at the end of the first round probably wants to. I was talking to my buddy who covers the Chiefs, and he's like, yeah, we've said every year for 5 years, it'd be nice if Kansas City traded back, and then they don't. You don't know if they got calls or not, but do you like Washington's chances at 29 to be able to move into the second round and maybe add some picks?
No, I think the only possible sales pitch here is, right, somebody wants to get a quarterback and get that 5th-year option with them. And is that Milroe? It might be, but, it's such tough competition because all of those teams want to trade back. The Chiefs want to trade back. The Eagles want to trade back. To get a good deal trading back is really hard. It's a lot easier to move up in that situation. So I'd love it. I'd celebrate it. I just don't see it happening.
What's the sneaky position where, like, the way I'd kind of describe it is, like, the intro would be, don't be surprised if they do this. Like, I remember a few years ago when nobody thought they would take a receiver, and they took Josh Doctson, and it went obviously incredibly well, and he's a future Hall of Famer. He's in the Ring of Honor already. But that kind of thing, what might be the sneaky thing that no one's anticipating that they do?
Let me throw out tight end to you guys. I don't know that the early returns on Ben Sinnott were fantastic. I think you look at the Philadelphia Eagles, you want to be a year ahead of what everybody else is doing. They were with Saquon Barkley. Right now, everybody wants a running back. They were with A.J. Brown, and then everybody wanted a receiver, and the market went crazy. I think the tight end market is about to have a similar correction. I think it's going to be really expensive to get a premium tight end really soon. And if they fall in love with the dude, go get him now, because you got a great quarterback. Pair them together for a while.
Michael Phillips, the Richmonder, and Odyssey Richmond. All right, let's talk needs. Everybody's talked edge. I want your top 5. Rank them.
Top 5
needs.
Wait,
first round pick.
Top 5 needs. Yeah, edge is number 1 for sure. I think corner. Let's say defensive back broadly. They need a swing safety right now. That's up there. Left tackle. I know they've got one in Tunsil, but you bring another guy in. He can play on the right side, makes the offensive line right. Then I'm probably going to running back and wide receiver to round it out. But I left out linebacker. Linebacker's a need for him too. It's a team with a lot of holes to be picking number 29 right now. Sorry, all the sound of that food in the background got me excited. I am on 95 right now, rolling up towards the game. So I'm getting preemptively excited right now.
Boy. What's the one thing that you'd go, I don't know why they did that. They shouldn't have done that.
Well, aside from the obvious, number 5's good, so they don't need anybody there. Defensive tackle, certainly you're good in there. You've got Johnny Newton in that spot. Honestly, I do think wide receiver would be a bit of a head scratcher given the needs of this team right now. I get that it's an important position, a primo position. I'm probably going to come out against it the next day, though, if they grab one. I'm probably going to say there were just too many needs elsewhere to ignore to use your one real primo pick this year on a wide receiver, where I think we're all assuming they lock up Terry and you've got Debo. I think there's enough production there.
Michael, we appreciate you, buddy. I look forward to seeing you tonight at Capital One Arena.
Let's do this thing.
See you, brother.
Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs for the Washington Capitals against the Montreal Canadiens. We are at City Tap House, Penn Quarter, just outside of Capital One Arena, a few blocks down the road. We're raffling off tickets for Game 1 tonight. Someone's going to win those at 5 p.m. about 40 minutes from now. So if you're driving into the neighborhood, if you're getting downtown for the game, come on over, get some food and drink, and throw your name into the hat so that you can try to win those tickets. We're also giving away tickets all day long, 20 minutes after the hour. Someone is about to take home Game 2 tickets in the next couple of minutes.
I'm excited about that, my friend. We're just desperate to give you tickets. So listen to win. Show up here at City Tap in Penn Quarter to get a chance to win those live in person for the ones tonight. What's your answer to that, by the way? What's the sneaky thing that they might do that no one's anticipating? Because they keep things close to the vest. Talking about the local 53.
I think, well, first we have to talk about all of the areas where we've addressed it and it wouldn't be sneaky. So like a wide receiver at 29 doesn't qualify. I don't think a running back going Henderson there qualifies, although it's close. I would love that, by the way. How about this? How about they go D tackle?
That would be sneaky, just because that's where the board plays, right?
Exactly.
That's where the value is. Yeah.
They just BPA, best player available. They love somebody. Another one would be tight end. If one of the two really, really good tight ends in the class falls and then it pushes everybody else down, maybe all of a sudden you're sitting at 29, and it would not speak well to like long-term Ben Sinnott becoming a real playmaker for them. But maybe the vision is that he ends up being a blocker with Bates, and they just feel like we need a weapon. I don't care if it's a running back, if it's a wide receiver, if it's a tight end. I just need someone who can catch passes and make plays. So maybe something like that. But I could see them just following their board to a T and really going best player available in a way where there's some initial outrage where we go, you didn't need that. But they need safety more than you think.
Yeah.
They need wide receiver, running back more than you think.
Good players, man. Yeah.
You're an injury away from losing Zach Ertz, which we all thought was a guarantee going into last season, remember, to all of a sudden the tight end position being a major question.
That's right.
And needing a weapon there as well. All right, let's give away that pair of Caps tickets that we told you about. to game 2 right now. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You're going to win tickets to Wednesday night's game, Capital One Arena. For tickets and more event information, go to FanDC.com. One more chance for you to win on the phones today at 5:20 in 1 hour. That's when we'll be joined on site by Smokin' Al Koken. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan.
We're brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. The Caps begin their Stanley Cup chase tonight as they host the Canadiens in Game 1 of their opening round series. Injury update for the fellas. Alexi Protas out for Game 1 with a cut on his foot. Jacob Chikrin, though, will play after taking a puck to the face Friday during practice. Still some questions around Martin Feravari. He's officially listed as questionable with an ankle injury. Logan Thompson, he's making improvements as he was the first off the ice at practice this morning. Coach Carbs declining to name him the starter for tonight's action. You can hear the game, though, right here on the Fan, starting at 6:45. Face-off set for 7 p.m. NBA news, the Atlanta Hawks have fired general manager Landry Fields, and they promoted Ansa Salah to fill the position. Fields posted an overall record of 117 and 129 over 3 seasons. To the NFL, according to Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell, quarterback J.J. McCarthy won't have any limitations during the team's offseason program, which begins tomorrow. McCarthy missed his entire rookie campaign because of a torn meniscus in his right knee. There's no better drink to enjoy on the golf course than Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. It's light, refreshing, made with real vodka and real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. It's tea time. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
What a week in DC sports. You got the Caps kicking off the Stanley Cup playoffs, the NFL draft Thursday and Friday night. The Nationals are back home for a homestand, giving away James Wood bobbleheads Tuesday and Wednesday. They got the Orioles and then the Mets with Juan Soto in town this week. All in the days ahead. You'll be hearing all the coverage on Grant and Danny and here on 106.7 The Fan throughout the day with the Junks and P-Mitch and Finley as well. But we just had another winner for a pair of tickets to to Wednesday's Caps game, Game 2. So let's go to the phones. Ali is in Fairfax, who's our latest winner. We've been giving away a pair of tickets 20 after the hour all day long. Ali, you're going to the Caps game Wednesday night. Congrats, buddy.
Hey, thanks, CP.
Absolutely. Happy that you won, man. So tell us, who you taking? What's your plan?
Well, I was just talking to a friend that she actually had season tickets last year and took me to a bunch of games. So I've gone to a bunch of games with her. I was like, this is weird not going with you. We should make plans for a game coming up. And boom, here you go.
And there you go.
Ooh, okay.
Fortuitous.
I like that.
How could that, how fortuitous exactly?
Now, is this a friend or is this like a date situation, do you think?
It's a friend.
Okay.
Why'd your voice go up?
Yeah, it could be a
date situation. Just a friend.
I'm kidding.
Because we say she's just a friend. But you know what? Playoffs could change that. If you wanted it to.
You never know, man. Escalates in the postseason. Nice, dude. Well, congrats, man. Thanks for listening. And congrats on winning those. Have fun.
Hey, thanks. Hey, GP, you might remember I ran into you at a Caps game in line in the bathroom, then called in the next day for a winning off the field. A month or two ago.
You're not the only man I've met in a bathroom. Well, that's a weird thing to say.
No, it was perfectly normal sentence.
No, I definitely
People just say things like that all the time.
It's very rare that I spend time meeting men in the bathroom, so I do remember that, Ali.
All right, awesome. Hey, y'all take care. Go Caps.
You're my guy. I will see you at Capital One Arena. There you go. We got another winner. Our final opportunity to win a pair of tickets on the phones today to Game 2 on Wednesday is coming up at 5:20 in 50 minutes. So make sure you're listening at that time. We are at City Tap House. Fans streaming in as they get out of the office, rocking their red. I'm sure we're about to continue to see the working crowd come into the city for this game. When you get here, you got 30 minutes left to put your name in the raffle box. We're giving away tickets to tonight's game. So if you don't have your tickets yet, get that raffle paperwork filled out.
Yeah, just write your name and email address down. Get yourself a pair of tickets for the game tonight. Can't beat it, man.
All right, I want to talk Jaden Daniels for a moment. And coming up closer to 5 o'clock, we will paint the show red and we'll get you ready for Caps hockey leading up to Game 1 as you traverse into the city tonight and you commute to the game. But this interview he did with John Gruden was just really impressive, I thought. A lot of the things he said went into more detail than he typically does. So I want to go through a couple of these things that he pointed out. But something that he mentioned was this idea of trying to get better this year and to try to find some of his own tendencies so that he can do away with them, so that as defensive coordinators are game planning him based on the tendencies from a year ago, if he changes them, then they're still a step behind. This was him talking about getting better in year 2.
I just think as a competitor, you're always trying to find little ways to get better. And for me, it's like last year was last year. That's great, but it's a whole new year now, and I still got to go out there. I got to prove myself to my teammates, the organization, each and every day that I'm getting better. And then when it's time to prepare and when those games come, I got to know that, hey, how can I eliminate some tendencies, stuff like that, because that's the big thing. Coaches are always trying to find tendencies of what this player is going to do so they can anticipate it and hopefully get you in that situation.
I love that phrase, eliminating tendencies. There are a couple of subtle little things that, frankly, don't matter if you know them all the time because he can still beat you. His good is better than your good. But as an example, last year when he would pull the ball down and scramble to his right, he was able to throw the football still. And he would reset occasionally out of the pocket off to his right and get a base and a platform and throw the football. If he left the pocket to his left, you'd be hard pressed. It might have happened once or twice.
There was the touchdown. I remember he had to throw kind of across his body, but it was so abnormal. He went, "Oh my God, that happened."
Almost never happened. And as the year went on, it became a talking point with analysts that were studying him. It came from coaches that were opposing the team. That one of the coaching points was if he rolls out of the pocket to his left, he's running. If he goes to his right, he's going to look to continue to keep the play alive. Little things like that become obvious with film study. If he can make changes, he becomes just that much more dangerous because now you're game planning against him with this thing that isn't even real.
Yeah, you're flat-footed, basically. And that's the point, is him moving and you flat-footed, and he wins. He's going to win more often than not as it is. But, yeah, I mean, not allowing defenses to anticipate. That, to me, is the key to offense, honestly. You have an advantage. You know where you're going, and they don't. If you make them or allow them to dictate to you, offenses become very pedestrian very quickly. That was kind of, I think the beauty most of the time of Kingsbury and company, but that's what good offensive coordinators do, is they work those tendencies sometimes to your advantage, right? If you go against type where every time, I'm just making this up, that's more advanced than this, but every time out of a certain set, they've run whatever play, right? And they've shown you something 20 times or 20 for 20. The 21st time they do something totally different off of that, planting breadcrumbs for people to follow and then going in a different direction. That can be both with play caller, could also be with a quarterback, right? Where you're that aware playing three-dimensional chess.
This also this is not a Jaden Daniels point that I'm about to make. It could be about anybody. But I've mentioned how he says the right thing and says the exact thing that I would like write for him and hand to him and say, hey, can you answer this question this way?
Say it thusly.
If, in fact, he's practicing what he preaches and it's all gospel, and I believe it to be, there's no reason why we wouldn't assume that. Just look at how last year went and how good he was as a rookie. Then I'm able to now picture him poring over his own tape and studying and analyzing himself, and with the steno pad out and a pen, jotting little subtle things down about his game. That's how you get better year over year. A lot of it is going to happen. Sure, you go to the gym, the physical attributes, you make sure that they sustain the foot speed, the mobility, and the agility. But really, the leap from year one to year two is you just learned a lot. You were up on the whiteboard, proverbially, every single Sunday from 1 to 4. And now I need you to take that info, and I need you to use it to better yourself. And the best way to do that, to me, self-scout. Let me find out what did I did well, what didn't I do well, what gave me problems. Because you know when you got lucky. You know when you got fooled, and maybe nobody else does. Hey, I pulled the ball down. I still got to scramble for 6, and Grant and Danny clapped like seals. But, man, I almost delivered that football into that bad window. Just the idea that he's sitting there studying that way. I'm not saying C.J. Stroud didn't, or some of these guys year 1 to year 2 that didn't make the leap weren't able to. But it gives you the best possible chance to do something really, really difficult, which is after the incredible first season that nobody had, to not take a step back like Stroud and so many have.
I think that's a really salient point. It reminds me, obviously not even close to the same, but just as a student forever ago, I remember going back, I didn't look at my notes all semester. Like I actually went to this class, took notes, and I remember like right before the final, well, I was like, what the hell does this mean? My chicken scratch, these little things that I wrote down for myself, that was like 4 or 5 months ago. I didn't remember what I was doing. I was probably hungover. Like, what does this even mean? And I couldn't even study the material. Right? I mean, I know not exactly analogous, but it's one thing to say I went through it. Okay, so what? What did you learn from it? What's the 2.0? What's the adjustment? What's the improvement? And sometimes you go, actually, that was really good. I can keep that or whatever, right? But being able to grow from setbacks, being able to grow from adversity or problems is not only good quarterbacking, it's good life stuff, right? And I think that's it kind of speaks to his character that he understands that.
This is from Jaden Daniels' interview going along with John Gruden. How about him on not turning the ball over? I found this to be instructive. He cited one of his former college coaches and one of their axioms that's in his head all the time. And you can just see the way he plays that he really takes this to heart.
This is preparation and timing. I remember for me, I remember my freshman year at Arizona State, I had a coach named Herm Edwards that told me, man, no matter what you do, make sure the possession ends in the kick. Whereas an extra point, field goal, punt, just make sure it ends in the kick. That means taking care of the football, being smart with it. Still, you got to take some risk in this game, but just being smart with the football. And I mean, I work hard to be able to want to place the ball where I want to, give my guys a chance and keep it out of harm's way.
First of all, I love that he acted like there's this obscure
guy. There's a gentleman. You may have heard of him.
You guys don't know him, but he was a coach at Arizona State, this small school you haven't heard of. His name's Herm Edwards.
Herm Edwards.
Oh, you mean they play to win the game guy from the Jets.
That guy.
But Jaden Daniels, 331 completions and almost 500 attempts this past year. He only threw 9 interceptions, and it really could have been lower than that. A couple weren't even really his fault. But the 9 interceptions is even a little bit misleading because the first half of the season, the early part where you're doing all the learning and making all the mistakes, he almost never, ever, ever put the ball in harm's way.
Very few even risky moments we go, man, that could have been picked.
I think that was probably the most stunning thing about his season, and certainly the most mind-blowing, amazing thing about Jaden's rookie year. He didn't make the rookie mistakes very often, but that paradigm I love, this idea of, hey, punts are good. Maybe they're not better than touchdowns, but they're a hell of a lot better than interceptions.
Totally.
And with a kick. I love that. I'm going to use that.
Especially when they a 3rd and 29 arm punt isn't the end of the world. But yeah, for the most part, they can be devastating plays talking about those turnovers. And usually with most mortal quarterbacks, you've seen some of those Aaron Rodgers or Peyton Manning or even Brady prolific seasons where they're immune to this. But there's usually 3 legs of the stool, so to speak, where leg 1 is prolific passer performances. That's huge, gaudy touchdown numbers, yardage numbers, etc. Leg number 2 is turnovers. Leg number 3 is sacks. You usually have to give on one to get the other, right? In other words, you're going to be a YOLO guy. You might throw it up for grabs a couple more times, gives your receiver a chance. See Grossman, Rex. What does that lead to? Interceptions, right? You're throwing early, you're anticipating. Or you're going to hold it for a long time. Might lead to more guys breaking open, maybe more prolific passing numbers. But again, you get sacked a bunch. Every once in a while, you get someone that's just playing it perfect that year and everything's humming. You get great numbers in all of them. But what we saw early on, honestly, was Griffin-esque. If you remember in 2012, not as many ball at risk kind of things. Like, let's be safe and let's be cautious, and your talent's going to shine through. But now as you kind of grow with this thing and get used to it, kind of the previous point we were just making, he gets more and more comfortable. You can throw with anticipation. You can let that go a hair early, knowing that your guy's going to be there. That trust and identifying the various trends and things the defense is trying to do.
Here's another answer that is straight out of written for him. Basically, it's just like he gets it, man. And I don't get the sense that this is just a guy saying what people want to hear. I think he's just that likable and decent and awesome as a young kid. But the question was about year over year, essentially. Like, now that you have more weapons, now that Deebo Samuel's here, what are you going to do if they keep loading you up with pieces, if they get another 2 weapons in the draft when everybody wants the football? You've got McLaurin, you've got Deebo, you're trying to develop Luke McCaffrey, Austin Eckler out of the backfield, and Ertz, and Ben Sinnott's got to come on. They're all going to come to you and say they want their touches. I just thought this was a veteran answer from a young quarterback. This was a Kirk Cousins-esque answer. He used to say this on our show all the time.
Hey, I don't dictate where the ball going. So that's why I tell him every time, like, you're going to get the ball. I'm going to make sure you get the football, but, I don't dictate. The defense want to take away you, and that means somebody else is open. So at the end of the day, I know everybody wants to make an impact on the game, but, at the end of the day, a common goal, we want to win. I want to do whatever it takes to win.
Terry coming to the quarterback, like, I need the ball. And he's like, I don't determine where the ball goes. The guy that throws it, right?
There's a guy with a headset. Just over there. Handsome. Good head of hair, deep voice.
He's like, I'm reading it out.
Yeah.
If the coverage dictates you get the ball, you will get the ball. But I want to open up the phones for you guys, 800-636-1067. He says he's trying to eliminate tendencies, and he's trying to tweak a couple of the things he became synonymous for, maybe, to coordinators last year. Is there any tendency with him that you would like to see him clean up? I know it's hard because you go back to a historically brilliant rookie year. Like, what would that tendency be? What does he have to do a little bit differently? 800-636-1067 is the number. At the top of the hour at 5 o'clock, we'll get into some of the most important Capitals in their series with the Canadians that kicks off tonight at Capital One Arena. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan. G&D live from the City Tap House in the nation's capital, just a few blocks away from Capital One Arena. Caps Canadians tonight, game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. We're going to be giving somebody a chance to win tickets to game 2 on Wednesday night at 5:20 on the phones. You got to be listening to Grant and Danny. Speaking of the phones, Luke is in D.C., wants to talk Jaden Daniels with us. You heard him say he wants to tweak some of the things that maybe became tendencies last year. Is there something you noticed that you might want him to work on?
Hey, boys, let's go Caps.
That's right. Big one tonight.
Yeah. So the one thing that stuck out to me, I feel like he's really good at following coaching, but it seemed like sometimes outside of the red zone, he was instructed to keep the ball low, and in the red zone, to if you're going to miss high. And I feel like on several occasions, he just took that to a little bit more of a degree that he should have. And I love the guy, don't get me wrong, but I feel like if he's trying to limit tendencies, I think that's one of the tendencies that I saw during games.
Appreciate you, dude. Thanks for chiming in as always. 800-636-1067. To me, the tendency that I would say let's correct is the cutback against Carolina, where
Good luck.
You've got the outside. Stay to the outside.
Yeah.
Please don't go back to where all the predators are. And sometimes you need the first down. Sometimes, I mean, think of the playoff game against Tampa Bay, the 4th and short before the field goal, before the game winner. You know what? That's your season on the line. Break your tackle, dive forward, get your couple of yards. We need it. Or you get into the end zone against Philadelphia, took a shot. I get it. But down in, down out. And it improved as the season went, by the way. He slid. Remember the first couple weeks, we're like, oh, my God, we're doing this again. The guy can't slide. He's so athletic. But then he was sliding. He was getting out of harm's way for the most part. To me, I need you available all the time. Still my biggest concern, something that he can't really fix. He can improve it, but he can't fix it, is that frame of what I feel like is a potential for something catastrophic to happen, God forbid. I know some things can happen to everybody, but to me, it's that live to fight another day. You got to pick your spots. There are going to be a couple spots where you're diving for that first down. You're not going full Elway in week number 2, getting helicoptered around. But at the same time, there's going to be some moments, I think, that you could say, you know what, I'll take my smaller win here than that cutback against Carolina.
Mine is, and I actually think he improved this as the year went on. So I feel confident that he's going to grind and work at this. This is also chasing a little bit of a ghost because it's never going to be perfect. It's just a batting average problem. The more often you do it, the better, in other words. I want him to be a scrambler to throw as often as possible. It's the secret sauce in the National Football League. The big, explosive, amazing chunk play downfield after you have left the pocket, after the defense has begun to come toward the line of scrimmage, and now your guys, because you practice it every single day all summer long, know to plaster, and everyone's got a position to run to, and it's organized chaos. It is a structured, chaotic play where everyone goes, wow, how are they on the same page? Because they've drilled it over and over and over again. When he starts running and leaking out of the pocket, I know where I'm going. Think about the Cleveland Browns play. Everyone talks about the Bengals throw to McLaurin as the throw last season, and it was probably. Although I would say the Diami throw on the deep corner in the playoffs against the Lions.
Did you like that throw? Was that a good one?
Dropped into the bucket was just unbelievable. But one of his best plays, throw was fine, but the play was maybe the best play, was that getting away from 2 defenders, scramble against the Browns.
Had no business getting that throw
He
off.
reset and chucked it downfield 60 yards, and he makes the big play to McLaurin early in that football game, and you thought, oh, my God, he's him. He is exactly what was advertised. I'm not saying you're going to have 7 or 8 of those in a year, but I'd like you to try. I'd like you to reset and throw, and if you miss McLaurin deep or you underthrow him, or maybe it's an interception every now and then, maybe it's an incompletion, whatever. I want more of those shots and less of the very helpful, but less of a dagger 5 or 6 yard scrambles. Like those death by paper cut moments will break a team's back if you get enough of them. But it takes one of that throw to McLaurin and you're demoralized for the day.
Yeah.
Because you know that I can't do this.
Yep.
It's the scene from Remember the Titans with Ryan Gosling where he's like, I can't cover these guys. I can't hang with them. Like Jaden Daniels does that once in the first quarter. You might as well try again next week. Because if that's in his bag, if that club's in the bag, you can't hang with him on this golf course.
Yeah, there's that balance, right? I mean, so you think of those in that same Cleveland game where the defensive coordinator does everything right. The disguise, the design, a free rusher, one of the more athletic dudes. I think it was a corner, a nickel corner blitz or something to that effect, where he's toast until he's not. He shakes that poor guy out of his shoes, runs for 20-some odd yards. You just go, that's so unbelievably special. You do that enough times, too, where, okay, it changes how people defend you. But my point is, and I'm actually agreeing with you in a roundabout way, you do some of those 3rd and 6 conversions, keep the team on the field, and it frustrates the hell out of everybody. Then they get out of their stuff and maybe start to cheat up a little bit. And that's when those, you think I'm running, but watch, I'm not. I'm going deep down the field, or I'm finding that guy intermediate target into a lot of space. Those are the kinds of things that if you continue to add both to your repertoire, as you said, you become indefensible.
If you are coming downtown for game 1, your one-stop shop for all things pre-gaming, food, drink, atmosphere is going to be City Tap House in Penn Quarter. We're going to be here on Wednesday ahead of game 2. And throughout this playoff run, and hopefully it's lengthy, before every weeknight Caps game, we're going to be posting up at City Tap House, actually raffling off some tickets to tonight's game in just a few minutes here at the Tap House. So come on out and hang with us on Grant and Danny next. Let's get into the X Factor capital that we think is going to be important in this series. Go through some of the most important players on the team if they're going to win as favorites despite some injuries and do what they got to do to put Montreal away in this first round. You're listening to The Fan.
We're brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Caps and Canadians set to duke it out tonight in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs from Cap One Arena. Caps a little nicked up as they get ready for the second season, according to Spencer Carberry. No Alexi Protas tonight for DC. Good news is Jacob Chikrin will play after taking a puck to the face Friday during practice. Martin Ferravari listed as questionable after turning his ankle against the Islanders. As for who will be in net, TBD. Logan Thompson was first off the ice at practice this morning. Coach Carbs declined to name the starter in net for tonight. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. John Walton and Ken Sabrin begin our coverage. 6:45 is the pregame. 7 p.m. is the faceoff. Make sure you join Grant and Danny this afternoon out at City Tap House in Penn Quarter, and make sure you're listening to the Fan all afternoon long for your chance to win a pair of tickets for Caps and Canadians game number 2 every hour, 20 minutes past the hour. Your next chance to win is coming up at 5:20. Nats have the night off after taking 2 out of 3 versus the Rockies over the weekend. They begin a 2-series homestand tomorrow as they play host to the Orioles. NBA playoffs continue tonight as Denver looks to take a 2-0 series lead over the Clippers. They edged LA Saturday night in OT. Out in the East, we got Game 2 of the 3 versus 6 matchup as the Knicks look to take both at home against the Pistons. Elsewhere in the NBA, Shams Charania of ESPN is reporting that Buck star Damian Lillard has been upgraded to questionable for Tuesday's Game 2 against the Pacers. Lillard has been out since March 18th with a blood clot. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
G&D live from City Tap House, 3 blocks from Capital One Arena. What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condori and Murad, will help you to draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Our buddy Al Koken is swinging by. We will talk to him a little over 20 minutes from now to get a preview of the Caps and the Canadians. We are 2 hours from kicking off the Stanley Cup playoffs in the nation's capital, this spring rite of passage. Weather gets warmer, and yet we still throw on our sweaters and sweat a little bit walking into the arena.
Yeah, the walk to, you schwitz a little bit. When you get inside, you're properly tempered.
It's nice and dark and cold.
Yeah.
It's everything that you want, the hockey venue. As a portly fella, it is cold enough that it's hoodie weather in there. I'll say.
Remember when they won the Stanley Cup? If you recall that, remember that time? It was pretty fun. Yeah, the games were in Vegas. Grant,
that was 2018, I believe.
That was the year.
The happiest year of my life.
It was 2018. So fun. It's 141 degrees, numbers approximate, in the sun out there in Vegas. In fact, they constructed a series of interconnected underground tunnels so people could walk to and from various places. But the moment you're outside in your sweater, you're like, nope, that's a no for me. I'm not doing that.
For the Caps fans in attendance, just a heads up, we are going to pull our raffle winner coming up as soon as this segment ends. Someone is going to win tickets to tonight's game right here, hanging out with us at our pregame festivities at City Tap House. So if you have not yet filled out your opportunity in the raffle, now is the time. You've got another 17 or so minutes to get up here, and then we are pulling the winner. Someone's winning a couple of tickets. Speaking of tickets, though, we're giving them away at 20 after the hour on the phones all day long.
We're giving away several pair. This is to Game 2. That's your chance to win at 5:20. It is awesome, man. It's super cool. The Caps are doing this with us. Like, that's really, really neat. They want people to be there and be excited the same as we do. So we are desperate to give you Capitals tickets. Please let us.
All right, let's talk about the most important Capitals in this series with the Canadians. We can go back and forth. I'll start. I think an X factor is going to be Anthony Beauvillier. Beauvillier was acquired at the trade deadline, has mostly played on the bottom 6. He has shown elite speed at times, gets the occasional rush, breakaway, opportunities around the cage. But Beauvillier, when they acquired him, the thought was he's depth and he's going to play maybe on the 3rd, 4th line. Because of the injury to Alexi Protas, and it's a massive loss for Washington, Beauvillier is on the top line to kick off this playoff series. So Alex Ovechkin and Dylan Strome, instead of skating with Protis are going to skate with number 72, Beauvillier. What an opportunity for him. You go from, a non-contending team essentially earlier in the season to being traded to the best team in the East at the time you arrive. They finish off the number 1 seed, home ice throughout the postseason in their conference. And now you're skating with Alex Ovechkin and a point-per-game player, number 1 on this team, in Dylan Strome, going into a playoff series. I also like Beauvillier's speed in this matchup. Montreal's very fast. They're a little bit undersized. They're very young. But I actually think the speed of Beauvillier could help them a little bit. He is critical, though. We keep saying how huge the loss of Protis is, and I think it is. He's their best even-strength skater, and he's not going to play early in this series. It's my opinion. We're probably not going to see him in this series at all. But Beauvillier, if he were to go out and get you 5 or 6 points in 6 games or have a goal twice in this series or something, I mean, that is erasing the deficit in a big, big way, even if you lose some snarl and some size and some physicality from Protis around the cage.
They had a number of guys score 30-plus goals this year, talking about the Washington Capitals. Some guy named Ovechkin had 44 to lead the club, but you had Dylan Strome with 29, and I know it's not quite 30. Protis, who you just mentioned.
He scored his 30th in the final game, and they took it away for an offsides by 2 inches.
That is right. I love those challenges. Those things are so much fun. It's the whole point of sports. The number of guys right around there. Connor McMichael at one point this year looked like he was on 35 or 40 goal pace, finished with 26, had 1 goal over his last 11 contests, was about that cold really from, return of 4 Nations on, scoring a goal every 7 or 8 games, which is not even close to the pace that he was on. He could be an X factor, kind of a forgotten man on this offense. A little bit of everything, right? In terms of skill, winning some puck possessions, hopefully has a chance to pot a few, just get himself a couple good looks as part of a second line that I think is going to be instrumental in this series. To me, that's their most important line, to negate Montreal's best line, but on the other side, to hopefully make those guys play some defense. And I think McMichael can be instrumental in that.
I'll give you another one. It looks increasingly likely that goaltender Logan Thompson is going to be back soon in this series. He may very well start tonight. Spencer Carberry's been very coy. We'll ask Al Koken about this coming up next segment. But it seems like they are dragging this out for the sake of not wanting Montreal to know who's in net. But Thompson was healthy enough to skate the last several times out. He was healthy enough to practice all weekend. I think he is 100%. He has not played in a game in weeks. He has not taken a lot of pucks, though, in practice until just the last couple of days. So they may start Charlie Lindgren tonight and have Thompson watch and just give him an extra couple of days of practicing and seeing some shots maybe. But we don't know. Because of this, I'm going to say Lindgren's massive. Charlie Lindgren, even if he's watching Logan Thompson tonight at that point, are we sure Logan Thompson's going to be himself?
Yeah.
What if he plays, and all along we've been just begging and praying that Thompson could get back in time, but he's not quite right.
Which is, by the way, not crazy.
Not at all. And his worst 2 weeks of the season were the 2 weeks leading up to his injury, by the way. He takes a puck off the head, concussion symptoms. I guess they didn't necessarily define it that way, but he was still having some issues with lights after taking a slap shot to the forehead. So you tell me what you think it was. But if he comes back and struggles a little bit, you still got to tap into Chucky Lindgren. This is someone who got him to the playoffs, standing on his head. Stretch run of last year, has not played at the same level this season. Production has gone down a bit, but they did re-sign him. They gave Thompson more money to be their A goaltender moving forward. They paid Lindgren to be their B goaltender in the foreseeable future over the next few years with the cap exploding. So Charlie Lindgren becomes pertinent, especially if Thompson can't go tonight and he draws the game 1 start against a Montreal team that can put the puck in the net. They got a lot of skill and a lot of speed.
Touched on this guy's line mate that I'm going with, Ryan Leonard. How about Ryan Leonard? I mean, I know, listen, the goal that he scored was an empty netter, a couple of weeks back, but this is young legs. This is fresh legs. This is youthful enthusiasm. This is a guy that can just be kind of a pain in the butt, kind of the Tasmanian devil style of hockey here as he gets his sea legs underneath him in the NHL. And by the way, 2 weeks ago, he's doing like an econ midterm, and now he's playing in the NHL postseason. Get tested, young man. But here he is on the third line, which I think is going to be instrumental in this series. They need more production out of that group. So, any kind of offense you get from him, I think is a bonus, but maybe creating some chances, winning a puck battle here and there. Maybe it's a hit, likes to be physical, likes to mix it up a little bit, but moves around so well, maybe can counter some of that Montreal speed.
It's interesting. You go with Leonard there. I was thinking about the entire third line, and I can't take a whole line necessarily, but I think
But it's the conversation. I think you're right.
You can name any one of those guys. This has been their worst line this season. And it's not a shot at any one of these players individually. Like Leonard's been there for a couple of weeks, right? Mangiapane has mostly been with Eller for the duration of the year. And while he's had some moments and he's been gifted offensively, he's a former 30-goal guy. Mangiapane is the one off-season acquisition they made where they invested some true assets. He makes $5.5 million a year that you wouldn't grade as like an A grade for the season. I would say it was probably a C addition, C minus, something like that. He didn't quite give them exactly what they wanted. You can spin the conversation, though, pretty quickly. You go out and score 2 goals in game 1 tonight in a 3-2 win or something like that, and all of a sudden you're a hero in DC. Just like that. Speaking of heroes, Lars Eller won Game 5 of the Stanley Cup with the GWG and was a part of the Cup team in 2018. Forever, we'll all be indebted and in love with Lars because of that. He is not the same player anymore. And I think if you're ranking contributions kind of top to bottom from their big key 12 this year, he's down near 12. I think he has been a little bit snake bitten. It's been forever since he scored, hadn't been able to finish as a goal scorer. If he could give them something, how many times in the cup run did he bang a rebound home or come up with a puck in front of the net? It was his goal against Columbus that saved that whole postseason.
Off his thigh.
They were down 0-2 in Columbus for game 3 in overtime. A puck, people forget, hit the post that Columbus had shot, or else the Caps are down 0-3 and it's maybe over before it starts. And Lars comes down with a puck hitting off of his leg, going into the net. They get the win. He eventually scores the goal to win it in Game 5 against Vegas. But whether it's him or Mangiapane, I think somebody on that third line has got to step up because they just have not gotten any consistent offense or real goal scoring from that group.
Totally right. Totally right. This may not be an X factor, probably not fair. I think this is just one of the most important players, period, full stop, is Pierre-Luc Dubois. Because this is the guy, as you're talking about having last change at home, he's going to be on the ice, presumably, and him and his line are going to be there to try to negate that Montreal best punch, that offensive line. Now, maybe you might see them mix and match, maybe, try to prevent, them being, just sort of trotting out that same group. Maybe you sort of mix that group up a little bit to try to prevent some of this matchup game, but you force them to adjust. Pierre-Luc Dubois needs to be a plus player in this series, meaning more scoring chances for his group than allowing for Montreal. And if he's able to do that, what he's done, frankly, most of the season, where he's been outstanding, probably their best acquisition this year, I could see the Caps winning this series handily.
By the way, I think Pierre-Luc Dubois might be the litmus test player for me early in this game. And here's what I mean. I think he'll be the most obvious guy to try to get a feel for if they flip that proverbial switch that you keep talking about. When you say, the way they're playing, I don't love it, but how do you just start playing that way when the playoff starts? That line is all systems go.
Yep.
It's Connor McMichael, who you talked about earlier. It's PLD centering, and it's Tom Wilson. I think Luc Dubois, who is one of the best two-way players in the National Hockey League, could be in the Selke conversation. He is, for me, a very obvious, drag him into the fight guy. There are nights where you just see him flying around, being very physical early in a game, and you go, oh, man, the boys are ready tonight. And I think it's going to be a tell. My guess is if I had to bet, that line starts the game. It'll either be that line or the Dowd line, I would assume. But you're matching up with Montreal's best line. So presumably the Canadians are going to put Cole Caulfield, Nick Suzuki on the ice, the best line in hockey for the last few weeks. And I would match wits if I'm Carbs all series long, all game long, whenever I get last change at home, with Luc Dubois, Tom Wilson trying to hit those guys as often as possible. McMichael with his speed, the stick that he's got in lanes trying to get some takeaways. But I think Luc Dubois' a tell tonight is he got that full ice game going.
Yep.
So he got that couple 100-foot game where he is able to be the best defensive forward on the team, where he's creating issues for the goaltender in front of the cage. 10 minutes into the game, you normally have a pretty good feel for what he's bringing. That's going to be a real obvious tell for me
that's smart.
On if they were able to flip the switch.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's the, well, I mean, I know people hate plus minus, but it's that in terms of scoring chances, in terms of puck possession, those things have to be plus for Washington when that great line of Caulfield, Suzuki, and company is on the ice for Montreal. If you negate them by either keeping the puck or making them play deep with board battles and hitting them a couple different times, if it's an end-to-end transition thing, you're getting beat on that. That line's going to make the better of you because as they've done to everybody pretty much down the stretch.
By the way, I know we talked so much about this early in the year that maybe leading into a playoff game is not the right time to have the conversation, but what a year for PLD. Do you remember the stories
of course
about him when they acquired him?
Of course.
He played every single game last year with the Kings, 82 games.
Mm-hmm.
He only had 4 fewer goals. He had 16 goals. Although, if you go back to the first month of the season, he probably should have scored 7 or 8 more times than he did.
No one's ever been more snake.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was, I bet you the Pythagorean, expected goal total for him is up closer to 30 this season.
Uh-huh.
But he had 26 more points, albeit on a much better team, the Capitals this season. And if you want to know the quality of the team, as evidenced by, you talked about plus minus. To me, that just tells you, how good is the lines or the team that you're on. He was a minus 10 last year. He's a plus 27 this year. So it's a way better group around him. But he played almost 2 more minutes on ice. Got some power play time, but he gets some PK time. His shot percentage was up a hair, from around 12% to 14% or whatever. Face-off percentage was about the same, right around 49 and change. But the buy-in for him in this situation under Carbs, one of the reasons Spencer Carberry, in my opinion, is going to win the Jack Adams Award for Coach of the Year is being able to get through to players like Pierre-Luc Dubois. He just gets more out of guys than a lot of coaches. I don't want to run Peter Laviolette down, who the Rangers just fired this weekend. But Peter Laviolette had an opportunity to elevate the game of Connor McMichael. He wasn't that interested. Peter Laviolette was working with a young Alexei Protas on the precipice of him, being able to help in the National Hockey League. Why does Carbs get more out of all those young guys?
Mm-hmm.
His background, whether it was at Hershey or in other stops in the minor leagues, I think it's a big reason. But I didn't know he would be able to get through to veterans the way that he has. That guys like Ovi and Carlson would love him like they do. Chikrin comes over and sings his praises. And clearly, the bond, whatever he did to get through to PLD, this was always the promised player. This guy could be a star, and he's played like it this year.
Yeah. I mean, you look at, for example, not to dork out with too many stats, but Corsi basically measures who's got the puck, right? Who's got the puck, who's got control of it more often.
Which,
okay?
let's just call it what it is. The whole point of the game is if you don't have the puck, you're screwed. And so it wasn't until a few years ago that really the league started to say, all we should care about is the percentage of shots when you're on the ice,
Precisely.
Your team
right?
versus the other team.
And so he's among the leaders, and that part of it is his line, but he's among the leaders on the team. And it's along with John Carlson and Jacob Chikrin and company. Now, here's why it's significant to me, okay? He's on the ice most often when the other team's best offensive line is on the ice, right? When the other team that's there, we're going to put out our aces, our guys that are our scoring line. Now, it's not every time, obviously, because they're road games, there's mixing and matching, but most often he's going to draw this really difficult assignment. You get that in this series where the other team's best line doesn't have the puck as much, advantage Capitals, right? Again, that second line with PLD anchoring it is instrumental in the series. They have to be.
Which line do you think is the most interesting? Not going to be best, but maybe if we're saying X factor player, I'm saying the third line, that Mangiapane, Eller, Leonard line, because it just hasn't helped enough offensively, that elevating its game could be key. Where do you say if blank is great then? Yeah. Now they're in business.
I mean, we just spent all this time talking about the second line, so that's probably my answer. But in this,
you just want they're the tip of the sword. They got to be it.
Yeah, that to me is because again of who they're going up against most likely. But let me try to flip it a little bit. Now it'd be really interesting, right? To be the greatest goal scorer ever to live. His line's important, but because it's Beauvillier and not Protas, right? So if they're good, if they're generating problems for Montreal's young defensemen, again, if they're winning puck battles, if they're keeping it in the zone and running their cycle and getting scoring chances time after time after time, you're going to force Montreal to play a way they don't want to play. And so if Beauvillier and company, with their speed game, instead of Protas is kind of all around, is able to bother them and create some scoring chances, now you're talking about a series that's tilting the Capitals.
Well, and let's call it what it is, too. Ovi had a terrible series against the Rangers. Yeah. We could go through possible reasons why or who to blame and who not to, but
the answer is yes. Yeah,
production business.
Yeah.
He did not have a goal. He didn't have a point. I think we said the other day, I'd have to look up the numbers. I don't have them in front of me, but I think he had 4 shots on goal or whatever in 4 games. He did next to nothing a year ago as they got swept. And so there is some pressure on him. The narrative forever about him in the playoffs has been wrong and flawed and silly. It's just not a real thing. But he has long been a better playoff performer than he got credit for. And then when they finally won the Cup in 18, everybody got off his back. But his worst playoff series ever, not close, was a year ago against the New York Rangers. I think he does have to have some type of bounce back this time around.
Agreed.
So that's not something we're talking to going into next year, that he wears down as the year goes on, or that he can't play the same at the the postseason level because of the long season, or whatever the silly dialogues are going to be on the shouty shows. We want to hear from you guys. We will take your temperature closer to 6 o'clock tonight on this matchup. But right now, another chance for somebody to win a pair of tickets to Game 2 on Wednesday night on the phone. So caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You are winning 2 tickets to see the Capitals and the Canadians Wednesday, 2 nights from now, April 23rd, over at Cap One Arena. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com. Al Koken, Smokin' Al, who's been covering the Caps longer than anybody in town, stops by to join us and preview the series. Next, we're at City Tap House in Penn Quarter on the Fan. We are getting ready for Game 1, Caps Canadians. All of our playoff coverage is brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry. For over 25 years, Ace Trim's been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV. Specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry, we handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact us at trim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. That's acetrim.com. We are joined on site right now by one of the legends broadcasting Caps hockey. Nobody's been around this team longer than Smokin' Al Koken.
That's Al Koken.
Joining us on site, ladies and gentlemen.
That's Al Koken.
As we get ready for puck drop, and he was kind enough to hoof it down the street in the heat in the suit to come hang with his guys. We appreciate it.
Good to see you, boys. I haven't seen you for a while, Grant. Last time I saw Mr. Rouillet, he was killing it at a Craig Laughlin charity event, knocking it out of the park with his routine, his comedy routine. It was fantastic.
Poor Joe B caught some shrapnel that night.
As he should. He catches it on the road, so he might as well catch it at home every once in a while.
I was like, it's Locker's event. I can't roast him.
Gotta get him.
Joe B.
Somebody had to wear it.
Yeah, and
it wasn't going to be Locker that
night. It was Joe.
It was Joe.
Yeah.
Smokin', how should we feel about the assignment drawn with Montreal here?
I personally like it in the regard that I think there's a little bit of novelty for the Canadiens. They haven't, a lot of these guys never seen the bright lights like this. If the majority of the series is played in the Montreal end and the Capitals' size can just wear them down, they've got the size advantage that they've got to use. I think the Caps can control this series if they can control that side of things. If they're playing in their own end and chasing the Caulfields and Suzuki's and now this Demidov who's just arrived, who looks freakishly talented, that's going to be the problem. But if you can use your size against a smaller Montreal defense, that I think is going to be to the advantage of the Capitals. Listen, that's how they won a cup. They used their size and wore teams down as series went on. They're going to have to do that against Montreal.
You mentioned how young Montreal is, one of the youngest teams ever to make the postseason. How did the Caps use that to their advantage? And maybe where's the flip side of the coin is, where's the risk there?
Well, the risk is right now the Canadiens can think of it as they're playing with house money, Danny, that, hey, look, we made it. Nobody expected us to make it. Nobody's giving us a chance against the number one team in the East. So let's just go out there and have some fun and see what happens. The other thing is, as we've seen it, and unfortunately it didn't work for the Capitals last year, but we've seen this time and time again, where the team that is desperate to get in, playing playoff-style hockey just to get in, has the advantage because they've ramped it up, where the Capitals now have got to get it together. The one thing that I will say about that, when I looked at that last Carolina game that they played at home, and then that last Islander game on the road, a couple of challenges that they had, and they delivered. That shows me that they are ready and capable of doing that. I had a good conversation yesterday after practice with Pierre-Luc Dubois, and he basically said, look, he said, I don't care how much you want to hype up a game, how much you want to say, hey, we can use this as a playoff tune-up because this team is desperate to get in there, so they're going to give us their A game. When you're out on the ice, it's human nature to look at a puck coming at you and say, I don't want to get hit by that. Tonight, I do want to get hit by that. I will make sure I get hit by that. Just those little differences, I think, is something that cannot be discounted, that they have had nothing to play for months. But when they have been challenged, like Carolina challenged them, like the Islanders, they've delivered.
Caps royalty, Smokin' Al Koken on Grant and Danny ahead of Game 1. Caps Canadians, you'll hear it right here on the Fan at 7 o'clock. If you're watching on the Monumental telecast, you'll see Al throughout the night working at ice level. Smokin', what about the injuries? Do we have any idea yet? I mean, Thompson came off the ice first. My fundamental hockey knowledge tells me that means he starts. But also, Spencer's trying to keep it a secret, so he absolutely could have pulled some tomfoolery.
And then Charlie Lindgren said later, oh, no, Spence likes to come off early. I like to stay late.
Right.
So they're I got to give them credit. They're you and I have committed to bits before.
Yes.
They're committing to the bit. They are definitely
yes.
committing to the bit here. So it's going to be fun to see. Maybe they skate out hand in hand tonight to start to
maybe they
really
start
to really sell it all for everybody. Logan Thompson looks good. He looked good in practice yesterday. I just don't know if they want to say, well, Charlie's had more games recently. Let's start the series there. It can go either way.
Does he get live looks? Like, Do you worry about how long it's been since Logan played in a game? Because
I
it's not
think,
like you see 100% shots in practice.
I think there has got to be a little bit of that, which to me would lean a little bit towards giving Charlie the start simply because he's had more game action recently, and you can give Logan then a little more time to ramp things up. But if they feel Logan is ready, and if they think Logan is the guy we need as our number one to start this, then it wouldn't surprise me. Either way, I think the fact that Logan's back is great. The fact that Alexi Protas has skated, I would be surprised if he's in game 1 or 2. I could see him in game 3 in Montreal.
Wow.
The concern I have is we just don't know how seriously Martin Faravari is injured. I think there's no doubt in my mind getting those last 3 regular season games for Alexiev has been huge, shakes off a lot of rust. I think that big body can come in really handy against this Montreal team. The skating of Faravari, though, is different than the skating of Alexiev. And if it comes down to then the next round with its Carolina, that's where I'm going to be very curious to see how that will affect the team. But getting Protas back, and that's what I said earlier, that big body, he may not be the guy that when he gets in on the forecheck is going to put you into the 8th row, but that big body wears you down. That stick, his ability to just get in there and just hound you and lean on you, that's going to pay dividends down the road. So getting him back as soon as possible, it would be huge for this team moving, not just for this round, but if they're to get by it, future rounds.
So in the short term, though, not having, whether it's tonight, whether he's back Wednesday, talking about Protas or otherwise, you're going to have to shuffle some things, right? How do you make up for not having him? What changes not only for the personnel-wise, but also line mates of a Beauvillier or whoever else? It's a different playing style, to your point.
Yeah, but we have seen one of the things that I've really been impressed with Beauvillier is his willingness to get in on the forecheck. Maybe his forechecking body doesn't put the same damage on you, but he is effective at getting in there. And he seems to have a pretty good chemistry right now with Ovechkin and Strome, because you don't want to break up the chemistry that Dubois, McMichael, and Wilson have had. So if you can get by, not only just get by, but also have some success with Anthony Beauvillier there, that's a real big plus. He's been a sneaky good addition for this team. Watching him at every level, he's played on all 4 lines and has had effective times on all 4 lines. So that can be a real help for this team. But again, and I don't want to discount the fact that I'm looking past Montreal. I'm not. But if they can be effective with the guys they've got, they can take care of Montreal. It's then moving ahead that the injuries start to go, this is a different animal to deal with.
Hal Koken will be on the broadcast tonight, helping us break down game 1, Caps Canadiens.
By the way, how great is it that Monumental gets to do the games, right? I mean, normally when we come to these, somebody, it's exclusive, you can't do it. We get to do all of the games that are available to us. All 7 potentially, yeah.
Nice.
So I know the fans hate it when there's no Joe B. and Locker doing the broadcast. So something to consider tonight. Be very, very happy that you get that. And, if you can't, there's Monumental Plus if you want to stream it, but it's going to be Joe B. and Locker on the broadcast, which is for all Capital fans what we all want.
Yeah, an entire first round. That's outstanding. Ryan Leonard, you were one of the first people in town to actually see him with your eyes. You were covering him at Boston College at some of those tournaments that he was playing in. What have you seen so far, and what kind of X factor could he be?
He can be a big X factor because his instincts are excellent. One of the things I've really appreciated about him is when you watch, every time a puck goes low to high, Ryan Leonard's going right to the blue paint. He's ready to go right in there. I know there's an adjustment. Everybody, I think, was kind of expecting instant success. He's going to be firing goals. It takes a while to learn how to get through the NHL. But what I've seen is he's got the skill set for it. He doesn't get pushed around. He's learning how to maybe maneuver his way around a little better. But I just love the fact that he's got an NHL shot. He's not afraid to take it. He handles the puck well. But I love the fact that he wants to get to the blue paint. And come playoff time, that could be a bigger factor than you're going to see in the regular season. If he's able to score those type of goals, the tip-ins, the rebounds, the greasy goals, his willingness to get in there is a big, big plus.
Do you think Carbs would put the PLD line out against Caulfield and Suzuki?
I would say that's definitely going to be the matchup. Yeah.
All right. So what other matchups might he like? And where are you worried, if anything?
Well, again, if I think that, as I said, the 3 games that Alexiev had in the regular season is going to help shake off a lot of rust. But at home, they can kind of manage those minutes and manage the matchups. On the road, then, Martin St. Louis is going to try and get matchups against a relatively inexperienced defenseman like Alexiev. Now, he's playing with a veteran like Trevor Van Riemsdyk. Trevor tonight will be playing in Stanley Cup playoff game number 36, won a cup with the Chicago Blackhawks. So there's experience there. It's interesting to note, though, like, a guy like Jacob Chychrun, he's only had 9 playoff games. So he's relatively inexperienced. But, if you've got him, which I think is going to be the case with John Carlson and his wealth of playoff experience, so you've kind of balanced things out a little bit. But that would be the one area on the road in particular. But the matchup at home, you've used Strome with Ovechkin all year long, so you want to kind of maybe get them away from the top defense pairings, the top checking pairings of Montreal. But I love the fact that Pierre-Luc Dubois has become a weapon that Spencer Carberry can use at his disposal as a matchup shutdown guy, something that we did not have. Nick Backstrom, when he was at his peak, was that guy. He could shut another center down. But we haven't had that recently with Nick's injury, with then Kuznetsov. Strome is not that type of guy. Now there's a weapon that Spencer Carberry didn't have last year that he can deploy this year. That's going to be really important to see how he matches things up, not only at home, but can he sneak it out there on the road as much as possible as well.
So the easy answer, obviously, is make them play a 200-foot game. But when the Caulfield-Suzuki line, when they've got the puck defensively, what should we be looking for? Well, is it give them space? Is it disrupt the neutral zone? What is it?
It's close the gap, but you can only do that if you've got back pressure.
Right.
That's where the forwards have got to come in and help out. When the Caps are playing their best, the defensemen are happy to stand at the blue line and force the dump-ins because behind you is pressure. That's where Protas is so good. That's where Wilson is really good. Those are the things that the forwards are going to have to contribute. It just can't be all about scoring goals is our only responsibility. If you're to close that down, the neutral zone has to be taken away from them, which means your defensemen have got to be able to feel confident standing up to force the guys to dump the puck in because there's back pressure behind you, and that is something that the Montreal Canadiens do not want. They want speed to the neutral zone. They want to back you off and then open up those shooting lanes and those slot passes.
So do you have to give a little bit on the forecheck front then in order to make sure
you just have to be you've just got to be part of it also too is you've got to if you turn the puck over you're screwed.
Right.
Then that becomes if you're still on the forecheck but they take the puck away. Boom, as soon as you move back get back on defense, you just can't get caught up making a turnover deep in your zone or making a turnover at the blue line with the defense going forward and suddenly speed comes your other way. It's got to be Montreal's got to take 200 feet to get up the ice. It can't be because, I tried to do something fancy at the blue line. It didn't work. And now Caulfield and Suzuki are going the other way and a 2-on-1 and it's in the back of your net.
Smoking out Koken with us here on Grant and Danny. Last one for me. How much pressure do you think they're under? They have not gotten out of the first round since 18. They're the number one team in the East. It felt like kind of a house money season for a while, but then all of a sudden you mess around, you almost win the President's Trophy. If they were to get bounced in the first round, even with the injuries, they're going to deal with some flack. I mean, what kind of pressure is there?
There's definitely pressure there. When you come in as the favorite, you can't escape it.
1-8, right?
Now I know a lot of guys are saying, it really doesn't make a lot of difference 1 through 8. And in reality, in the National Hockey League, that is true. But the flip side of the reality is you are the one. We saw it firsthand in 2010. Exact same team, exact same scenario, except that time the Caps were the President's Trophy winners. But Yaroslav Halak said, I don't care if you're number one. We're going to show you how we can upset you. And that's always a possibility. Sam Montembeault was one of the 3 Canadian goalies at the Four Nation tournament for a reason. This Dobesh kid, the backup, is no slouch either. So there are concerns there. And I agree with you 100%. There is pressure on the Capitals, but you can diffuse that pressure by coming out tonight and showing you why you are the number one team. Don't give them a chance to believe you can take down the number one. Show them tonight the way Toronto did at home the other night, the way, most of the home teams except for Dallas the other night have really kind of established. Carolina yesterday did not give Jersey a sniff. Do the same thing tonight, and then you can ease that pressure of being number one.
Al, you remain the best. Enjoy tonight, my friend.
Great seeing you guys. Good being with you.
By the way,
huh?
You look awesome.
Sharp.
You're grinding.
It's
I mean, this is one of those. Did you go get fitted with Jacob Chikrin? You're like wearing those.
I just don't have Jacob Chicken's diet. No beef hearts in my diet. there's still a few too many things Jacob Chicken would look at you like, you're going to put that in your system?
Exactly.
There's still that in there too. But trying to, the older you get, you got to kind of try and keep up.
What
But
would you rather
appreciate
have, Chikrin's diet or Chikrin's extension?
Oh.
I'll buy a million chicken diets.
I was going to say, if you gave me Chicken's extension, I'd eat a beef heart. Okay, I'd eat a raw beef heart
Every night.
for Chicken's extension every night.
Yeah,
We're gonna wash it down with some bourbon or something here at the City Tap House.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate you coming over. Thank you so
Great
much.
seeing you guys.
Have
Good
a
to be
great
with you. Have fun
broadcast.
tonight. And let's go Caps, right?
Smoke
Yeah.
Al Koken ready for some action. Game 1. We're taking you up to 6:30 on the Fan. I get sized for Al Koken. Appreciate him stopping through City Tap House.
Synonymous with Capitals hockey to me.
That's right. Joe B. Locker, Smokin. They've been
smoking now.
The triumvirate for years and years and years on Caps hockey. If you're listening to the game, John Walton will be on the call right here on 106.7 The Fan tonight, just after 7 o'clock. Pre-game at 6:45. We're taking you up past 6:30 on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. We'll get back into the Caps right at the top of the hour. I actually want to do a first goal draft. Okay, I do this with all my buddies all the time.
Okay.
We're going to draft players who are going to score the first goal for the Capitals tonight. And I think we'll go 5 deep. It'll be me, you, Clary here, and then Darius and Linnell back in studio. And we'll do a 3-round draft, 15 Capitals off the board. First goal draft. So we'll do that coming up next segment, top of the hour. Couple of the news and notes from Adam Schefter as we're 3 days away from the NFL draft, though. Some of the things he's reporting on. Number one, he says that the Falcons have been having trade conversations about Kirk Cousins. Even though they're saying publicly they plan on not trading him, they're fielding phone calls, they're making phone calls. He says the asking price right now is that they want a team to take on $20 million of basically the $40 million that he's owed this season.
They get out of jail for some of it.
Nobody's willing to do that, but his point is the more that they get financially from a team to make that decision, the less they're going to get as a draft pick. So if you're Atlanta, how would you handle that? I mean, if you get someone to take on $20 million, you could probably do it for like a late round pick a year later, and you feel great because you got some cap space and financial flexibility. The other thing is, if you tell them not to take on any money, maybe you could get a mid-round pick.
Yeah, to me, I care a lot less about the draft pick. The value to me, it's almost like an NBA trade before they change some of the rules up, where the salary dump is the thing. The most important thing for me to do if I'm Atlanta is to be out of that contract. As much as I can get in that regard, that freedom is what I want ultimately going forward. If indeed Michael Penix is my dude, and I've got no reason to think otherwise as I'm kind of building here. So I'd be willing to take less. Who knows, their line of thinking there, but you're right. It's that sliding scale. You squeeze the balloon. If you want more draft compensation, enjoy that salary cap hit. If you want some relief, then, yeah, you're talking about day 3.
Schefter's reporting on Shedeur Sanders and where he's going to end up. He wrote, officials from the Giants organization were at most, if not all, of Sanders' games last season. They went to some of his practices during the season. They met with him at the Combine in Indy in March. They flew him to New Jersey for a personal visit. They went to his showcase day in Boulder, Colorado. At the minimum, you've got to say they've done all their homework.
Sure, yep. There's some smoke here.
Considering nobody thinks he's going to the Giants at this point, man, have they been linked to him a lot with all of these workouts and interviews. He said they went back to Colorado on Thursday to put Sanders through another private workout and spent a full day with him exactly 1 week ahead of the draft. They're not doing that because they're not interested, right? As another NFL general manager said about the Giants, GM Joe Shane, he said, quote, he has lived in Boulder, end quote. The Giants even had access to him that no other team did because, as he points out, the director of on-campus recruiting for the football team is a young lady named Michaela Slayton, who's the sister of Giants wide receiver Darius Slayton. So there's a lot of smoke, in my opinion, and just swirling thoughts that maybe Shedeur Sanders ends up going 3 to the Giants.
Yeah, maybe it's just uncomplicated. They don't have
still
a
betting against it, but they don't have a QB. He's sitting there, and my God, have they done a lot of research. That is a lot of time and money that you've wasted if you don't take him.
Yeah, I mean, they've got human beings at quarterback that are high priced with careers in their rearview mirrors, but it's none of them are long-term answers. I think we know that. So it would be one of those, like, I don't say much ado about nothing if they end up just sort of going chalk and saying, yeah, we don't have a long-term answer quarterback, so we took the best quarterback available to us at 3. That's not the craziest thing in the world. But you're right. The consensus is that nobody seems to think he's going to the New York Giants. And maybe it's all just, a bit of smokescreen. The only thing I could think of, and I've been all over the place on this, by the way, trying to predict it. I have no idea now. I have less now maybe than I did before after reading every bit of information. The only thing I could think of is maybe they're trying to let everybody know, look at how interested we are. Please pay attention to our level of interest. They're letting the whole world know they're interested. Maybe to build up the idea that someone would have to trade a pretty penny to get up there and get it.
It's not working if that's what they're doing. Nobody's trading up to get him.
Well, I'm not saying it is. I'm saying, but maybe that's if they do all this and don't take him, maybe that's what it was for.
But I don't know, man. I think they would say it's the due diligence. It's what you have to do.
Well, sure.
That's how we figured out we didn't want to take him. In other words, and it's how we avoided, quote unquote, the mistake. If that's how they feel. Another interesting one from him. He says the Chicago Bears at 10 are praying, said some personnel people believe the Bears are praying that Ashton Genty slips to them at 10. They think new Bears coach Ben Johnson would feature Genty and DeAndre Swift as a two-headed duo, the way the Lions used David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs when Johnson was the OC in Detroit. That makes perfect sense to me.
Does.
I don't think he's going to get there because I think he's going to the Raiders at 6.
Raiders at 6 is my prediction, but yeah, at that point, if you're Chicago there, where are you best served? It might be the unsexy thing, maybe I don't know, who knows, maybe somebody for their defense, maybe the best pass rusher available. Maybe you could use a solidifier on the offensive line or a younger weapon on the outside, but this may be one of the 2 or 3 best players in the draft overall. And if you're trying to give Caleb Williams a chance, that's a great way to do it, right? Get yourself another toy for Ben Johnson and company to use. So I could certainly see them praying that he gets there. Who knows if he does? I predict he does. I think he goes to the Raiders at 6, as you said.
We're partying with Caps fans at City Tap House Penn Quarter. We just raffled off some awesome seats in the lower bowl for a winner out here who's going to game 1 tonight. It's been a fun party. If you are going to the game, 7 o'clock puck drop, if you're parking in one of the garages downtown right now, come on by and say hello. We're here for another half hour, taking you up to 6:30. You're listening to Grant and Danny, your flagship home for Caps hockey, 106.7 The Fan. slice a puck through a goalie that doesn't see it.
Just kind of hoping, looking for some deflections or screens.
Which of Rasmus Sandin's 4 goals this year was your favorite?
Yeah. And they're all so memorable. I can't pick one.
You noticed that we didn't do a 4-round draft.
I know.
It's like we're taking Matt Roy and just like, what is
I
that?
got to take an AHL Alvin here. I don't think we have enough guys, do we?
I believe we've got just one pick left.
That's
Connor
right.
McMichael, Ryan Leonard, Clary's kids are back on the clock.
Yep, and we are selecting a veteran. The pick is in. Defense wins championships, but also goals do also. Trevor Van Riemsdyk.
What? Who is it?
You are
not the
Ryan
father.
Clary. Not the father.
Trevor Van Riemsdyk.
He is actually a father.
Trevor Van Riemsdyk, he has 1 goal on this season,
Yeah.
but I'm telling you, I have a feeling tonight. Maybe he was just the last to pick from there, but I'm feeling a goal tonight from Van Riemsdyk.
Clary has 2 guys on his roster that have 1 goal this season.
Yep.
Now, that one, you're picking late.
I'm picking late.
Not a whole lot you can do about that one.
I couldn't do anything about it. There's nothing there.
It's a little bit of a slim pick. All right, that's our draft. So run through the rosters for us. Keep score at home. Again, this is very important. The winner will get around $1 million.
$1 million, pretty amazing. Linnell, Tom Wilson, Laura Zeller, Andrew Mangiapane.
Attaboy. We'll call that the throwback caps.
Yeah. Grant, Strome, Dowd, Carlson. Strome, Dowd,
We'll
Carlson.
call
for Grant.
that center D.
Darris, Ovi, Bavillier, Radish.
We'll call that top line Ratty.
Rennie Douillet, Pierre-Luc Dubois, Jacob Chikrin, and Rasmus Sandin. And it just cringe when I
We'll call that shoot from the point and pray.
shoot that the old point and pray.
Point
Ryan,
pray.
Ryan, Connor McMichael, Ryan Leonard, and Trevor Van Riemsdyk. That's your
That's
threesome.
how it's done.
Mhm.
I am really excited about tonight. Danny, prediction for game 1.
I think this is going to be crazy early on. I think Montreal is going to be flying up and down. These first 5 minutes to me are going to be nuts, right? Where they're fast, they're trying to take it to Washington. If they can withstand that initial rush, get off their heels a little bit and start taking it to them physically, I like Washington to win a 3-2 game tonight, GP. It'll be 3-1 in the third, and they will hang on for dear life for a win in game 1.
All right, I'll make my final prediction in just a second. But first, our Caps player to lock in on, presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. A Capitals player to lock in on before every game. Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team since 1961. We collectively as a show have chosen to go with center Pierre-Luc Dubois. And the reason is two-way player, critical defensively. We talked about maybe getting some dirty goals with traffic in front, something he's thrived at. But his line is going to be matching up at home with the top line for Montreal, Cole Caulfield, who can skate, and Nick Suzuki, who is their best player offensively in terms of points. He's got to be big defensively and on both ends of the ice. So that's our player to lock in on. I've got the Caps actually winning a bit of a barn burner tonight. I think it's going to be a 5-3 final. Caps get a win. I think there's a lot of chances both directions early. And I think that defensively, both teams are going to struggle to be buttoned up. The Caps making some adjustments personnel-wise. Montreal is just not what they do, really. And I think you're going to get a bunch of goals in terms of goal scoring. But I'll say 5-3 Capitals, perhaps an empty netter late with Montreal down the goal.
So a little bit freer, more open than the kind of the game I'm thinking about. I'm thinking more that gets to the Cap style, grind it out a little bit. But
they'd like that,
I think if it opens up there, you run the risk of Montreal now getting in a kind of a punching match, kind of in the middle of the lane or in the middle of the ring, so to speak. So that'll be interesting to see how that ultimately goes. But yeah, I mean, to me, it's essential the Caps kind of withstand some of the pressure, get off to a good start, and establish who they are in the series.
All right, enjoy yourselves. You can listen to pregame coming up in about 15 minutes right here on the Fan and Puck Drop. Just after 7 o'clock, John Walton will be on the call. Huge thanks to Darris and Linnell back in studio, Ryan and Baresh and the entire crew and staff out here at City Tap House. It's been a blast, a lot of fun, giving away tickets all day long to this game and game 2. We're back at it at 2 o'clock tomorrow on Grant and Danny here on the Fan.
Go Caps.
Thank you for coming.